Everyone, hello and welcome back once again back to Anno 2205. Boy, it's been a few years since we played the game the last time, and I'm feeling that itch again to play this game, to build a mega city in one of probably the best sci-fi city builders out there, definitely one of the most beautiful ones out there. And in this game we're building huge towering sci-fi megacities that work together. You're building up complex logistics. It's still up to this point, I think, the biggest Anno game out there, and it's also one of the most complex games out there, especially once you push into end game. We're starting, as always, with a very small corporation on a small map, and we're then growing our city. We're expanding to the Arctic, we're expanding to the moon, we're building up those networks, we're even building a space station to get things cracking as well. And yeah, we're just gonna have a lot of fun with this. I hope you're going to enjoy this one. Let's get cracking. And with that, I mean, of course, the difficulty settings, as always, we want to start a new game, a new corporation.
I'm glad you accepted my invitation. Samantha Beaumont, Global Union Supervisor of the Lunar Licensing Program. We have a lot to discuss. But first, I'd like to introduce you to your artificial data amalgamating messenger.
Thank you for participating in the Lunar Licensing Program. The program stipulates that your corporation set up operative spaceports to act as bases for a new wave of lunar colonization. You will further assist Global Union in the development of a fusion energy reactor to avert Earth's impending energy crisis.
Officially.
Alright, so that's basically the premise of this game. We're building up a corporation and we need to produce a lot of energy down the road. Of course, many other things will happen over that. We're playing also, by the way, with all the DLCs this game has to offer. It's a lot of them, like also the Tundra, of course, for once again another level of complexity. Now, in this case, Abstergo Industries is going to be my corporation name. I love this name. First of all, you unlock an achievement with that, and also it is, of course, the company that created the Animus, right, with Assassin's Creed. I love this, and I haven't played with this name yet. Of course, Banner of the Cat, it is as well. Is this a cat? I'm not entirely sure. It looks the closest to a cat to me, based on the list that we have. When it comes to the maps, I'm gonna play on a new map this time around, and that is Wildwater Bay. The last two playthroughs we actually played on Viridian Coves, which is okay, right? But you lose a lot of space with the rivers in between and the bridges you need to have. So Wildwater Bay is probably the biggest single landmass in this game. It's kind of like the Crown Falls, right? It's a huge map. You can build a massive city on that. You have beautiful towers or mountains towering in the background. So it has it all, right? And also a nice little quest in between, the treasure hunt that we can unlock. Also, it has a speciality, and that is that the bioresin production is cheaper in the sector. Yeah, that's a really weak bonus, by the way, because it's already a cheap production. For the difficulty settings, we're gonna go with Expert. Last time I played on Veteran, it is a bit tedious mid-game onwards, right? Because you really need to spam a lot of buildings. I want to reduce the spam a bit, so in this case here we're going to go with the Expert settings. That means we start with a very small capital. Also, this is important, there are no bailouts, so if we are bankrupt, right, the game is basically over. We also need to pay something if we want to relocate buildings, and we get a reduced revenue from employees and a reduced warehouse output, so this adds a bit of difficulty there. Also, of course, the combat missions are a bit harder. Bear in mind, I'm going to reduce the combat missions in this Let's Play because they're getting repetitive at some point, so I'm going to show 2 or 3 and you get the idea of it, and then it's basically rinse and repeat. Of course, city building is the focus of this Let's Play. With all things said and done, yeah, this is it. Let's crack a new Anno 2205 playthrough. By the way, if you enjoy my content, please also consider supporting me on Patreon. And if you want to enjoy my long plays, that's Let's Plays edited together, then also have a look at my second channel, Nivarias Plays. The link is also in the description. Let's go.
Are now entering Phase 1 of the Lunar Licensing Program. The Global Union assigned you territory in Earth's temperate region to establish a spaceport and a base of operations. The construction of a space elevator to Global Union headquarters is also required. For further instructions, speak to your official contact person. Global Union wishes you success.
Wide meadows and towering mountains. And soon you will add an impressive skyline to the picture. Between us, the Union is impressed with how your corporation is growing. Hardly surprising you've settled for such a vast sector. First things first, though. The protocol demands you bring a spaceport into operation here. The spaceport...
Alrighty, and here we are now finally in the game itself, and boy, this is exciting. I always love the beginning, right? When such a huge, complex game, you're really starting with nothing, and basically that's it. That's my port, that's the beginning, and we have our very first steps towards, going to the moon, and that is attract a population of workers and build a basic industry. And for this, we're actually not starting on Wildwater Bay right away on the big island, right? Or the big landmass that we have over here. In fact, we're starting on one of the smaller islands surrounding this right over here. And before we can go there, we need to, get ourselves a name before we get the huge landmass there. Out on the global map, we can see all the territories that we can unlock down the road. We also have the moon over there. By the way, there's going to be more territories. These are just the temperate ones that we have unlocked. We have the global market and we have the future space station as well. For our own company, that is Abstergo Industries on expert difficulty, and it's corporate level 1. Let's get cracking. Now for this very first one, we're not gonna build, of course, a massive city right away. We are building a smaller production area here, right, for Wildwater Bay and for the whole city. By the way, there's these smaller crates here. You should definitely collect them because you can speed up your construction with that. So we just need to get around here. I haven't played on this map in a very long time, and in this case here we do have some mountain sites over there, and we also have some coastal sites over there as far as I can see. So in that case, I'm gonna make me, we're gonna make us a nice road here, right, that goes up like this. So gotta be careful though about my money, so I should not do too much there. And then we can actually start with our very first houses right here, the first blocks of houses, I should say. And we're gonna have them right over here.
I hope this helps you.
And with that, the very first people move in, 4 on the population. It's also now that we're going to start with our very first industry. I'm probably starting here with my industry over here somewhere, and that is my sunflower farm, right? One of the first ones that we can have over here, and then together also with a biopolymer factory. Gonna have this one right over here, and both of them are now producing. The biopolymer factory consumes the bioresin that we produce, right? And this one is getting then processed into my biopolymers. Also, what we should have is a warehouse, but we cannot build it yet. But at least we got the basic building material construction going. So this is my very first one. Let's continue with some more blocks of houses. As we want to also unlock more buildings, that is, for example, my very first warehouse. We should really have this close to any kind of industry zone, so right over here. And as always, these buildings look fantastic. I really love them. Detailed, nicely animated, gorgeous. We also have a ship. We can use it to, for example, get over here and unlock us the territorial mission. Trenchcoat's trading carrier that has been stranded here. In the meantime, we have unlocked the next production. That is my next demand. So organic food is something we need to produce now. We need to provide water and we need to provide information before we can level up those tier 1 workers. For that, we do have now the desalination plant. So that needs a coastal site somewhere over here, and we can then just safely plop it down. However, you will notice this right away, we now also need energy. And energy is something we don't have yet. So while we do provide some water, we are also void of any electricity, and that is then the wind park, my very first energy production building. Energy is going to play a vital role in this playthrough, right? And shows you the problems of a futuristic city with its energy production. And in this case, for now, it's easy, right? But it gets harder as we progress. The wind park is here, and the wind park can only be built once in a radius, right? So I need to keep a bit of a distance here, so we're limited by that. Corporate level 2 has been unlocked right away as well. With that, we do get a bit of money in now, and the next level then is at 400. With that, we get a bit more credits in again, and also another account limit increase. There's going to be way more things that we unlock down the road here with those levels. At least energy has been provided again, and we can happily continue with a bunch more buildings. At this point, we've reached over 100 employees and growing. Now, easy peasy so far, isn't it? Let's continue with the rice farms. That's my first production building for food. And yeah, we actually already need 2 of them right away to have a surplus demand. And as we can see here, that's my overview. It's only those 4 goods at the moment. How very lovely. Now, after expanding all these houses, we also have unlocked a new building now, and that is the Infodrome. And this one here, oh, another level up there too. A few more credits we get in. Very much appreciated on that. The Infodrome is the first service building that we need to have, and this one provides the last need that we have, the information. Let's just check it out, how we can squeeze it in. I would like to have it like so, right here in the center of my block. It has then its special entrance here, and with that we have provided information. This also gives me something, I think, and it is, yeah, another satisfaction level. However, it also consumes energy. So once again, I need to build another wind park now. Let's just see how we can efficiently squeeze it in, probably right over here. And with also reaching 500 population now, we can finally upgrade our citizens to tier 2. Once we have a few biopolymers in, that's the case now, let's go ahead and upgrade our very first district. Tier 2 has been unlocked. Those buildings are getting lovely now. And with that, we've also finished the first step on our campaign mission. And also, operators move in. They look fantastic. And in this case, they want vitamin drinks, rejuvenators, neuro implants, and security. On top of that, we should also now upgrade our spaceport to have an elevator. I definitely also want to add some ornaments right away, just around my infodrome. Like we do have these billboards. Looking over here, visit the tundra. We're gonna do this at some point. We can already build a bike station as well for people, and also public transportation, like this bus here. The bike station is, I think, a bit too big. Yes, it is. But some smaller parks around it are not. And we can just draw them, and they're adjusting itself to the size of them, right, with different layouts. With that out of the way, let's upgrade a few more people. Beside that, we also have something new now, and that is the residential complex. This is a bit bigger than the one that we have before. It's also gonna create bigger towers for us. And we can also squeeze in more people. However, of course, it needs more space. And also it needs constructor bots. That's my second tier construction material. So this production we need to start now as well. Over here we have it, and it needs mining as its next, well, location. And in this case here, we do have 3 mining slots available. That means I can have a quarry for nano ceramics over here. I can have a cobalt mine over here. And with that, we can then also have our robot assembly hall somewhere here. And yeah, I probably would like to have it right here as well in those. Bear in mind, all of this will, of course, once again increase my electricity demand. So we need to build another wind park, probably somewhere over here. And these are tier 1 mines now, so we can upgrade them and expand them as we progress. But for now, they're producing juicy minerals and rare earth elements for us that we can then use. And there it is, constructor bots are coming in at a steady rate of 10 per minute right now. And once again, we can continue with the expansion of our smaller settlement. Very nice, and with all of that, we have these complexes now. Corporate level 4, thank you very much for this. And I would also like to reserve a bit of space here for a park. We can already upgrade some complexes. Let's go ahead and do this. I'm leaving some room available on purpose to add some more ornaments as well, of course. Also, we have reached 1,000 employees at this point. Very nice. It's at this point that my tier 2 operators want the vitamin drinks now badly. So if I do not satisfy this one as the population grows, these people are going to be more and more unhappy, and that leads to a whole bunch of additional problems. So what we want to do now is start with that. That's the fruit plantation and the vitamin condenser. However, before that, we still need to add also another wind park. And I would probably like to do this once again somewhere over here, where we still have plenty of space. This area is getting a bit dense already, so it's not a very big island that we're on right now. So let's just get us our roads done and start with my vitamin production somewhere over here. That's those fields. They will also need a warehouse not too far away. Gonna build this one right over here. And with that, we have the fruit farms. You know what? Let's actually build 2 of them right away for a surplus of 16, well, fruits per minute. And with that, we can have the vitamin condensers. Let's have them over here. They don't need that much space. And that's a 30 electricity though. So if I build 2 of them, we will actually already be at the limit again. Let's build another wind park right over here. Looking at the ratio, this one was enough to consume the fruits of those 2. However, we are still not meeting demand. So yeah, I do need to build me another fruit farm and also another vitamin condenser. Bear in mind, it doesn't need to have full input, right? It can also work with only like 50% efficiency. As long as we meet demand, I'm happy with it. Let's also have a look at the quest right over here, a project that is being offered to us.
I figured out and picked up a whole bunch of interesting stuff. I can put your coordinates back onto my route. Take a look at this. In your place, I wouldn't pass up the opportunity. Sooner or later, we all gotta bite the grass, right? Take care of it, but don't gab about it.
Right, so this one here we need to repair or we need to treasure hunt. First we need the map, and for this we need to, yeah, scour the coast. I think that this coast here is being meant, and we need to have a look where we find a crate that we can then collect with our ship. Yeah, all the way in here, out of this river, there is an old chest. So we need the map because you need that. So we need to also find the wreckage parts. So off we go with our ship, getting us the drone, attaching it to the vehicle. And with that we can then look for the signal.
Roger.
We should be very close at this point. And there it is. And after a bit of time, we have found the 4th one that we now need to bring back to our warehouse. That is back in my city, and here we can now finally continue also once again with some construction right over here. My goal right now is to, yeah, upgrade a bunch more people. However, we're not meeting our organic food demand anymore. So once again, I will need to ramp this one up as well over here. Space might be an issue at some point. We of course also continue with the upgrades. And with this thriving town, finally we have enough operators to warrant the upgrade of our spaceport. However, before we do that, my wreckage parts have arrived, so we should also now unload them.
Great job you did there, but unfortunately, that ain't the end of it.
Now he wants to have enough workforce, so we need to maintain a balanced workforce of 500 for 5 minutes. We do not meet that at the moment, so we need to wait on that quest a bit longer. Let's get to my spaceport over here. We now have the option to upgrade this one. It costs me lots of constructor bots, and it will take a full minute.
Rafferty here. Miss Bowman assigned me to ensure the transport safety. Approaching your sector, over. Code red. We're under attack. Code red. Damn it. The cargo. Protect the ship.
People of Earth, This is the manifesto of the moon's independence. The global union waged war on us for generations with weapons like falsehood, negligence, and exploitation. And the LEC bowed its head in servile compliance. But not anymore. Set no foot on the land of our forefathers. We are the orbital watch. The moon is free.
They attacked us out of nowhere, sunk all my ships, and took over.
Well, hello there, terrorist organization.
Blockading the whole sector. No transports are going to make it through anymore.
All right, no time to study regulations. Meet Rafferty at the coordinates transmitted. Do whatever is necessary.
And we now need to free the detained transporter.
Attention.
And with that, we also have the first mission now available on the global map, and we can only do the first standard difficulty. We can also upgrade our ships. No, not really. We start with the basic fleet. That is those 3 ships. We can upgrade them further as we progress, right? And for now, let's get this one cracking. Bear in mind, while we do that, the other map continues to work as normal. So if we have a problem here, we should probably fix it before we enter a mission or another map. Everything is real time.
There. That's where the bleeding cowards attacked us. Still circling our cargo ships like a swarm of black flies. And I see they brought reinforcements. Gotta be careful. I've seen them before. They've no compunctions at all. Press past their blockade and free our ships. I got your back.
And with that, here we are now on this map. So the military missions are kind of like always working the same. You do have special pickups here, like the fuel, special items, and then you also have enemy ships. All of your ships, well, ideally should survive that. You have special ships that fire a bit more. You also have special items down here that we can always use, like an emergency repair, emergency defense. We can also have a missile barrage raining down on the enemy, depending on if we need that or not. Now, destroy the Orbital Watch Commando's ships. That's what we need to do here, primarily. And what I can see is we have that over here, right? So we need to get all the way over there. We can destroy as much as we want on the way. We're even getting some repair here from this guy helping us out for this very first mission. In this case, if we attack a mine, everything in its surrounding area gets destroyed. That also counts for enemy ships, so this is always a nice little tactical advantage you can use.
Coordinates confirmed.
What's also important here is that we gather special materials, that is iridium, graphene. We need that for module production, module construction later on. So whenever we find that, we should collect this as well. A little bit later, we've already arrived at the location. We can also speed up time on the combat missions to speed things up a bit. And there's the first transporter. We can already use the missile barrage on this. And the cool thing is, the transporter does not get damaged by that, but those ships are. Also, what I can see is we should probably use an emergency repair right over there.
Clear for action.
Energy shields active.
Weapon systems online.
I actually have quite a few hit points, these guys. And with that, we have freed the ship.
A bunch of ships on the
Out of that, we're also getting some military level experience now. With every level up, we can have more ships, and we can have better ships at that. And level 2 has already been reached. Also got some 25 iridium and 23 graphene. Actually, it's the other way around. It's been a while. And with that out of the way, the transporter has arrived, and we can finally finalize our construction of the spaceport.
Cable firmly attached. Elevator car ready for departure. Attention. Approaching Global Union Space Station. Prepare for docking.
Congratulations! The first step into space. All purviews of the global economy are now accessible for you. Phase 2 of the Lunar Licensing Program starts now.
I'm way too old for adventures like that. Gotta pass next time. So you better make sure you got a decent battle fleet. Stop by the dock.
And as you can see, right over here, we have our space elevator now. The very first phase has been finished. With that, also modules have been unlocked, so finally we can add them, and we have a whole bunch of different modules available, and each one of them costs me special resources, like this one here, the normal constructor bots for the desalination plant. And instead of using another coastal site now to meet my growing water demand, we can also add now modules to this that will also cost me extra, but only a bit more, right? It's just way more worth it to use these modules, so let's make this one here complete and have a positive water balance once more. However, we need more electricity. Over here we have our wind farm. We can also add these modules now to that to add additional power production. So you can now build those industrial complexes instead of just single buildings. We can also add some smaller batteries to this one here that reduces, for example, the maintenance cost, and also bots, the drones that we have over there, that reduces the workforce demand. I continue with a few more upgrades. However, we cannot stay here that much longer, as we do need to reach the next level of our program, and that is the Arctic region, because only in the Arctic region we can provide our people with the neural implants. So I do need to prepare this one. Let's go to the global map again and unlock us the very first Arctic sector over there. We have a choice now what kind of map we want to go here for: the Akia Flows, Ikuma Glacier, and Kingate Protectorate. Probably would like to start with Akia Flows. It has the biggest building space that we have, the largest mass that we have over here. It also has a nice project for logistics, but way more important are cultivated materials. That's the special trait, and this means that we produce 10% more on all mining facilities, and mining is really expensive, so it helps us out there a bit.
Welcome to Phase 2 of the Lunar Licensing Program. You are now authorized to enter the Arctic region and access its deposits of rare resources to implement new means of galactic travel. Your official contact person will give you more information.
It's the Arctic Custodian's climate stabilization technology that keeps the temperatures below zero here.
I'm Dr. Howard Young. I speak for the Arctic Custodians. First, allow me to be clear. We expect you to abide by our directives at all times. The Arctic ecosystem is very delicate. Respect these rules and we'll get along just fine.
Alright, here we are now. Sector number 2 has been unlocked with that. The Arctic region. The first thing is we need to claim some land. We have 3 islands available. And I think this is the biggest buildable one that we can have. So let's go ahead and settle here right away.
Set up your new location wherever you want. All of the islands are suitable.
Now the Arctic has a few more different challenges. That is heat, especially, right? So I cannot just aimlessly go around and build everywhere. We need space. We also have a new construction material here. That's the metal foam that we need to use.
The Arctic Custodians will watch you like a hawk from now on. Their directives are strict, but you should adhere to them while building.
Also, things are very expensive here. So this is going to be one of the primary challenges early on for my very first settlement. Let's just make sure that we structure this one here a bit. Right, closing in on the lake that we have over there. A nice lake for fishing. And we need to get started here now with our very first inhabitants, the dwellings. And as you can see, these dwellings need heat, so it's very important that we only place stuff around that. We need to be very space efficient, everything concerning the Arctic. Also, the world market has been unlocked, and with that we see the prices of all the goods that we can buy and sell on the global market. Doing this a bit later though. So once again, this is something I really love about this game, how more and more mechanics are unlocking so quickly, and the game just gets extremely complex very quickly. Let's build the next block over here. And with that, we should also start now on our metal foam and canned food production. Have reached 2,000 global population. So this is the global population, right? Not for the region. We have, in fact, 25 people living in the Arctic right now. They want vitamin drinks, they want neural implants, canned food, and community centers. Vitamin drinks is, for example, something that we will not be able to produce here. So we will need to build our first trade routes then. But more of that later. For now, let's start with our metal foam production. And this needs actually an aluminum mine and also the metal foam. So let's have a look where we do have a mining site. Over here is one. I would like to start with that. 200 electricity we have for starters, so that's also going to be pretty important to keep our electricity in check. This one is producing heat itself, but we're not going to use the mine for that. I think we're going to use the compression chamber right over here. And yeah, this is something that's going to be tricky, right? Only industrial buildings produce heat, and only close to them we can actually have then more people living. So let's have our first compression chamber over here with this road connection then. This is now producing building materials for us. We can do the same thing for the fish, so we need a coastal site for that right over here. With its own connection, probably, wait a second, here. Going to it. There you go. This also consumes logistics, another parameter setting in now, and this logistics center, we need to build them. That's the transportation center. Let's have this one probably close to it, somewhere down here. Oh, you can really feel the cold out here. Freezing. Yeah, we lost a lot of credits here in the Arctic. Every building is super expensive. There's the canned food production now, the cannery. Also, this one here produces heat. So let's just have this one somewhere over there. And with that, we also got a basic canned food production now working that we're gonna need. Yeah, let's use the space that we've heated now here for more houses. And finally, we've also reached the 50 workers that we need, and with that we can upgrade our spaceport here now. This is important because without that we cannot have a trade route going to the Arctic.
Earth's barely healed wound. Let's see what happens when I braid it.
Warning. Climate stabilizer network producing weather anomalies. External manipulation detected.
Systems not responding. Stabilization values approaching critical level. They have the whole climate stabilizer network under their control. You are responsible for this. It's the lunar licensing program that brought those terrorists here. Consider our support suspended and keep out of our affairs.
He's not particularly happy with us right now, so we need to resolve the issue ASAP. And that means another military faction has been introduced that we need to defeat.
We got nothing to counter these attacks.
And yeah, once again, we can find them on the global map.
We have to interfere, official admission or not. Enact a hacking counterattack against the
And the interesting thing here is we actually have a choice. Either we do the mission or we reach the next corporation level. I'd rather do the mission because we need more graphene as well, those special resources.
There. See the mess? Transmitters generating interference all over the place, plus battleships to guard them. I'd like to hear Dr. Maverick explain just how we're supposed to cope with such a force exactly. Glad you're not letting us down here.
Long ago, people believed that the moon controlled the weather. We will prove them right.
Alright, here we are now, and free the climate stabilizers by destroying the orbital watch interference transmitters. Still only have 3 ships. Should be fine though. We do have some side quests here popping up, right? So we can go for them. Destroy a charger, for example. This gives me some iridium and combat experience. This is something up to us if we really want to go for all of it that this map has to offer, right? So also some optional goals here. There's also something here. This gives me petrochemicals. That's something I would really like to get. Use the kinetic shield 4 times is something that we should be able to do. That's this here, right? So 4 times. Basically I have to spam it every time we are in combat. Like here, for example, it's protecting my ships from any damage for a small period of time. Especially if there's someone like this coming in here trying to overpower me. There you go. And yeah, a combination of my shields, a combination of the shields, the repairing, and my weapons will just get me through this mission here.
Clear for action.
And a bit later, we have arrived at the climate stabilizers that we need to destroy right here.
Weapon systems online.
So time to use that here once more to finish also our quest. Get me a support fleet in.
Stations, they're attacking.
And we might also use some of my missile barrages now to get things cracking here. There you go.
Here they come.
It's actually quite easy if you save up on these for the last push that we have right now.
Target acquired.
Support's on the way.
Copy that.
Well, I guess it's a good thing we have more than one building.
And there's the last one. Finish the mission.
Oh, what? That was scary.
That we're getting some petrochemicals now. Also graphene, which is very important for us. Level 3 on the military stuff. And this would give me now the turtle upgrade for 30,000 that we can also do then. Back in the Arctic, we can now also finally finalize our spaceport to the first level.
The orbital watch presents a greater threat than we thought. Drake must have secret supporters. It's essential the Union shows a strong presence on the moon.
The next mission is already a bit harder. Attract scientists, which is the tier 2 level of the Arctic region. And for this we need to create also our first transfer route for vitamin drinks to get them something with nutrition in, right? There you go. Vitamin drinks is something you cannot push in the Arctic yourself. For this, we need to do a few more things. First of all, we need more electricity here. And that needs a mountainside. So something over here, for example, provides me with 300 power, which is really nice, right? As a nice starter production. Let's get this one all the way over here. Always making sure that we make the road layout so that we, can adjust them easily, right? And also add more buildings down the road. That's a lot of electricity. With that, we can push more fish that I would like to do over here right away so that we have more canned food coming in. And with that, we can push a few more cells here. Arctic dwellers, as they're called. Like here, for example. And then probably, if I'm doing it something like that, we should also be able to move them a bit so I can squeeze in a few more here, right? That's something you always need to watch out for. There you go. And with that, we can also have them over here. And then continue with this road and all the way. We're gonna adjust the layout here in the future. For now, we can just enjoy these buildings. Boy, I love them. Yeah, fantastic, really, if you consider how old this game is. Getting the transfer road done is one of the more important things. The problem is we already lack them in Wildwater Bay as well. I can still go ahead and implement this very first trade route here between Wildwater Bay and Archaea Flows. And we're going to say that we want to get those, 5 is the demand. So I would like to have a small surplus of this so that we have a surplus of 3. This will cost me 250 upkeep, right? And it transfers then 8 over. And with that, we have it done. Let's go back to Wildwater Bay to fix the problems that we have here already. And they're numerous, right? So for example, we do lack the vitamin drinks for some reasons. Like yes, we can also add now modules to the fields and produce, for example, more fruits with my fields, right? Like having this one here. Bear in mind though, all of this is very expensive. And we can also do the same thing for the vitamin condensers now that we have then over here, so that we can push all the way now to a positive surplus here for the vitamin drinks. However, all of this costs me workforce and also, especially electricity. At this point, we could also train astronauts and send them to a space station that we need to construct first, though, so this is way in the future, but it's nice that we get the quest already. Another level up to 6 gives me an increase in my fleet size. And also a bit of money. And this money is exactly what we needed. Because with that, we should be finally able to settle in Wildwater Bay itself. Let's have a look at that. 59,000 credits we need. Having achieved that and got my ship close by, we can now finally settle on the main island, on the main land. There it is. And start the construction of our Wildwater Bay megacity. Alrighty, there it is, our Wildwater Bay Foundation. So in this case here, that's our very first district here. We're also getting some nice main roads, of course, that we can use to structure that whole thing. With that, we've also leveled up to level 7 now. And from here on, yeah, we need to mass scale things up, right? We need to get the construction materials going, we need to get our basic demand going, and we need to get way more power if we want to push more. The balance is looking absolutely fine right now. 3,700 people moved in with that, and we can continue with an information center. So in this case here, if we want to really provide a massive population, we need to have districts, we need to have blocks available as well, where, you know, service buildings will reside. So one of them is then, for example, my information center here. Right away, you get this nice little plaza area then, right, forming. I might actually need to move these buildings again, one block up. So there's going to be a whole bunch of service buildings here that we need to provide. It's safe to just keep a bit of space here available for now, as we continue then with more buildings close by. Now, we're going to need a lot of food production. As you can see, this is truly massive, right? And we could probably safely go all the way up here into this area there. So let's just make sure that we can make this work. 3,000 for the street we pay, by the way. So yeah, that's an investment that you just need to do. 4,000 it is all the way up here. And with that, we also get lots of these juicy coastal tiles that we definitely want to integrate into our economy. Also, some constructed bots. Thank you very much for this. I think this looks like a very safe area here to start our mass food area, right? So we're going to build me, some warehouses here, right? And then you basically plop down a farm, right? Farm number 1. And this farm here gets the modules then that you can really use to maximize this yield. And as you can see, this is the module limit. However, you can still add then, for example, the workforce maintenance drones here. And as we scale up those industrial complexes, you really want to add those modules to that, right? So I'm gonna keep a bit of space here. I mean, for the organic food, it's not the most important thing, right? Because you basically have a very low cost, low workforce production with that. But still in the future, of course, for more expensive industries, you really want to get this cracking. What we should also probably build is our tidal power station. This is better than the wind farm for sure, as it is providing way more electricity than before, right? Let's also get us a nice traffic connection for this one, all the way up here, right? And with this one, we're having a production now of electricity. It doesn't even state that. Where's my power? It's not producing power. 300, there it is. And we can add 4 more modules to that, right? So this is going to last us for a while. It's, by the way, also all the way up here that we probably could start with then some mass production for fruits, like this one here. And they have a certain layout, really, it's that, right? So you go like this, and you just stack them together here to produce a lot of fruits. And with that, also we have then our vitamin condensers. Once again, something that we can then safely, stack over here to get us a lot of vitamin drinks in for all these people moving into town. Another coastal site ready to be used for water. Now let's also ramp it up to the max. And with that, we can also add, once again, some more districts. I would like to go ahead with some high density districts here, just along our main trading post then. And those little spaces that we have, we can then also use to add some ornaments here to decorate the town. We have lots of options for this as always. Some billboards we can add. Normal parks. There's some bigger parks than available as well. And of course even trees. But look at the cost of this. Just a row of trees here costs me 3,000. So we should be careful by how many we place, really. And let's also get us the first tier 2 population right in here into Wildwater Bay. Now, in order to support a city of that size and to continue with our construction, also the construction industry needs to get boosted. So biopolymer production and the constructor bots we need to ramp up. The same goes with my tier 3 building material that we're gonna need now soon. For that, we already have the production theoretically on this small island. So what I'm gonna do is I'm not gonna waste any more mountain slots for this, right? So we can also just go ahead and say, okay, for the constructor bots, let's just get us a bunch of more modules in. We have electricity, we have a very good income here on the balance, so I would like to push this. Not too far though, because you never really want to overstretch your economy. So with that, we have these here, and then I just should be able to squeeze in one of these modules here. Let's just check it out how we can do this. Probably like this to get the increased production going. Let's also check it out here. We have now the nano ceramics at balanced, and also the cobalt. And with that, we have a surplus here of 20 for constructor bots. So that is going to work out for us just nice. The other thing is with the biopolymer. In this case here, we get the sunflower farm. And we can now also then just add us those modules here. So another one here for the bioresin, and then also we have the biopolymer production, where we can just squeeze this one in here nicely to get us another surplus going. And with that, we also have 30 biopolymers now in construction. All of this allows me to continue with my wild water expansion. So we continue with the main road, basically the whole road that will go through the whole city, right? And you also have then smaller main roads like this one here that we have then along the coast side. So here, making the connection with the water just by coincidence. And then we just go all the way down here. I want to have a road at the end of it, right, by the cliffs, so that we don't have the residential zones by the cliffs. That wouldn't look that good, I think. So you want to have a road there, because you can also make a nice fence then close to the cliffs. And this also gives me then room to also expand my normal houses. Don't forget, in these smaller areas, we can also just very greatly implement, for example, a bus station where people wait for that. I think in this case here, it actually makes a bit more sense over here, so that it connects with the general road here that we have. And then you can have a billboard just next to it, and then you might also just add some smaller parks, or even a lamp, like here, for example, and then also a smaller park in between. It's a really nice effect when you combine the medium park with the small park, as the textures adjust each other to make it look a bit more organic. Now I have no idea what we're doing with this area. I think we can safely work on a Grand Central Park, something like that, right, that we're gonna implement in this area here. So around that we continue then with more city blocks, like another one here. Especially the high density blocks, right, that we combine them just along the main road. What I really like is that we have the different sizes of residential zones. That is super great for these areas here, where you can then just mix them together. Regardless of the size of the park, this area here, for example, would cost me 72,000 credits. So before I really decorate things, we need to get more money in, right? Even though we have money, industry is gonna be expensive. Now, I think for this area, we can safely continue with more housing, because look at the size of the map. You know, I totally miscalculated. The central park is probably going to be somewhere over here at some point, right? So we can just safely plaster this one full with buildings, just as I would like to have it right here. And we could also work out some new layouts like this one, for example, that has then special ornaments here. Perhaps a bigger bus station area or something like that. We'll just see. And as the city is growing, of course, more demand kicks in. The same goes, for example, once again for my information. Let's actually have the information center here, and it's then surrounded by a nice plaza area here and a park area that goes then into the harbor area and the cliffs. I think this would look great then down the road as well. Lots of information needs that we have. Now, of course, we have a population, but it's not a particularly happy population, as we already have the next needs here. The newer implants, this is the Arctic terrain then, and then we got the rejuvenators now that we can focus on as well. For the rejuvenators, we actually need 3 steps now in production. It's getting a bit more complicated from here on out. So we do have the algae farm that we're gonna need, the synthel incubators, and the biomedical laboratory. Building them requires especially workforce and also a coastal side. On top of that, electricity. Coastal sides, we still have a bunch, right? So in my smaller island that we have right in front of Wildwater Bay, I would like to, start with my first algae production now. So we could make it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 algae productions potentially we can have on this beautiful island here. And this way we're already producing now 16 algae. Gonna go ahead and build me a second one right away to push this to 32. On the other hand, we're also gonna need, once again, yeah, well, a bit more electricity. So I'm gonna push me another wind farm here. We got 3,200 workers available right now. So employees we have potentially. Now the game already gives you kind of like a hint how you should proceed. In this case here we got the 3 islands available here right now. My starter island is one of them, and of course it makes sense to me to specialize those islands that I cannot claim the other ones at the moment. We have not met all the requirements like rare materials, so we are stuck with those 2. I'm not gonna have my basic industry though set up in Wildwater Bay because it's just too much time or, well, space waste that we would have then, right? So I'm gonna go ahead and we start with this production here. We do have some smaller productions here already. In that case, we are not gonna need all of that. So for starters, I could, for example, get rid of all of the food industry here that we have, right? Just gonna push all of them away, and we're gonna have them way more scaled up here, right? In Wildwater Bay already. And once again, this is also just temporary, right? So this food production, this whole food industry area here is gonna be moved into another sector entirely, so another map entirely. But for now, well, for now we're gonna need it right over here, so I'm just gonna push a few more of them in this area. I think here we're gonna need to have another field then here, and then I'm also gonna have another farm set up like so. And yeah, this is now already then my surplus again, and with that we have the space for my first algae production. All right, so we got the synthel incubators that I can have now. The first one here, we should always be careful that we consume not more than we produce, right? That would not be ideal. So we can basically squeeze them in like this. One more should do the trick, and with that we get 32 surplus here. Next in line we do have the biomedical laboratory. This is actually a really expensive building, right? This one here, that's gonna cost me. Let's have the first one probably somewhere here, right? And it's starting the production for this. However, as you can see, it's got a nice production there, right? So we can already meet all the demand with that, almost up to -2. You don't need to have the full demand though, right? So -2 is already fine to kind of like be there almost, right? So for now, I'm happy with that. This pushes my income a bit further. A few more people move in with that, and we have the next demand met. Water, I can see, is a bit problematic. How so? What's going on with water? Water is one of those things that's gonna get really nasty as we progress with more population. So yeah, as you can see, we're already using a lot of water slots, right? So this will not be possible forever. With that, also corporate level 10, hooray! We have another level, and we can also check it out now here, my corporation, as we continue. We are now a local business, right? So we also have a title that is really nice. The next title would be a startup company, and you can see we're here, right? And this is the full list of levels that you can achieve, and each one of those levels brings something new with it, so you can just grasp how complex this game actually gets. We also have competitors, right? These 4, and as we can see, we're last one right now, right? On expert difficulty, they're pushing really hard. Doesn't really matter per se. It's gonna be more important than once we start the whole investor share purchasing thing, auction thing, stuff like that. This is gonna be then a bit more problematic, so then we should really push for that. Wildwater Bay, yeah, successful start we have. This is the Anno 2205 Megacity series with all its DLCs, and I hope you enjoyed this one as we continue to develop the city, and also of course push towards the moon in the next episode. Stay tuned. Hello everyone, and welcome back to Wildwater Bay, a thriving new city in the middle of nowhere on Earth, playing as the corporation of Abstergo Industries as we develop a city, our corporation, and ultimately also trying to settle in other regions such as the Arctic and Moon, trying to solve the Earth's energy crisis. And with that, we continue onwards with the Anno 2205 Megacity Edition. So for starters, our city grew nicely in the last episode, and we already have the foundation of the megacity itself, right? We also developed a smaller island already where we're specializing our industries now, such as producing now rejuvenators on top of everything else to get us the demand cracking that we need to push for tier 3 population in my city. For this, we need one more ingredient, and that's the neuro implants. So we should start focusing on that. My balance looks rather fine right now, my money as well, because what we are about to do is going to be very expensive. So for this, we need to change the scenery and go back to the Arctic that we also successfully settled with our small corporation. And yeah, for my next industry, that is the neuro implants, we're gonna need the molybdenum mine, and that is a mountain site that we need with that. On top of that, we need workforce and, as always, lots of electricity. We continue developing this mine in one of my available mountain sites. We have, oh my goodness, 2 more? That's it on this main island here. So I'm gonna try and push this one all the way over here, right? With the molybdenum. There it is in all its glory. This already brings my logistics down, so we already also will need to have a warehouse close by. And I'm gonna try and push right away 2 additional mines here to push out 33 molybdenum, right? Glorious it looks, as always. And it looks like they're using robots for this one, to extract the minerals out of the earth. Out of the frozen earth, I should say. And yeah, with that, we can now go ahead and get the neuromodule factory going. One of them costs me 20,000, 40 people, and 120 electricity. So electricity especially is something that we once again need to push. And for this, well, we have our geothermal turbines that I can now also push 2 times. Brings me in another 600 electricity in total. And this allows me now to build this factory here. Once again, this is generating heat, and the heat we're gonna need then for more people that we can settle here. Unfortunately, there is no blueprint mode, right? So unfortunately, whatever we're building is permanent right away. So if I want to plan this one right, like so, we need to be quick about it, right? Because they don't have any heating now. And I want to push this one in ASAP so that they will get the appropriate care that they deserve. Wait a second, here we also need to have at least 1 more. There you go, right? And then we can push it, and then we can have these modules, and these modules also expand the heatable area that we have then. And yeah, this is really expensive, right? Each one of these modules cost me 30,000, so that's quite something there. Balance-wise is also high, but we have a nice balance so far. Now this brings me into a whopping 19, which is not enough yet, so we can push further. For example, up here to the north, or I'm just building another factory entirely. Anyway, we can now push also more people right here. Just as planned really, right? And here we have then this road leading up over there. There is my compression chamber. I'm considering moving this away somehow because it's not generating enough heat for the area. This one here is very nicely scalable, right? So we're gonna have another road all the way up here. Not all the way to the top because I think we should still get the workforce reduction modules in here. So that's this one here, the drone racks, right? So we can squeeze them in over there, and they're actually quite expensive, right? So if I have 2 of them here, this alleviates some workforce problem again that we can have. With that, we can also push another full row of housing here, right? So all the way over there. And then, well, then we can go ahead with once again another factory somewhere, probably here. So you just need to be very careful with that, right? As we really do need a lot of these down the road. Actually looks pretty nice too with those factories. Very flashy. And with that, we got the production solved. These people actually also need it, right? So the protectors, that's fine. And more importantly, we have 29 in surplus now. So with that, we can now get us the next trade route going. And this is now from the Arctic then with the neuro implants. 16 we need in Wildwater Bay right now. So I'm gonna choose both of them. I'm gonna keep me a tight surplus there in Akia flows as well for my population there, and the rest we can sell over. Once I activate this trade route, we pay 250 in maintenance cost, but we also solve the demand for neuro implants. So just watch my balance go up there real quick as the resources are coming in. There you go, right? Pushing 17,000 and probably 18,000 down the road as well. And more importantly, also a lot of more people move in. And with all of this said and done, right, we have now all the materials in that my operators demand of me. Which is great, because now we can upgrade our population to tier 3. Which is probably what I would like to do. The same also applies, by the way, for these guys here. So that we just push more. Especially here in the city center. And also get us the next corporate level in. So we are now, lo and behold, on our way to the startup company. You don't get a new title every level up, right? That would be probably a bit too much. Alright, before I can upgrade them, we need the next construction material, which is super alloys. Where are super alloys? Because they're not here in my temperate zone once again. Nor are they in the Arctic, so I wonder where are they? Well, we probably should also follow along our mission. It's rocket science. We should attract scientists because this will unlock us more production. For this, we still need to have one more thing, and that's a community center for my juicy people right over here. And let's just see where we can actually squeeze it in. Yeah, sorry pals, you just moved in, I know, but it's just such a perfect location for community center that we just need to have it here. There you go. And this is where people can basically meet and greet and chat about all the local things that are happening. I'm not particularly sure that we have ornaments in the Arctic, so right now unfortunately I cannot add anything else to this area here. At the very least, we can upgrade, so upgrading it is Tier 2, the scientists in the Arctic. No longer do they have to live in tents, right? Now we have proper shelter against the cold. And as we get more building materials, we can also push a few more scientists now. As you notice, first of all, the cost is very high for these, but we're also out of electricity, but just barely. So I'm not going to push another mine just yet, as I don't think the demand is too high at the moment. So the scientists are coming in. They're looking a bit more flashy than before. Right, so they're here to stay. And they have a whole bunch of new needs, like a quantum computer, like luxury food, replicators, and also something for secrecy. We'll just see what that is. Way more important though is that they have unlocked us now the plasma smelter for the super alloys. Haven't unlocked it yet really. We still need a bunch more scientists before we can start with that. And there it is, 250 scientists. With that we have unlocked a bunch more buildings. Scientist Joel introduces himself and he greenlights the implementation of the shuttle program. So we'll just see where that is leading us. At the very least, we have now the super alloy production unlocked. This will definitely once again require more electricity. So I do have exactly one more mine available, right? That's it. For the super alloys, we're gonna need molybdenum and aluminum. Let's just check it out. We don't have any molybdenum anymore. Nope. Nor do we have any aluminum surplus here. So what do I need to do? Well, gonna get my ship over there to the next island right next to us and claim this site here for us as well. The cool thing is the workforce is shared among the islands in a region, right? There's also, I think, a storm coming in right now by the look of it. So we should be careful. And let's get our road going right here. And yeah, we do have then some coastal sites, and way more important, we got some mountain sites over here that we can exploit. So let's go ahead and get me that road over there right away. Quite important that we also have some form of energy production. So I'm gonna go ahead and have me also a warehouse for the region, and then also my first production here. There's gonna be a better way of producing electricity soon. For now I still have to use those mines here. Let's build another one, right? And then we can start with once again wasting one for aluminum and wasting one for molybdenum. Now we're gonna need a lot of super alloys down the road, so yeah, we want to have a dedicated site for this. On top of that, we can now have our super or our plasma smelters. This once again produces energy and heat. However, we're wait a second, we could push it here, I think. If I'm being careful about it, something like that could work out if we have another row of housing here. Then it absolutely makes sense to start the production of super alloys. This one consumes now molybdenum and aluminum, so we can actually push another one. As far as I can see, perfect to get us 9 in. And these, well, of course, we want to start trading again. So I'm going to implement a new trade route. And this time it's the super alloys from Archaea Flows to Wildwater Bay. And let's just keep one in Archaea Flows. So there we have it now, 3 trade routes. Each one of them actually costs me maintenance, right? Depending on the amount of goods that I'm transferring over. Now, of course, it's a bit hard to see during night. Well, the lights look pretty. And yeah, with that, we have now the super alloys in. And that means I can now finally upgrade to tier 3. Let's go ahead and do it with the very first block.
Looking forward to working with you.
Now, these are some beautiful buildings. And this is not even the highest ones so far. With those implemented, well, we do have now, first of all, of course, another corporation level up. but we also have now executives tier 3, that is. They're wanting now luxury food, IntelliWare, bioenhancers, and subway or public transportation, mobility. Now, of course, just upgrading them won't do. We also need to continue upgrading the lower tiers to tier 2 so that we have more people that want to go for tier 3.
Transfer route.
Whoa, you generated some buzz. A lot of decision makers would like to have your support. Like where...
Of course, by upgrading my population, I need to be very careful, because with that we also have, for example, more vitamin drinks consumption. The problem is I've went negative, so the trade route that we have to the Arctic doesn't work as well. That means that if I'm being too careless here, we're actually disrupting our all global trade network, right? So we gotta be very careful there to not have any major disruptions going. So I need to fix this ASAP. And with enough surplus, we can continue developing our city. Very nice. And as you can see, there's also now a central park forming right over here, just along the main road, basically. We might actually have the grand corporate headquarters on the other side of it, but we'll just see about that. It's kind of like central, as, you know, we have way more city over here, a lot more city over there. We could also make the grand corporate headquarters at the end of the main road here. That would also be an option that I'm still contemplating about. We have smaller side roads now, or main roads, like this one here with only a double layer, and this one here again. And just at these crossings we can have then another information center, for example, like this one. And perhaps also something like that. The more people we have, the more need for information. The only real limit is construction materials. I already pushed the production, but it's still not enough. But for now, let's continue with more executives. Moving into Wildwater Bay. Also looks particularly nice during daytime. There's even street shops down there. A market, for example. A cafe I can see down here. Beautiful. And basic services over here. We're really pushing through the corporation levels right now, also getting a nice income of money there again. With that, also finally we are a startup company. Next in line would be the insider tip. And we've also unlocked a bunch of new ships that we can now implement into our fleet. Since money is rolling in, I can also work on a few ornaments like this area here. We do have a bunch of options. Unfortunately, there are no fountains or anything like that we can plop down, so it's gotta be the billboards again. We probably could do another bus station somewhere around, a bike station you could have, somewhere over here, for example, right away at the edges, right? A bike depot, and then it's gonna be a greater park in the center, like so. That is coming together then right in front of it, and perhaps also some street lamps left and right. It doesn't take long for us to become a millionaire finally, or our corporation to breach 1 million credits, but bear in mind, well, this is just money we have right now. Doesn't mean that we're gonna have it in 5 minutes from now. What we have definitely pending there again is my water demand, so we need to consume once more a coastal site. We still have a bunch of coastal sites available in Wildwater Bay, but at some point we're gonna run out of them, and then we'll find new solutions hopefully. After all, we want to continue with the spaceport, and since we have enough executives, we can now push for the next level. And as Wildwater Bay continues to grow, we can finalize our launch pad.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
historic moment. The eyes of the world are upon you. Phase 3 has begun. The second wave heads for the moon. You came a long way, but there's still another 250,000 miles to cross for you. Your colonists are waiting for orders.
And once again on the global map, we can now finally enter our very first lunar sector, and we once again have the option between 3 sectors: the Novikov crater, the Yamato crater, and the Mare relictum. Each one of them has different bonuses. One is for ornamentals as a project, the other one is for rare materials. Each one of them has different sizes as well, where you can build something, and each one of them has also different traits that give you bonuses or penalties for industries. For my main base, I would probably like to go for the Mare relictum. It's one giant crater with a lot of buildable space, and it also has, I think it is, the hotel. So let's go ahead and take over this sector.
You have entered Phase 3 of the Lunar Licensing Program. Your shuttles have arrived at the designated settlement territory. You are required to establish a lunar colony there and begin helium-3 extraction. The development of a stable fusion reactor is your primary objective. Additional information. Hostile activities detected near your settlement territory. Be careful.
I was expecting this.
So, here you are. The moon. Your very own piece of it. In the days of the first wave, there were ambitions to make this sector a tourist attraction. Unfinished business, as you can see. And now our hopes are on you. The performance of the second wave's first colony will prove if the lunar licensing program is worth being continued.
Alrighty, here we are. And things are getting really expensive now.
Only found moon colonies and craters. They offer the best protection against cosmic radiation and meteor impacts.
So for starters, we need to claim that sector. There's also meteor showers coming down now. So with the Arctic, we have the heating. On the moon, you have meteor showers that you need to protect against. So that's gonna be our primary challenge here. 100,000 credits for the very first building. And with that, we have claimed ourselves the moon. Let's actually start with the road right away. Even the road is expensive. Right, we're gonna make a double road for this one, all the way through that center. As a new construction material, we do have titanium plating now that we'll need to implement as well. And on top of that, we need the shield generator. In this radius here, we can actually build stuff. There's going to be a bigger one later down the road, so I'm going to place my first one here. And with the thing in mind that we will probably need to replace it then as well.
The moon has no atmosphere. Even the tiniest meteor particles could do tremendous damage to your colony. Energy shields.
Doesn't it look fantastic? I love the moon. One of the most beautiful areas in this game. Now, with that out of the way, let's get our first colonists in, the employees. And let's just see how many we can actually squeeze in there. Let's make a block here and a block here. And with that, the miners are moving in. The miners want oxygen, rejuvenators, bioenhancers, and a repair station. Also, we have the mission now, attract enough miners, produce oxygen, produce the titanium plating. Let's have a look at titanium plating first. That once again requires a mountainside that we would have then over here.
Official. The sector holds the first colony to meet the standards of the lunar licensing program. No cause for complaints. Don't leave our good old Earth out of the picture, though. To send your lunar deal down, you must establish additional landing stages for cargo shuttles.
And with that, we have a titanium production of 10 per minute. That's enough for the moment. Next in line, we need oxygen. This also requires a mountainside, so let's just find us one. There is one very close to the city, or to the settlement, I should say. I'm gonna have my road though, going over here, right? So that we can start with that over here. The oxygen extraction, or the water ice. So also give me a nice shield. And then also my oxygen separators. to have my very own oxygen production. 0 is actually fine. I probably will need to push this one a bit further. And I can see that we also will need our logistics setup. So that's the transportation center right over there. With that, however, we have another problem. Energy. I don't have enough anymore. And for this, well, we do need yet another mountainside. And it's probably going to be this one here for solar panels. Interestingly enough, there's the tourist hotel that we need to renovate as a sector project. More on that later though. Things are getting really expensive here. As you can see, one building for residents costs me already 7,500, so a block would cost me 45,000, and that's just the residences. And with enough miners moving in, we have unlocked the ability now to upgrade our spaceport once again, so that we can also start trading with Earth.
Caution. Convoy of unidentified vehicles just crossed sector border.
Hello? Do you read me? Please come in. I'm Xander Haynes. Sorry to invade your territory, but as I see it, we have the same enemy. I speak for the Lunar Excavation Corps, if you still acknowledge it.
Yes, yes, the sheep run back to those who once sheared them. Beware, the wolves are at the door.
Listen, I was told to keep this confidential, but you see, LEC fugitives secretly fled to Earth. The Global Union didn't find a proper solution, so they transferred them to Arctic protectorates. And now I've been informed that Drake is leading a battle.
Alright, so a good old Drake again. We can reach the next cooperation level, or we just do the mission here that will also reward me with magnetites. Magnetites is something that we're gonna need, so let's do the mission. Now for this mission, we can already level up now to advanced level. This would give me more resources, and we're talking about way more resources, like 8 times more magnetite than before. So I definitely want to go with the advanced mission. However, we need to also upgrade our fleet, and that is getting a bit expensive now. Let's have the turtle upgraded once. Let's have the spark, the flare, and yeah, for the stinger, I don't have iridium that I'm gonna need for that as well. So I can't do it all. I think we should be fine with this though.
There you are. Not a minute too early. The Orbital Watch. They've brought in everything at their disposal. They know we have no means to defend ourselves, and still they threaten us with wave after wave of battleships. We are fully dependent on you for support here.
You wish you'd never set foot in our territory. The first wave will wash away the second.
Alrighty. I'm not scared. And that's my fleet. A bit upgraded now, as you can see. And yeah, neutralize both orbital watches that we have over there. And that's some, yeah, very powerful ships that we need to actually destroy in this mission. So let's be careful about it. Let's gather some items, collect them, so that we have something to use against that ship. Yeah, very nice. An EMP pulse, that helps me out a lot. Alright, they're both in one location right now, so I think we should do this. I'm gonna set up the EMP pulse right away, and we're also gonna use both of my missile barrages that we have to make a massive damage here in one go. I can also get my support fleet in and protect my fleet with some shields, and this should actually be enough for that. There's the first one going down, and that's number 2.
Well done.
That should be some juicy rewards here. Nice. And also level up. And we can upgrade the Stinger now as my next ship. So Drake has been defeated once more, and we can now finalize our moon base.
The landing stages are ready to accept cargo shuttles. Now you can establish interorbital transportation routes.
Very nice. That's what we need.
That doesn't mean your colony is safe. The supply lines from Earth are easy targets. I'd recommend you.
And next in line, we do need to attract officers tier 2 for the moon. These guys here, that's gonna take some time. The rejuvenators we already produce on Earth. Bioenhancers is something that my executives need, and also my miners. So we should probably work on that. For this we need a bunch more miners. Probably a bit more money too. We'll just see. Let's get me another block going over here of miners. And I think here we can also squeeze in a bunch more. And there we have them. The Keep Gatherer, rare earth elements, and also my cybersynthetics factory. And yeah, let's just check it out. We do need a mountainside once again, probably somewhere all the way over there. Can't hurt to also get some titanium with us. Unfortunately, I still only have the small yield generator, so nothing I can do there. Let's build it. And let's also get a logistics center going here, because it's pretty far outside. We want to get some buses going. And then we have the rare earth collector, consuming a lot of electricity, by the way. Let's build me a second module right away as well. By the way, only the main building needs to be in the shielding, right? These guys here don't. And interesting enough, they gather it actually outside of the crater, on the surface of the moon, right? And then transport it down here all the way to my logistics center. Alright, gonna need a bit more electricity, so we're gonna do this right over here with more solar panels. Gonna have 2 right away for a whopping 900 electricity, and then we can afford the cybersynthetics factory. Gonna do this also right over here as my very first one. This is only producing 1 though per minute. That's not a lot. Each consecutive one costs me another 9,000. Gotta be careful there how many we actually produce. Okay, let's check it out. We have a lot of rare earth elements right now, so we can really make some big factories here, as you can see. Probably will need another one then. Let's make this road here. There you go.
Construction options expanded.
Nice as it is. And yeah, I probably would like to go with another one right behind my logistics center over there. With that, we produce 6 at least. And we would still have room for more, right? So my balance says a very positive outlook here. This provides also more miners again. And with that, we could try now something else, and that is building us the maintenance station. That costs me a whopping 50 plating though. Lucky as though we are blessed with a fast forward mechanic, and there you go, maintenance station we can build. Let's have it right here by the main road. And this beauty will now take care of the vehicles and repair them. Cost me 3,000 on the upkeep, and look at that, how my money is melting away. However, we still have an ace up our sleeves, and that is, yeah, well, the bio enhancers. There you go. We do need them in Wildwater Bay. We need more than expected, 7. So I will need to ramp up my production even further to get at least 10 over. Yeah, let's make it around 12, right? There you go. Transfer has been created. This should lead to an increase in balance again. There you go. Because my people have now, my executives have no bio enhancers. I will still need, though, more production here. Even that was not enough. We still have enough rare earth elements, but I'm running out of electricity now. That is surplus now? Perfect. So what we can do here now is, I could also implement my module that reduces the energy consumption for this building here. And since we have quite a few modules, right, they consume a lot of electricity. So this would make sense. Let's just see how that affects me. We will need a few of them, unfortunately.
Warning. Energy demand too high. Countermeasures recommended.
In fact, it's probably the best if I just get another solar panel going right out here. Yeah, and with this going, we have the electricity, but we're pretty much now out of workforce. Let's go back to orbit and check out transfer route once again. Unfortunately, that's still not enough quite there, but we're getting close. It's at this point though that Drake is also now blocking Wildwater Bay itself. So we have an invasion. Without further ado, we are rushing back to our capital, and what do we see? A hostile fleet right in front of my harbor. They're blocking it, and that makes it unable for me to actually get anything done. Much worse though is that my balance continues to reach rock bottom, right? Because we're running out now of neuro implants, and my executives run out of bioenhancers as well. So we need to hurry up here. Let's call my support fleet. With the blockade, we are actually getting negative now, I think. And we're also dropping below 20,000 on the population. This is very bad. So if this happens and you have no safety, then the game is basically over. Lucky us though, we have a bit of a buffer here, but we still need to hurry up. My fleet has arrived. Let's destroy them.
Transfer route suffers from inadequate supply of goods.
I'm just very happy that we just upgraded the fleet not too long ago. So this is easy. And after a while, we have destroyed enough ships, so Drake retreats. And with that, my population recovers, and so is my balance. On the next day, of course, we continue with upgrading. However, a new problem arises now as the city is growing, and that's my increased demand. So we were actually quite lucky. The bioenhancers work, right? So we have a surplus there. However, on the other side, my neural implants, look at that, it's negative 32. So this will take some time to fix. The demand for rejuvenators skyrockets. I can't stop that any longer. So we need to claim a new island, and that's going to be this one here. We will need to think about, yeah, acquiring a new sector altogether though, really soon. So my starter city here, I would still like to keep, of course. Yeah, it's pretty much full with the industry that we have. I still have a slot here, but I would probably like to use this for a tidal power station. Makes also a bit sense to have this so far outside. And this gives me a whopping 1,700 electricity. Just enough to finally settle on this new island here. And this is gonna be my rejuvenator production island, right? So we are really focusing on just one product on this one. What we're gonna need for this also is once again a logistical center right over there. It's kind of like the warehouses in Anno 1800. And yeah, then we can just start with our first algae farm again over there. It's also tempting to use some of these coastal sites for water, but I think we might be running out of rejuvenators then at some point, so I'm not doing this. Yeah, we're gonna have a bit more space over here. Right now, the surplus of 79 should be fine for a while. Now, for purchasing a new sector, which is one of my next goals actually, because we need to specialize our industries, we need to find a sector in the temperate region, right? We got these here available for that. This is more Arctic territory, this is more lunar territory, then we have the tundra, which is way later because it's an end game zone. But for now, we need to start on one of the other temperate zones. And we can see each one of them once again has sectors. I want to find something that gives me a nice boost to farming overall, right? So this is a very tiny island area, more or less, and it's really just very good for mining, which would be a great bonus there. Then we got the Viridian Coast, which has the ocean nourishment, so everything coming out of coastal facilities is increased by 10%. That sounds pretty cool. So Walbrook Basin is probably one of those that I would like to get. We have a dam project here that would give me a lot of electricity. On top of that, every agricultural building consumes less energy, which is nice because we're gonna need a whole bunch of them. The problem here is that this one here costs twice as much as what we have right now on my bank account, so we need more money. That means, well, we need to upgrade more people again to the next level executives, creating a real dense downtown area here in Wildwater Bay. Corporation level 20, medium cargo shuttle has been unlocked, and another 100,000 as a small gift. With all that, we also unlock finally our subway station, the metro station. It's a pretty big building and a very costly one at that as well, but it provides another nice service to my executives. And every service that we provide for them right now gives me a massive income boost. So I would like to do this right away. It's a pretty cool building, right? And I probably would like to have it with its center looking more or less towards one of my crossings. So in this case here, I'm going to move my information center to the other side. So we can have this one here with its main road right, or its main building right here by that. And yeah, look at that balance exploding thanks to the metro station by a couple of thousand per minute now, pushing us beyond 30,000 on the income and also towards 50,000 in population. let's check out my farming area. This is how it looks for now. And yeah, it continues to grow, of course. So we will be running out of space here at some point. Water-wise, we're negative again as well. So I'm gonna use once again one of my coastal sites. And this doesn't even break me even that much. So I need to build me another one right away. With enough rejuvenators, we can finally also implement the trade route that we need to finally get something to the moon as well. And that is, of course, the rejuvenators. 3 we need right now, only 65 we produce. So this should be fine. And of course, we're just going to make it very tiny so that we have a bit of a surplus there, like 5, to be done with it.
Colonists are constantly exposed to cosmic radiation. Their spacesuits fend off some of it. The rest is neutralized by potent medicine like this.
With the rejuvenators in, my miners have everything they need to level 2, level up. And that's of course exactly what we're doing right here.
Reporting for duty.
Once again, this looks a bit more sophisticated now than before. And we get tier 2, the officers in. They need a lunar lunch, anti-grav compensators, androids, and healthcare. And while in the area, we should also have unlocked now the big solar shield with that. There you go. So we don't need to place that many anymore. Let's have it here. So I can now have this district here forming.
Attention. Under provision of specific consumer goods detected. Attention. Under provision of specific consumer goods detected.
Now, once again, this was very expensive, but of course we continue with providing the lunar lunch to these people and follow our mission there as well. And this one here requires the aeroponic farm and also space galley. Both of them, well, are pretty expensive, 40,000 for one building, and they consume moon ice. Of that we have enough at the moment, so I just need those farms. And let's have them a bit further outside. I'm actually gonna go ahead, and I don't want to move them around so much, right? So once we place them, I want to forget them. So in this case, let's have it just around the crater. So this is one of the difficulties on this map, that you need to watch out for those craters because you cannot build close to them, of course. Yeah, some over here. This looks like a very beautiful, big, vast open space for a farming area. And let's just get this one done somewhere here. That's one massive field, also costing me a bit of electricity there. And then we can have those farms. And we're gonna need 11 lunar lunch already. Sounds like quite a lot actually to me. It's a pretty similar looking building with the lunar lunch that we can implement then right over here.
I'm glad you're not expecting your colonists to live off nothing.
And holy cow, that's one big module. With the lunar lunch coming in, we finally have unlocked the next step, the fusion reactor. Fusion energy is our best hope to meet humanity's increasing energy demand. And this one here will take quite some time, as when I check it up, the fusion reactor costs me 720,000 credits, and that's just one building out of the whole chain. So this will take quite some time before I can afford that. In the meantime, we can continue with another sector quest here for the treasure hunt that we are on. And we need to find now underwater warehouses. Or maybe, yeah, that's that. And tow them to these submerged structures. We got 2 of them. One is over here. And there looks to be something down here in the water. Yeah.
Not bad. However, there's still one little problem with the whole deal.
Alright. Still fighting them tsunamis, not expecting an answer, just let an old man wax philosophical. But you better build something that lasts. So, in order to get them up, we now need to provide materials, and that's cobalt. And we need to have a surplus production of 10. So right now it's 0. So I will probably need to use my cobalt mine that we have over there and just push more upgrades. Unfortunately, that's not enough. So we need to build another one, right? And sooner or later we need to do this anyway, so let's do it now to get that surplus. And yeah, now we need to wait 5 minutes. Of course, we're not doing that. We continue with the upgrade for more executives. And of course, I would also like to grow with the city itself. I think it would lead to a nice transition having then some smaller buildings out here. And then finishing this with a normal road. Ooh, I'm relieved that we actually closed it off here right away, just on the very last tile. So this double road here continues then all the way up into something else that I have no idea yet. Right, we're gonna need a whole bunch of other buildings then as well down the road. So this is something we can do. This is something we cannot do, even though I could think about a solution here. Going like that and then closing it off with a smaller building like these here, right? This actually works out just nice. Unfortunately this one, what went wrong on this one actually? Yeah, it's this row that doesn't really fit in there, so we can make a smaller road into that area. And since we have enough building materials, we can also go ahead and upgrade more people to executives in downtown. And I think that city is growing quite nicely. Oh no, unfortunately I need to fix a few things again. And we continue onwards then with Wildwater Bay and probably fusion reaction in the next episode. Stay tuned. Greetings everyone, hello and welcome back to Wildwater Bay, our glorious city that continues to grow. A city by Abstergo Industries that tries to solve the energy crisis, and that is getting to the moon and creating fusion energy over there. Now to the moon we've already made it. Creating energy is gonna be a bigger problem than we thought, especially since it's very expensive. We have way too small of a city here and we need to continue growing. Now growing is a bit of a problem for me right now because as we can see we're now even lacking food and water. So those two things I cannot endlessly grow anymore. Sure, I can build me a couple more farms here and just hope that we can make this one work kind of like. The problem though is that this is not gonna be enough, right? This whole space, and yeah, expanding to this space is unacceptable because this is all gonna be city space and we still also will need some industrial zones. So we only have one option, and that is expand to other territories. And boy, that's exactly what we're gonna do. Abstergo Industries wants to acquire new territory. Now for purchasing a new territory, it's actually rather difficult. Some of them actually need a lot of money, like the Madrigal Islands here. This is something totally out of the question right now. It would need twice as much. It actually costs more than what we can store right now as an account, right? So 2.5 million would be my maximum. The same applies here for Cape Amber. That is also something I cannot go for yet. We also don't have the required company level. The only territory I can go for right now is Walbrook Basin. It's the only option we have. It has a level requirement that is fine, and it has enough money so we can go for it. It's a remote, large island. Walbrook Basin is rich in mineral resources and provides ample room for settlements. Also, it's got the high humidity, which reduces the energy consumption of my farms. Let's go ahead and take over a new sector.
Wide meadows and towering mountains. And soon you will add an impressive skyline to the picture. But stay attentive. I was informed a Big Five company has been monitoring the ruined dam for quite some time now. I wonder if one could bring it into operation again. This would make this sector all the more valuable for your corporation.
And that's exactly what we want to do. Growing. And as we can see, we do have a bunch of options here now. We once again have a neutral trader right over here, Nick Papadakis, and he would also sell us resources. He would also purchase resources if we had them. We have a one small island over here, and we got the massive island over here. And of course we want to go for it. And look at this island. It has several very nice features. The first one is this huge bridge over there that we can restore. And the other one is that it's got this massive dam power project here that is in ruins right now. And we can repair this one to create even more energy. Really epic sight that is. Now the game is pretty hefty towards you, right? A bit annoying there even. We even need to pay another 25,000 credits just to claim this area there. What is going on? I just paid 1.5 million there. Now let's claim it. There you go. And yeah, that's actually a new island now. And the problem with this island will be now that we are also starting with almost zero workforce, right? So if I want to create industry here, not only will I need to invest heavily into this bridge first, right? I will also need to create an island here or a city that has workforce that we can use. The cool thing about this one is though, we have lots of mountainsides. Look at that. This is going to be glorious for my high-tech industry, and we also have water in ample supply here. Nice. Let's go ahead and create us a smaller settlement here. Now we can speed this up even further, because what we already have, of course, is some kind of production going for something else, and that is the biopolymers. So from Wildwater Bay into Walbrook Basin, I can go to get some biopolymers for now, so that we can quickly speed it up, right? So I could go for 40 right away. The same applies now for my robots that I would also like to get over, and let's also say that we get around 40 over just to start us, right? This costs me a bit, but I think it's fine for me, right? And with that, building materials are flooding in. So a new city, you don't really need to start from scratch, right? Rather, well, you need to just create the trade routes that, well, this one costs. Oh, very nice. With that, a small city is forming with around 1,500 inhabitants so far that we can already level up as well. And boy, I would like to do this right here in the city center, most likely, for the very first wave of new employees now coming in. And Anno 2205, as you've noticed, is not really making a distinction here between the tiers. So every tier of population, be it the normal workers, be it the operators, counts as workforce, right? It's just that in these buildings you have more workforce than in the smaller ones, so you can squeeze in more people, and this is something we can also see. So that we push probably around 2,000, 2,500 workforce people here on this island. That would be great for all the industry that we need. Now that's not enough though, because we don't have a lot of space in the base formation where we are right now. I need to settle somewhere else, and this is something we can do on the other side of the whole map. Claiming this area here too will cost me actually 100 graphene, which is a rare material that is only available in military missions. So I've done a few to grind me that resource here, and with that we have once again something else. Now, as you notice, and this is something I did not fully consider, we don't have the best amount of space available here. Now, acre-wise, it's one of the biggest islands, but it's a bit, yeah, you know, a bit convoluted, a bit, yeah, strange shapes where fields really are hard to build on, right? This area here looks pretty nice, right? So especially this one here will be a nice farm area, but I can already see the strength of this map here, of the sector, will be the minerals, the materials that we can get out of all the mountain sides and also all the coastal sides. So that's all the water that we're gonna need, right? And that's all the farm space that we're gonna need here. But especially important here will be then also the mining. Let's get this one done, and let's get this one over here. And once again, the workforce is shared sector-wide. And yeah, I can actually start now in this area here with my first farmland that I would like to have. For this, we also once again will need some warehouses, and then we can start pushing the water here. That's important. One of them we are going to need for tidal power plant, right? So I definitely will need more power overall. And then it's all about water and farming and harvesting and excavating and stuff like that. So what would really help, of course, in this way, for this would be the copy mode that we have in Anno 1800. Unfortunately, it's not there. So yeah, we actually need to place every single module ourselves. in order to make this work. We really want to scale this one up, right? So I'm going to keep a lot of space around the farms as much as possible. And then we're also going to have smaller industry zones like this one here, where we have then the smaller processing stuff that we're going to need, like for the vitamin drinks here. It's this one here primarily, right? And you can have then a bunch of them here set up and so on. And all of this, of course, so that my capital can grow even further. So that's also one of the limitations you have. You can only really make one big capital because all the other sectors are there to supply this. Now with that, we have a nice surplus now of vitamin and the food and also water, right? So water is one of the big additions that this sector really brings with it. And we are having a lot more water available here that we can use. Also up here, and water is really cheap, so I'm just gonna push a few of them, right? And yeah, with that, we are basically out of workforce almost, so that's something to consider. We are gonna need a lot of workforce modules for this sector then, right? So this is where we're also going to need lots of building materials and so on. Let's go back to the world map real quick, because now I can finally implement my trade routes here. So Walbrook Basin finally provides the food. Right now we miss 28 in Wildwater Bay, and now we can get 186 over there, right? So this is going to last us for a while. The same applies now for water, with the 55 to Wildwater Bay, where we're already starting to lack coastal sites. So this is going to be pretty important for us. And this will further boost my growth in Wildwater Bay. Now another thing we can already do is this bridge here. Since biopolymers and especially also my robots are coming in, we can start the upgrading of our very first bridge here, which is going to be a pretty massive construction that's going to take some time, right? So this is running now in the background, and once this is finished, we will be able to access then this flat land there together with the coastal sites again. That's something I also want to get. Now returning to Wildwater Bay itself, we will need to do a few things that lay the foundation for the future. That is designing a new agricultural district and a new industrial district. Both of them are going to be important. Now, as I said, I don't want to have a lot of agricultural districts here because they consume a lot of space. But for some productions, unfortunately, we need that. And one of them is the luxury food. We absolutely need to have it here because it will cost a lot of workforce. I just cannot do this on another sector. It will consume too much workforce, right? And the other thing is then that we want to start producing the nanotextile mill, so the IntelliWares. This is then an industrial zone. For this, we will need a microchip production on top of that. So where should we have this? We already have some farmland over there, but it's a very bad area, honestly. So this one here will be my future high-tech industry. So the city will probably grow all the way up to this point here, right? And then here we start with a nice high-tech industry that we can already start then in this area. For farming, I would like to use this area up here in the mountain area. Makes the most sense to me right now. It's a lot of flat land that we can use. This area would also work out nicely now that I think about it. Let's go for this area as my farming area. There's just way too much space. And the cool thing is we can then make a nice transition into the city. But of course, we should also not get too close to the city. For my luxury food, I will actually need 3 types of production here. And all of them consume space. One of them is the soy farm, the beef farm, and then also the winery. And really, this is going to be super nasty because I really hate this production because it consumes so much space. It's incredible. And we're going to have these soy farms here, somewhere along the line here towards the mountain, right? So that we can squeeze in a few of them here, right? So this should work out nicely. And as you can see, yeah, there's going to be quite a few. How much food do we need right now? So that's one of my only hopes. No, we need 114 luxury food already, and that's just with that city there. That's just incredible, right? It's not even half a city there, really, half a megacity. So you're gonna need a lot of it, unfortunately, that we need to push here. So let's go with another 2 right away. Now, as we build this industry, we can really see the limitations here. It's not only that the space goes up drastically, especially for those cow farms, it's also that we're out of money, like completely. And in that case, we need to ramp up my city further to get the taxes in. Now, what we can do, we already have a production of 28 wine over here. And we have a production of 28 beef, thanks to my small bee farms that I have so far. This should lead to some luxury food, and any kind of luxury food leads to a nice tax income. So I should also go ahead with this. We have the food design workshop here. One of them cost me 45,000 credits. And yeah, it's going to be one of the first bigger industries then that we have in this new industrial zone. So that's the safe food production. I probably would like to have it somewhere here then right away. There's the main road, by the way, right? So this will lead into a double road then eventually going in here, or even a triple road where my industry zone starts. And like every industry zone, we're also gonna need some warehouses here as well to accommodate that. And finally, we can place this one here. That's gonna be a massive income booster for sure. So that's just one factory, and you can see that it's already climbing because every resource we provide to executors is giving you in a lot of money as well, right? And that's one of them, and they look once again fantastic. Really like them, the design of them especially. And yeah, this one's already doing a nice production of 16, so we can then ramp it up further with those modules again. And let's just check it out how we can place them. Probably one here for 22,000. And then also another one here again. And we can do the same thing here and here. Creating one of these complexes will lead to more taxes. And yeah, that's actually almost equal now with the wine and beef we have. Leads to, yeah, halving basically my demand for that so far. There you go. The cool thing is this also leads to a lot of population growth, and this should lead to the next level right away, which actually unlocks us quite a few things and also gives me more money in again. Oh no, and just on time, we lose neural implants, which drops my population, and that's because we have an invasion there once again. Now, it's absolutely okay to hate on these missions, as they're happening quite often and disrupt your whole global network. But after a short time, we have also once again liberated the Arctic. And while we're here, let's also boost our production right away. With the last mining site that we have in this sector for now, we would need to settle on another island, which will cost me another whopping 360,000 credits. We barely have that. Now, with some production out of the way again, and also my balance recovering, let's continue with another city district. I think this here would be a nice location. Bear in mind, we always should reserve some space as well for more metro stations. So in this case here, that would be a nice new addition here then, right, that we can implement in this area. There you go, got a few more districts left and right as I continue with the main road all the way down here. At this point, I think here I would probably like to end the main road then with a massive junction that leads then into my corporate headquarters monument that we are going to build at some later stages once I have the resources for that. So somewhere here I can think about that for sure. And here also we have then all these main roads here coming together again, right? And then this one goes all the way up there to my double road that comes from the coast. Something like that along the way. So ample of space that we can use to grow. Very nice. So with that, we also leave ample room available for some smaller decorations and also bigger spaces then for parks and also all the big buildings that we're still going to need, like the corporate headquarters and also my stock market area, of course. Of course, this massive expansion here of the city itself will cost me more than what I can use right now. So we need to once again get to my other sector where we, well, boost my food production and also finish a bridge. Back in Walbrook Basin, there it is. For this bridge, however, we will need a 125 graphene. This is really annoying. Unfortunately, I will need to do another mission. And there you go, mission successful. Let's finish that bridge, our very first one that we can have now to the other side. It's actually a pretty massive bridge for, yeah, connecting us with only such a small area here, but it's absolutely worth it as we have way more coastal sites over here too. And of course, space that I can use for more farmable area. And the coastal sites we can use right away for more water connection, for example, that we're gonna need. And also over here for another slot. This leads to 25. I will probably still need to go for this one here too, to not have to do that all the time. And since, yeah, it's a bit further outside, we're also gonna need another warehouse for this area. And then, well, then comes the food. And for this, we need a couple more slots here. What's already kicking in here is that we do not have enough workforce anymore. So the drone racks will play an increasingly important role here to supply me all of the materials that I'm gonna. Back in Wildwater Bay, with a lot of surplus secured, we can also once again upgrade our districts. At least as long as we have building materials. That's the end of it already. Another district fully upgraded. Yeah, that's a lot of people flooding in and a lot of corporation levels coming in as well. Now, while this is on its way, let's continue with our sector project here. We have step 6 out of 6. This is though not the end of it yet. We need to load 50 super alloys onto my ship, which is on the way now. And once this one has loaded it, we can deliver them to the designated location.
You can be trusted. Good.
And with that, we have finished the first stage of this project here. And boy, what a difference as we're pumping out the water in this area here. Next level would be attract the population of workers. We're a bit ahead of that, and we need to wait 10 minutes though. And yeah, with that population boost to 82,000 and that income, we can finally also afford the next production chain, which is the IntelliWare, which is once again going to be a very expensive one. Let's have a look at that. For this, we're going to need flax plantations. Oh no, once again, something that consumes space. We need the silicon mines, nothing easier than that. Let's have the flax plantations first. I'm going to have them down here again as well, as we have still a bit of space available here. Bear in mind though that, yeah, I'm probably going to move a bunch of these fields at some point to other sectors, right? So this is not final or anything like that. The flax plantation, lucky us, it doesn't cost that much space. Yeah, this already leads to a surplus of 50 flax, so I'm gonna go ahead with that and be happy. And here we can now start with our first silicon mine all the way out, which has 4 slots available. However, once again, we reach the limits of what I can produce electricity wise. Well, the wind parks are still an option, but really they're a waste of space when you consider how much energy we need and how much this one is producing. So in those tiny spaces, I can squeeze him in, right? But for the bigger ones, we will need coastal sites, unfortunately. Let's just check it out. I think we should have... No, we don't have any coastal sites here anymore. This one is reserved for algae. And in Wildwater Bay itself, we are also really running out of coastal space now. This one is still possible, but we're gonna need a massive source of energy soon. Otherwise, we're gonna run into problems here. That's another 1,300 at least for now. For the silicon, let's have this one working. And yeah, let's have this one here working as my next site. Right, and that's already all I think I need. So let's go into my industry zone. Over here, we now have the microchip production out of the silicon and then the nanotextile mill. So let's start with the microchip production. It's gonna have this one somewhere over here at the end of my industry zone. Just beside my wind farm, really. And these look fantastic, I should say. That's already 55 microchips we're producing with that out of the silicon production. Very nice. And then we just need our nanotextile mill, which is once again a very big production. So I'm going to have this one on the other side here. And this is now the thing that really makes a difference, right? This will lead to tax income. This will lead to a population boost. And we also have a bit of space in here for modules, like for example worker reduction, though that is my least problem. The biggest problem definitely will be my energy consumption. So let's add those guys to this facility. And yeah, we can still push more. Cooperation level 30. Thank you very much for this.
Cooperation label adapted to reflect economic power.
For the next sector project stage 2, we work now on this ship here and deliver more resources.
Great. And you can take care of this here too.
Consumer analyses show unfulfilled.
I will also need that last island up here now, right in front of Wildwater Bay, which is gonna cost me $500,000 there again, but we can afford it this time around.
Conforms to regulations.
It has a few additional coastal sites that we can use, especially for energy production at this point, I think. And hey, at least one mining site that we can use for whatever we want. I think this will be silicon most likely. Ladies and gents, we have finished all the resources once again, reinforced them, and that means we can now upgrade to tier 4 finally, and those buildings are gonna look once again sexy. Let's go ahead and upgrade that first row of buildings to not only push us to 100,000 now on the population, but to also behold that site. Gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. Now this city is taking shape to become a true megacity with those buildings here. This is really pushing me also population-wise, also tax income-wise. And with that, we get investors, tier 4 residences. They have some needs now. Replicators, quantum computers, anti-grav compensators, androids, and entertainment, which leads to a stadium as one of my next big buildings that we'll also need to provide them. However, with that also comes a high enough income to probably now afford us then the fusion reaction. Alright, I'm not in the mood to stop here though, so we continue with a bunch more upgrades. We're also breaching a new title, customer's favorite. Yay, that sounds amazing. Well, the next one actually sounds nice, a small enterprise.
Construction options.
It's also time to add another district while we're at it, and that will probably be here somewhere. Very nice. And yeah, so far so good. That city has grown now. Another 16,000 people moved in, and also my balance. We can really look at that. We actually reached also the limit of the account balance here. That's 3.5 millions. Now, before we do that, before we do any other projects, let's finish this project here. That is the stage 2. That is Rising Tide. So the ship is looking a bit more lively again, right? Has some lights on it. Some people wandering around, and in that case, next we have another submerged structure over there that we can now finish.
I kept my side of the bargain, but don't go shouting it from the roof.
And with that, stage 2 has been finished. Onwards to stage 3 with Trenchcoat's project a bit later. Because now, well, the moon has it again, and in this case here, we want to finally start with the fusion reaction. We have now the financial means for that. However, before we do that, we do need a bit more workforce. So expanding the moon base is one of my next targets. Let's actually have another maintenance depot right here beside the other one, because we're gonna need a bit more maintenance. By the way, can we still expand one of my solar panels? We can't, so I will also need to use another site here to get more electricity in. Before you can produce any electricity with the fusion reaction, you need to invest a lot of electricity first. There you go. And with that, we can also once again push a few more people here. We should be able to increase now the radius, getting rid of that one. And then push this one over here. Just some time really before the next meteors hit them. And with the upgrading of more technicians, we should also have unlocked now the next production chains that we need. That is the fusion preparation plant. Now, working on fusion reaction is expensive and it's complex. So the helium-3 that we need for it is possible on the moon, right? Then we have the deuterium. For this, however, or the fusion preparation plant that produces the power cells, we do need deuterium. And deuterium, well, we are not getting this one here. And fusion power cells and rare earth elements work then in the anti-G workshop that has then the anti-grav components, and all of this culminates in the fusion reactor. Deuterium, well, that is something new. If I want to produce deuterium, we need to go to the Arctic and we need to expand our base here much further. We need 1,500 scientists. We only have 240 right now. So this is going to be a challenge. We do need to start by the basics once again, getting the fish in, getting canned food in, and stuff like that. Above all, we need more shelters, way more shelters.
Under provision of specific consumer goods detected.
The main problem, beside workforce, is of course electricity, so we will also need to settle on another island here in Archaea Flows. And this one provides me the mountain sites that we're gonna need to also push more power. And finally, we can also upgrade more of them. This leads now to the next production chain of the Pharma Lab. It's still not enough though for deuterium. Now we can already work on the next production, which is the stimulants. Fortunately for us, we do have a lot of coastal sites. So we are a bit limited with the mining sites, but coastal sites, that's something we can do. Like over here, a coral farm, for example, producing now corals for us. Let's actually push this one right away 2 times. We can afford this to a production surplus of 6. My demand for stimulants is 21. Let's just see how much we need of that, right? Oh no, okay, it's a 1-to-1 consumption rate, unfortunately, so this is going to be really expensive. It is, however, also once again generating heat for us, so this is something I can always gladly take. But unfortunately, we're not going to be able to, process that much of that many stimulants at the moment. That's it, actually, right? Let's also have a warehouse close by to get this done and have the production now kicking in. Yeah, it'll lead to some more scientists, right? Pushing in with that. We could also get the luxury food over, but that's already a bit limited in Wildwater Bay as well. Let's have a few more upgrades. I really want to push for deuterium at this point. We have finally unlocked something very valuable in the Arctic, and that's the gas power station. Not only does it produce more energy than the previous geothermal plant, it also consumes no mining site. So in this case, the only thing we need is 1 mining site to produce the methane, but with that one we can then get several out. So let's just find us this. And let's claim the last island in Archaea Flows for a ridiculously, obscenely large sum and get us the mining site here going. That one. Sorry, methane gas actually needs the coastal site that we have over here.
Transfer route inefficient. Cause.
Right, producing now 17, and with that we can now get the geothermal gas station going. The cool thing about this one is it also has a lot of heat radius, so it makes sense to get this one going somewhere out here where we are not yet, and this one is now consuming this for producing a lot of energy. And let's just see how many we can squeeze in here really. Right, that's it. And that's producing 1,000 energy surplus now without the need of any additional site. Also, it looks pretty epic, I think. And after a few more upgrades, we have also unlocked deuterium now, finally. Producing deuterium is actually quite simple. All you really need is a coastal site. So I'm gonna make sure that we grab us these two here. Right, and get us the first deuterium going. Also, of course, expanding this one right away. I might actually get me another logistics center here going. There you go. And with that, we have a total deuterium production of 20. Now with that out of the way, let's go back to space and create us this trade route now for deuterium. And we need to have a trade route from the Arctic to the moon. Unfortunately, we need a spaceport expansion for that. Or we deliver the deuterium to Wildwater Bay and from Wildwater Bay to the moon. I'd rather actually upgrade my Arctic spaceport. And once the space elevator has been established, we're now able to get us this trade route going. Now with deuterium coming in, the fun is finally starting, and that is the helium-3 extraction out of a mining site.
Helium-3, the fuel of the future.
And it's actually got quite a nice volume to that as well. 13 helium-3 that we can produce out of that. Though it's of course quite expensive. This one cost me 4,000 in maintenance costs alone. And with that, we already halved our maintenance surplus with all the expansions we've made so far in order to get that fusion power going. Next in line is the fusion preparation plant. The helium-3 and deuterium are being processed into fusion power cells. Once again, very expensive that is. Let's just find out where we can exactly place it. Yeah, I think actually this is a good location. Far away from the settlement so we can grow that settlement further. And I would definitely like to start with them here. 45 titanium platings as well. Holy cow. Let's have 2 expansions to this. For now, we can have more of them. And they look also, once again, pretty nifty. And this unlocks me now the next step here, the fusion power cells. The fusion power cells we can actually use to also upgrade our spaceport, which is one thing that we should do because we want to transfer electricity at some point. And we can only do it by upgrading the spaceport. While this is on its way, we can also now finally prepare the fusion reactor. This will produce 4,000 on the base module. It will cost me 720,000 credits, titanium plating, and it will consume fusion power cells. And yeah, we want to do this right away. Let's get me my own fusion power site going. I think we might actually just do it here as well. So let's just merge these two. For the protection that is needed. And with that, we can start with our very first fusion reactor.
It works. It really works. You've just created a clean supply of infinite energy. This will catapult humanity into a new era.
And this hopefully solves my energy problem.
With the world. The global union wants you to build the 2 most powerful energy transmitters ever seen.
Spaceport ready.
And the cool thing is we can now add modules to that also produce a lot of electricity then with that. 4,000 is a lot. And let's just also finalize the spaceport.
The energy crisis, oh yes.
And with that we have a nice beam now that goes out into space.
Then they press the population of the moon for a solution. Now they come to rob us of the fruits of our labor.
And once again, good old Drake is interfering. I will also need to implement a fusion power cell production now to Wildwater Bay. Let's go with, yeah, a surplus of 10. We're gonna need this to upgrade that spaceport here to the final state, the transmission spaceport.
Spaceport upgrade will be implemented under provision of specific consumer goods detected.
There it is. Another massive bump of graphene is needed to finalize it. And there it is.
Drake, whenever you think you have a moment to catch a breath, he creeps out of his lair. But I've had it with all the hide and seek.
It's time to strike back and defeat Drake.
It's way the official procedures. But I activated an old contact of mine.
Funny thing is, we could also just reach the next corporation level, but that is boring.
There. Drake's Fortress of Solitude. And I see it's pretty well guarded. Nothing you can't cope with, I hope. Get me to a server access point or something so I can hack into their database. Could be we'll have to find more than one, though.
Oh, we have a visitor. All ships, battle stations. Show them what good hosts we are.
The final mission against Drake. Let's just do this.
Underway.
And once again, we need to fight our way through dozens of enemies with their self-exploding ships. I hate them. Oh, there's some items over there that we need to grab.
Battle stations.
Getting all the fuel is important, as we will need to repair quite often, I feel.
Green to go. Target acquired. Weapon systems online.
Okay, where is the stuff that I need to hack? It's actually over there, number 1. Can we get through that wall? Yes, we can. Actually gonna shoot my way through this. Also here. Those nuclear missiles are very powerful. There you go. Now we need to stay in this area for a short time to capture it.
Target acquired.
Repair drones launched.
Coordinates confirmed.
Looks good. That is number 1. And number 2 is it over there? Here. Yes, it's that one.
Weapon systems online.
Oh boy, getting attacked from behind now too.
Open fire.
Need to emergency repair my ships there real quick.
Weapon systems online.
Another missile barrage. This will come in handy. Here, unfortunately, I cannot pass, so we will need to go around that. Lots of missile barrages. I would love to use them all. Like so. There are also these special depots there that contain resources that we should definitely grab along the way as well. This one here, for example. Bit of iridium coming out of that, and lots of graphene. At this point I could also call in my support fleet to make this last push a bit easier.
Full speed ahead.
And also a nice EMP pulse that also does a lot of damage.
Clear for action.
Ah, and we're also getting 150 graphene out of this mission once we finish it like this.
Wasn't easy hacking into their mainframe. And without you, I wouldn't have made it.
Super nice. Also getting another upgrade here to 13, and we can upgrade once again some ships.
I think you cleaned that set. You did a good job. The net report
Is Earth's
And with that we're getting the conclusion.
especially in
The lack of reliable energy sources on Earth is the greatest weakness, and yeah, create a transfer route for energy between the two. And that's exactly what we can do now. The 4000 in Mare Relictum will be transferred to Wild Water Bay. Not all of it. Definitely gonna keep me some power left. And let's confirm.
Energy transmitter online. Starting test protocol for energy transfer. All parameters in the green. Energy transfer successful. Congratulations. You have completed all lunar licensing program objectives. Fusion energy transmission will now meet the world's energy demand and enable mankind to implement new means of galactic travel. Global Union is grateful for your cooperation.
one last point remains on my project plan, and that is to thank you for all you've done for humanity. You're the forerunner of a new
Oh,
era
I
of
gladly
lost
did it.
media.
And this concludes the Let's Play. Nah, of course not. It concludes the tutorial, the intro mission to this Let's Play. And we continue onwards in the next episode. We have also this endgame mission now, attract a lot of investors to build the corporate headquarters. We're gonna need a lot of production chains with that, new sectors, new sector projects, yeah, and more fun, hopefully, to create a truly massive sci-fi megacity here in Wildwater Bay. I hope you enjoyed this one. Energy transfer completed. Now the fun begins. Stay tuned. What a find it is. Hello everyone and welcome back to Wildwater Bay, our growing megacity made by Abstergo Industries. How very good of you to join once again after the very exciting last episode that we had. That is finally transferring fusion energy to Earth. And yeah, that is gonna change a few things. So let's continue right away. Having basically endless energy available now. Well, it's not endless, of course. It's very expensive actually to get this type of energy in, but still it's a lot. We can afford now to finally reducing then the amount of tidal power stations that we have to solve our growing water concern. So one thing, well, we solve, the other one comes up. Water it is, so we would like to get rid of this one here for now, to use that one here with the water now. There you go. And to also use that one here with the water now. And with that, 2 more coastal slots have been, well, used. As a matter of fact, we continue onwards with those 2 here as well. And I think that's actually almost all of them that we have now. And it looks like this is a lot of water. Well, basically it's not, right? So we will need to find new ways of getting even more water into Wildwater Bay at some point. The other thing we can do now is also using the coastal sites that we have still on this island here for more algae production, and with that also more replicator production that we also need on the moon. Pushing this one requires a lot of space once again. Space is something that we have on this island for now, but we are also running out of it at some point. We still have lots of algae, so I would like to, yeah, try and squeeze in another one here. Should be possible, right? There you go, that was quite nice. And also pushing then the replicator factories themselves. So with that we have a surplus of 60 again. Scaling up the industry is basically one of the most important things at this point. So you need to have the space, you need to have the resources to plop down all these modules that we need. And also for, yeah, productions that need several steps now before you can finish them. This also leads once again to my luxury food that we have now over here. And also once again another military mission, hooray! Using more mountain sites is also one of the problems that we have, as we are running out of them. For a bit more silicon, we are squeezing everything. This also leads me to having yet another nanotextile mill that we can finalize right over here. Oh, wait a second, this one still has modules. With the growing industry, well, of course, we can upgrade our city again. That is pretty much the ultimate goal right now. For this also we need once again more service buildings. One thing though, we cannot scale up that much further anymore in Wildwater Bay, and that is food and vitamins. Now food is running low now, and vitamin drinks are already pretty red. So those are the things that we need to also solve at some point. For information, also just single buildings do not cut it anymore. We need to have like information blocks like this one here, so we can kind of like squeeze them together. We could even have a massive block consisting of 4 of them, right, looking away from each other. I think this will also look quite okay, as this one counts for the whole city. What's getting more important now are these modules, really, especially for the workforce in my smaller islands, so that we are still able to operate mass industries without having to build massive cities all the time. Unfortunately, we do not have something like a commute pier in Anno 2205. if you add the full capacity of the drone racks, like these here, for example, there we have the drones working for the fields. Actually, what you can do is you can minimize the workforce from 140 to only 1. And that means that you can basically work these for free. And that is the goal. Unfortunately, this costs a lot of construction materials that we still also need to get in somehow. And once again, we can then also go ahead and, yeah, push our production to the next level, our population. That is here with some bigger blocks, perhaps like this. Now while we're here, we could also now work on some of those ornaments. That is, for example, with the big parks in these corners and courtyards that we have. 18,000 for one of them. That's something we can afford at this point. Of course, the big central park here is still something that we should tackle, and I would like to do this now. We have a couple of options. Unfortunately, these are all the ornaments that I have right now. So in that case, we can only go ahead and, yeah, make a bunch of them on either side. So for example, that we have the bus stops. I would like to start integrating them right away. Probably not along the main road right away, but somewhere here on the side road, right? This one. And then we could go ahead and have it on the other side as well, over there. Makes sense to me to have also a bike station close to the bus stop, where people can also park their bikes and whatnot. And right in front of it, we have then some parking slots where you can access these areas. Yeah, something like that. I would like to have in the center a big reserve where people can also enjoy just some greenery. And it's probably gonna be the central area. And this central area is then also surrounded by bigger leisure activity gardens that we can have on both sides. And holy cow, that is expensive. That whole park probably cost me $500,000. And I think it's quite okay. So you have the leisure activities right next to the streets, together with the stops, and oh, that's actually an arcade center. Trials Fusion can be played here. In the future, they're still playing the same game. Incredible. And then as you go deeper into the park, you have then a more dense forest area. Not entirely sure. We don't have any parks, unfortunately, that I could use for this. Would be lovely. But who knows? Perhaps something else is coming, and we can then just add it here as well. We continue with the upgrading, especially here, close to the town center. You can have a lot of upgrades happening. I think close to the docks, we haven't even done it yet, so that's also something here. And then probably also here. And with the latest expansion of the city with the new districts, we are really finally running into a water problem that I cannot solve anymore on this map. At least if I'm not getting rid of any other coastal sites like this one here. So what we need to do now, I can, of course, produce more water somewhere else. I can also start a new transfer route now from the space station, the international market, and we pay, for example, 80 credits for 1 water, and I can go up all the way to 500. This would then actually lead to 42,000 on the cost side, so that is really expensive, but it would give me another 500 water. Of course, we can ramp this one up over time. For now, I would like to start with probably, let's just see, let's make it another 30. I can always adjust this trade route, and I never really want to pay too much for it. So 4,000 we are paying with that now, which is a lot, by the way, right? So water is going to be really expensive down the road. It's at this point that we also need more electricity, be it because of more production on the moon or on Earth, and each one of them costs me 400,000 to provide an additional 2,000 electricity. Building another one provides me 4,000 electricity with 700,000. So I think for now what I'm actually gonna do, I'm just gonna build me a whole bunch of a different one. Oh, wait a second, no, not relocation. I want to build it, but we cannot actually build it. Okay, there you go. We actually needed more electricity in order to build this one here. In this case here, we have now 2 of them. That's another 4,000 electricity again that we get out of that. However, oh, actually, no, it's fine. Fusion power cells, that we have them 3. Now, there's something else. We're producing bioenhancers and fusion power cells on the moon in quite some higher capacity here. So what we can do is we can sell some surplus sometimes I should say. 100 of them, for example, would bring me in almost 300,000, right? And we do have 180 available. So let's do this and get some quick money in. It's even better for the bioenhancers, as we do have over 100 in stock, and 370,000 we get out of that. And look at that even here, the oxygen. That sounds very reasonable, so we can sell them for a bunch to get more money in. We need this money then for new industries and of course sectors. Back on Earth, we have updated a lot of industry. This makes it possible now to increase the density of my inner city, which is one of the most profitable things that you can do. There you go. That's a whole bunch of additional executives moving in. And I just hope that they're paying their dear taxes. Also leveling up once again. You can also see how quickly we are about to reach the next level. There you go. Now we might actually reach 40 and then we would be a surprise success company. That would be interesting. I think we would need to upgrade a bunch more. We are actually running low on biopolymers, so let's just purchase 100. As with that we can just upgrade more quickly. And oh yeah, we could also upgrade them to investors right away. We probably would not like to do this right away though. Let's go for these guys here. And this reaches level 40, finally. 3 million on the bank account and a nice balance. And of course, it's even more fun when we can upgrade to investors. Let's do it for these guys here. Now, finally, after upgrading and having enough money again, what Abstergo Industries can do now is finally expanding to a new district. And boy, we need that. And that is Viridian Coves of my next one. That's actually a map that you can only unlock with the DLC Frontiers. And it's also one of the biggest maps in this game when it comes to buildable space. And yeah, it's definitely going to be an interesting one because we are going to also build up a massive city over here that is then really supplying Wildwater Bay as a whole. So this one did cost me quite a bit, but it's gonna be worth it.
Big place. We'll see if it's big enough for ambitions like yours. One of my colleagues already has high hopes for the area. I'm sure he will ask you to join in his latest prestige project.
And yeah, we can just see how massive this one is. It's actually the map where I originally built my megacity, right, a couple of years ago, because it is so massive. And it's a pretty nice one, right? But it has a massive river in the center, dividing your city basically. Yeah, that's not super ideal, but it was actually a really nice one. This time around, though, it's still going to have a massive city, but it's also just going to be there for production. Look at all the farmable space that we have over there. That's going to be super nice. We're claiming it. Also interesting about this one, it only has one docks area, right? So this is the only area that you can claim. And now we're expanding with bridges to the other sides then as well that are going to be quite expensive. Speaking about expensive, yeah, that's my construction materials. So we still have the construction material going. No, we don't have that going anymore. So we can now actually start with that again. That is the biopolymers going to Viridian Coves, and that's also the robots, right? They're the ones, the 40 going over there to Viridian Coves, so that we really start with the construction materials. And just to be safe, you know what, I'm also gonna get some, yeah, I'm also gonna readjust this trade route here a bit and get the super alloys over as well, right? So we can also do that to Viridian Coves. Even though we're not gonna need super alloys that quickly, it's still nice to get them in here somehow. Now we're gonna start right away with getting that road over, and I'm actually not gonna build anything here. We're rather just gonna expand that bridge right away to the other side where we're gonna build that city that we need. In the meantime, what we can do here is I would like to, since we're gonna need a lot of construction, I would really like to focus on what's important right away, and that's the construction material production, of course. So we're gonna have the robots here, and we're gonna have also the energy coming out of a tidal power plant right over there. We could, of course, get the fusion power over, but it's not super necessary right now. Right now, for me, what's important here is the construction for the robots. And with that, we're also gonna need a warehouse then right over there. We can start with a building material production. Yeah, it's a tiny one. You don't need to have that much of it going, right? So those fields are gonna be fine. Wait a second, is there a coastal plant? There is. It was actually not visible. There you go, right? And then we can also have our biopolymer production right next to this one here, with I think also another module then that we can attach to this one. Yeah, workforce is needed. That's exactly what's coming in soon. And that was rather quick, and we can already finish that bridge right over there into that massive size that we have over here. And I'm just gonna push it probably like so, connecting it then with the bridge that we have. And this one continues then all the way up to the north. I think, can we build this one? Yeah, we can queue it in already, right? So that's gonna take some 15 minutes. It's okay. And in the meantime, though, we can already start with our city production. Or city construction. So that's probably gonna be my go-to city here, right? This space. And yeah, just for the sake of it, let's build it. Alrighty, and here we are. We have a functional city now with a bit of workforce, and yeah, we're also getting in the food and the water already. Though, of course, as we can see, once again, yeah, the problems remain the same. That is my water, that is my food, and my electricity. Sometimes logistics even, but yeah, that's out of the question. There you go. Another warehouse as well. Now with that city, I'm waiting now for that bridge to finish, and also for getting a few more building materials in. Then we can already upgrade. And there you go. Upgrading that bridge unlocks us now the real farmable area then. So all the way here, this is all gonna be massive farmland for the mega city. And also, let's go ahead and just upgrade some juicy buildings here to the next level. So this is now the city that will provide then the workforce for all that farming. And perhaps even high-tech, depends on how good education in the city is. So that we can sustain that. Lots of buildable building materials now coming in, thanks to no longer using them on bridges. And yeah, with that, we have already the food farming starting here. You really want to use every space available, so this can be one of those blocks, right? What we also will need here is a lot of vitamin drink production. So that's one of the major things. I might even consider using then my beef farming here, honestly. For the investors, we primarily need stuff that needs minerals, right? So that's mountainsides. It's not a lot of agriculture that investors need anymore. The executives basically have it with the flax, with the beef and stuff like that. So this is consuming the most space that I can think of. The rest is really just mountainsides. And also electricity, of course, like this tidal power station. Since we are getting a lot of water in with the trade routes, I'm totally happy with using the coastal sites here for power, right? So that's my primary source of it. So that we can specialize this really into a power hub for tidal power as well. And yeah, what we can already start is the vitamin production then. This is really important as Wildwater Bay also has a deficit of over 100 vitamin drinks right now. So this looks like a very nice spot for this. What we definitely will need though is some warehouses here close by. They don't have a road. There is the road. There you go. And yeah, let's get cracking. And yeah, this is kind of like the foundation, and from here we can continue now. Bear in mind that we also need those drones, of course, because every farm needs 140 workforce. With the drones, it's just one, right? And in order to save me some workforce there, we need to use these drone hubs for sure. This tiny hub here is already producing us 600 fruits, so that is gonna last us for a while. But of course, we also need the food processing industry, and that would be then over here. And for this, once again, we will also need to have some warehouses then. They consume a lot of logistics, right? And then you can have these fruit plantations right over here. And once again, with these guys here, we want to use, of course, the maximum amount of modules. So this is also not so easy to actually manage out because I think it's uneven. No, it's even. Very nice. And then we have these drone hubs as well. So each one of them looks like this. That one squeezed in looks like this, and that would be a full block then as well of these guys here. And we can then basically copy this. I would really love a whole copy function of a whole block, right? But unfortunately, that's not possible. And yeah, there you go, 380 vitamin drinks. Let's just check out the world map and get us those vitamin drinks over to Wildwater Bay. And once again, this is also going to last us for quite some time. Though, of course, the trade routes also cost me now something. Quite a bit, that is. Let's keep a bit of a buffer there once again that we can develop in Viridian Coves. Gonna be a question how many of these fields here we're gonna need. So we could say let's have a look and just try to get this one all the way here, right? So that this is my fruit farming area now that we have, and that we can still continue to develop. Next on the list would be the wine production. For this, we have that building here available. Once again, we might be running out of logistics rather quickly. And then, of course, we just go ahead and plaster this one full with it. Unfortunately, this is just made so that there is one tile left over all the time. But if you use, for example, a warehouse in between, you can actually make a nice block out of that. Once again, this requires a lot of workforce, and once again, we will need to have these drone hubs. And the cool thing is you can actually then just squeeze them in here at the end of it, like so. And this is now a full block for wine production. Regarding beef, it's also going to get a bit complicated over here, but only because of this massive amount of space that you need. So in this case here, we can really plaster all of this here full now with beef farms. And then we have also the respective soy farms right over there. They're actually rather space efficient, or yeah, they have a minimal footprint here to produce a higher quantity of that. Yeah, without having to wait for too long, we have now several trade routes going from Viridian Coves into Wildwater Bay, where we can then use the workforce that we have over there to finalize the production, like luxury food, for example. And with all of that out of the way, we can now make another push here in my city center for the next investors. And don't forget, of course, now that we have the foundation for the mass production of the lower tiers, it's easy to just expand on them, so I'm not going to show that anymore.
New level of success reached.
Don't forget, if we want to continue upgrading, we actually need these type of buildings several times, right? So I cannot just mass upgrade everyone to investors. So that's basically also something that Anno usually does, that it forces you to have an organic looking city more or less. So you can't have all of this here plastered with investors, right? You need to have all the lower tier types there as well to some extent. So this is going to be the challenge here, to spread this out optimally across the landscape here, and only then can we actually also upgrade some people to investors again. Still, population is moving in to the next level, and we should also be breaching 200,000 right now. And there you go, 200,000. Okay, it's also time now to start entering the stock market, and the stock market opens up the trading floor for us, where we can then finally trade shares. Let's join it. Has irreversible effects on this corporation, and a backup will be created. There you go. That also means now that the other AI opponents can take over our company, right? So it's important that we also continue now using my financial power to purchase shares from the other ones. And there we have all the other competitors now, Ibarra Fox, for example. And the cool thing is, if I purchase shares, we're actually getting influence into them. We can also take them over at some point, and we do get bonuses out of that. So in this case here, she, for example, has the bonus here for the electronics. So everything electronics related in my industry actually gives me a boost out of that one then here down the road as well. We can also see here a prognosis of where that company is going right now. So for example, this guy here, Uzoyev, he's actually going down. So he's losing, he's having a bad time right now, and his share values are dropping because of that. So I could speculate on purchasing his shares, right? And then speculate that he's going up again at some point. We can also help out with that later on. But for now, let's actually go ahead and also initiate an auction here with influence. And yeah, there we have it now. Influence, that's my corporation influence. We're getting this one every hour that is generating. And we can use this to, buy us into one of them. And now an auction has started. It's going to take some time here now. They're kicking it in. We can use influence to dominate the auction, to influence it directly, right? For example, to say that no one is doing anything anymore, or that we also get a final cut of 15% into this here. So let's just see where it's going. We got 9 millions now. That's because, of course, my shares are not publicly available, and we do get that money in from that. And oh yeah, they really want this, right? Let's also push in 3.3 million. I did not honestly expect such a price on this, right? So that was a really high price, but with that we got the first share of Uzoyev, and right now we're not really benefiting from this share, right? But I'm speculating that we got a nice price on that for the future. We can also have an overview over what each one of the sectors is doing. For electronics, for example, we are getting all the drones in, the storage depots boost and stuff like that. For the heavy industry, we have all the mining, for example, that is being affected by that. Biotech, we have all the production that has something to do with algae production or Android factories, and so on. Last but not least, we can also do some espionage in this menu now, and that means that we can hire insiders into these companies, like Lei Sheng, for example, which I think, based on my number, seems to be the biggest competitor right now. So we can purchase another insider, right, for another 10 influence, and we can use this power then to, for example, make her weaker. We can have a hacker attack on her. We can have a product recall, and this would hurt her directly so that her shares would go down in value. Right now I want to use my influence though to continue purchasing shares. That's one of the most important things right now. So Lei Sheng, she's really valuable right now, of course, because her credit balance is just so good. So let's do a risky move here and enable this auction, right? And now it's gonna go down, and competitors are less likely to place high bids. Let's also use this influence bonus right away, so that there is a good chance that this is not gonna be the highest price, even though, of course, I should probably not say it out loud. And look at that, that's a really low value right now.
Satisfactory.
There you go. That was a super nice bargain, honestly, right? This also gives me 7,000 on the share value right away, and we get a 3% influence on energy market. So this was a really nice one, honestly, right? It was a bargain that was way low below Uzoyev, for example. And we're profiting from that, of course. So as we can see with Uzoyev, we have now 3% on the biotech benefits, and with Lei Sheng we have 3% on the energy benefits, right? So energy would be then here my whole energy production. So we should be able to see this right away on the energy balance on the moon, for example. Yes, but we do have now 1,000 more electricity available. I think it was 500 electricity more that we can now transfer over, for example, to Wildwater Bay. So things are getting really crazy difficult or crazy complex as well with all of the stock market, right? And yeah, we just initiated auctions. The competitors can do this as well. And if it's our auction, then our shares, we need to hold on to that. So I need to keep some money there now available at all times as well. One thing that was unlocked with this though is the stock market grants additional promotion rights depending on the number of residences in the surrounding area. So this is also really important. As we know now, right? These here, you cannot upgrade endlessly, but if I have a stock market close by, we can actually influence this one in addition, and I would like to do this. And let's just get us a nice location on this one, on the stock market. So I think it makes sense to have this one somewhere here close to the center, of course. And honestly, I would really like to have it here in the city center. I don't really need that information center there. So let's just move this away. And what we're also going to have is I'm going to move this one away to create another information block. And then I'm just going to move my investors over into this area. Right, and with that we have a bit of space available now that I can use. I think we still need to get rid of that area though. Yeah, it's not going to be that easy. And having this space now available, I can then finally push in my stock markets. Let's just do this. I think we need to turn it and get it another nice entrance here.
Warning. Unfulfilled demand.
It's a really cool building, especially if you zoom in like this. And it's a public stock market now. And as far as I know, we can have several of them now, right? But of course not within the same radius. So we should really do this to maximize our upgrading potentials then, right? To really maximize the amount of executives we can have, the amount of investors we can have. And with another push in upgrades, we should be, I still don't have enough biopolymers, that's incredible. But I really want to go ahead and upgrade this whole area now. And with that, we also have now this whole central area surrounded by investors. And with that, we are also closing in onto 50 corporation level, which is going to unlock me a whole bunch of things again. We have another world market route then, and especially we are a mid-size business.
Corporation label adapted to reflect.
I love the next one, Dark Horse. And with that latest push of investors, we have also unlocked the next service building, now a public building. That's a stadium for the investors. So funnily enough, they want to go to soccer matches. And in this case, we need to provide. And the thing is, the entertainment supply demand is already at 30 now, right? And each one of them provides me 10. So we will really need to build 3 stadiums just to get this going. So I think one we're going to have right here by my subway station. By the fields, right? So property value is rather cheap here. We can actually squeeze in a bunch more of these smaller houses than here. And then have the road going all the way down, right? Just here where we are then at the end of my city really. Where people living close to nature. As close as nature can be. And yeah, with that, we got the first stadium. It's a beautiful building once again, very detailed. Has its own little plaza area, so you don't really need to provide this on top of it. And there's even a mighty airship close to this as well, showing you the weather of today. Funny enough, every stadium we build is pushing my population quite hard because we fulfill this service demand, right? So that's something to consider. However, a stadium costs me 500 electricity at this point. So yeah, things are getting more expensive. We're gonna need more fusion power again soon. Let's build me one more. We could probably have one here by the ocean. That would look lovely, I think. Somewhere here. Doesn't really matter where it is. Holy cow, the deficit has only grown. It's crazy stuff, how many of those you need. Might actually also be worth it to have then a metro station close by, because you also have a demand for this, obviously. And yeah, people, of course, go there by public transportation, usually. Now, I was talking about the expansion of fusion power. Not only that, but I also would like to start on replicators, my next production chain for the investors, one of the more complex ones. And in this case here, we do need a surplus of rare earth metals or rare earth elements. We do have the mining already going on here. By the way, since we have plenty of resources, I might consider also adding me some drones now to the moon as well. Especially since, yeah, workforce here is also rather tight as it stands. So finding the more workforce intensive industries could be beneficial for us, right? Like this one here, for example. Definitely want to add that. We need another mountainside as well to get the rare earth elements going. I'm gonna have this one all the way out here. Is this shielded? No, it's not. So I will also need to provide one. Let's go with a smaller one. And then have us another mine going here. Right, and we definitely also will need to work on more fusion power. So that's these guys here with the modules. And yeah, I think we can go ahead now and afford these modules, right? So if I have 2 more, that's another 4,000 electricity. Those are providing now, right? Yeah, actually we could go for this one too and this one too, right? Why not? There you go, having this one full. This is a lot of workforce though, so I will also need to get me my drones going to automate my fusion power. That's 8,000 electricity. Hooray! Rare earth elements are also working here now. So I think that's it for the moon already again. And now we start a transfer route of rare earth elements going from the moon to Wildwater Bay. 41 it is. I'm also going to push more electricity up to 14,000 now that we get over to Wildwater Bay. And with this out of the way, we can theoretically now start with the next production chain. However, we need more space. And this is where my food industry comes in, that we are now having in the Viridian Coves. And I can finally get rid of those farms here, right? Of course, we suffer from that when it comes to food, but we can have more food in Viridian Coves. And I'm going to need this new block here for my next industry. And of course, actually, I would also need to get rid of this. So let's do it right away. This will, of course, cost me because we're now running out of fruits. Very nice. Cleaned it up and got the production back in here. Now with that out of the way, we can now work on this. The replicators is something that needs a lot of power and a lot of very valuable materials. And one of them is the diamond mine. And for this, we once again need to consume a mountainside with that one here. So, oops, it's gonna be one of the last mountainsides I think that we have. So we will need to get the diamonds in from somewhere else then as well along the way. Let's just expand this one too right away. Once again, a lovely looking industry. And the diamond mine now works and produces 30 diamonds. That's actually quite a lot, right, when we consider all things. And we do need 53 replicators at this point for my industry now, over my population. And the next one is now the rare earth elements and the diamonds. And look at the consumption here. We need 5 diamonds and 1 rare earth element to make this work. So this is quite a big ratio here that we have. And let's have it all the way up here right away to start producing us those diamonds. Of course, we're not gonna need the actually, we could make it like so. We're not gonna need the workforce modules here. What actually would make sense for this type of industry now? Holy cow, how long can we push this one? Right? This needs 2,000 energy, right? And 12,000 on the maintenance. We're producing with that now a whopping 54 multi-specs prisons. So that will be enough, of course, for a while. But yeah, in this case here, that is a very, very expensive industry. And what we can do here is we can use now the accumulator unit. I haven't used this one yet because it's only worth it for the high cost industry, and that's this one here. And this is reducing now the energy consumption by 200 per module, right? And you definitely want to have them here. So with that, at least 1,000 electricity less, and this is going to add up then, right, with all the buildings that we're going to need. All right, so this is the nano cutting unit, and next is now the replicators, the neutronium lab. I just love these buildings and names. They, however, also consume microchips, right? And microchips is something that we need. It needs silicon, and we are producing the microchips. Where was it again? There they are, right? And the microchips only need the silicon, so we have plenty of that. So I can use this area here to continue with that. But look at that, where once the limiting factor was the farming and the space, now we have huge complexes of industry, right? And this also will be problematic for us in the future. So we gotta be careful there with how many we build. 29 we get out of that. So now we have everything ready for this last production. Oh, in Wildwater Bay we have a landslide. All mountainsides are shut down due to dangers of landslide. Are you kidding me? Achieve victory in the Quantities conflict zone to get rid of that. That's interesting, I guess. Now, the replicator needs 2 microchips and 6 multi-spec prisms, which is a lot. So one of them is producing 6, right? And let's just check this one out, this factory. I'm not going to build it yet because it's way too expensive for that. We're not producing any diamonds. So let's finish that conflict zone. Here we are at the climate stabilizers. So this is the problematic thing that we have. Let's also spawn us my support fleets here to quickly dispose these, I don't know what it is, blockades or something like that. Another problem though comes up because my competitors used my distraction here to purchase a company share, right? So we lost one to Uzoyev, right? So he actually purchased my share now. And with every share that we lose, we actually lose the benefit of the share, which is right now 4,000 credit balance. So that's actually quite dangerous, right? Next time we need to watch this a bit more closely, because otherwise we are losing balance and also influence. So I will need to purchase back some shares here soon. But of course, also important, let's do this mission here. And it's a really tricky one. It's pretty difficult this time around. Look at that, there's another auction on one of my shares. That's crazy. What we can do is we can use my influence to stop the auction immediately. But this cost me 15 influence. So it's gonna be pretty tricky to use this all the time. We're on the heavy damage here, by the way. What is going on? This mission is way harder than I'm used to. Let's get my fleet down here and immediately destroy whatever we still have left here. There you go. But that was a pretty hard mission this time around. We at least also get, of course, experience points and rare materials that we also gonna need.
You do good work. You do good work.
I would like to use my influence to purchase back my share here. So we're gonna start with that. And I'm also gonna say once again, competitors less likely to place higher bids, right? There you go. Got our share back again with that, the 4,000 again for 2 million. Let's go back to our water bay. And here we can now finalize our production of the replicators. Gonna have them... Yeah, I would probably like to have this one over here. So we can have our replicator production. Then, actually, let's have it here, right? And that's the module stand that we have. I think we can actually... No. And this leads to another massive boost in population and in income, of course. Let's just see how many we need, really, right? So we got the replicators. I will need to have a second factory for sure. Gonna have this one right here as well. And they're super expensive. Like, they're costing me 3,500 on the maintenance.
Warning. Unfulfilled demand for specific consumer products.
So I will still need to have some multi-specs prisms here. So one of them here. In addition, to make sure that we have the right amount. Oh, and something is wrong with my rare earth elements. We should actually have 30. So this is coming in. Another auction. This is one where you are actually getting a burden. But of course you can also purchase influence with that. But we are not doing this, right? My balance is a bit strained right now. With the replicators in, we're really pushing to the next level there quickly.
Company stocks advance in price.
I mean, that is a massive population boost here right now, just with one product. And it's beautiful to see. And level 53 as well right away continues to grow.
Your global market
With the level 54, we also have an account limit now of 5 million, 5.5 million. By the way, we tripled our population to almost 300,000 now. I really don't want to import algae with the world market because it's super expensive. So what we're doing in Viridian Coves is reserving some of them for my algae production that we have, or that we need, right? Since we do have some coastal sites available here. And then get this one over to Water Bay. Of course, city expansion is not completed yet. We still also have here a nice road that goes all the way down into one of the outer districts now of Water Bay. The security station we can move a bit to get this triple road then over here. to have a whole new area here that we can develop now with another neighborhood. Let's just check it out. Yeah, it's gonna be tight, I think, if we go like this. Should be able to make this work. And as always, these little empty spots we can also then fill in nicely with some decoration. Also a bus station. Now that I think about it, wait a second. Let's move the metro all the way over here so that the triple road actually leads then into my stadium. That's actually the second auction for Seaman International coming in like this, so might actually grab this as well to increase our influence there. Problem is someone is always pushing the price. Hey, go, dude. It's Seaman actually who's doing this, and let's actually get us a discount on that. There you go. So it was not 2.2 million, in fact. It should have been less than that because we used the influence bonus to get 15% cut at the end of it. And out here, we're just gonna make some smaller buildings then. Actually, let's make it so that we can have a little garden then in the middle as well. In the meantime, we can continue once again with our sector project that is still ongoing.
Perfect. Except for the fact that the situation is now changed.
Maintain a production of titanium in Wildwater Bay. Yeah, for this we need to create our own trade route just for this single production. I think this is coming from the moon, right? And that would be that. We could also just get this one, 30. How much is 30? Is it a lot? 10,000? Yeah, let's do this. Just for the mission here, right? For 15 minutes. Well, that's out of the way. Nice one.
That's peachy. Let's see.
And next up we need to once again get the drones to a location, so this gets also a bit repetitive there. Another Seaman International. This time the share value went up quite a bit on this one, so let's also enter the race for this one. And 2.2 million, very nice. That gives me a bit of share. How much do we get in now? 10,000 out of company shares from others, right? And yeah, with that, improving also our influence in the agricultural industry. That can help us, definitely. Having gathered all items, we can also return once again.
Great job you did there. But unfortunately, that ain't the end.
The energy balance, that's a tricky one. We need 10,000 more electricity. Yeah, I will need to ramp up my fusion generation there once again. So far so good. Wildwater Bay continues to grow. I think it's looking really nice and it looks more and more like a truly big city. But of course, we're not there yet. And we continue onwards with the history of the city and the influence of Abstergo Industries. Yeah, probably by training astronauts. We haven't done that yet. That's a whole new sector to explore. Stay tuned. Greetings everyone, hello and welcome back once again to Wildwater Bay and Abstergo Industries. Now take a cup of coffee, sit back, relax and enjoy as we continue developing our city with this very exciting episode I have in store for you. The first order of business is, well, that city is growing just nicely. It's, of course, by far not big enough yet. So we're starting this episode with a bunch more upgrades. And with upgrading, I mean always looking out where it makes sense for me to upgrade. For example, it doesn't make sense to upgrade skyscrapers over here when my downtown area is not developed just yet. So we continue with pushing more people here. As always, though, we do need lower tier buildings first. So that's these here. And as always, I want to grow from the inside to the the outside with the upgrading there, right? It's the only way that this makes sense to me. And wherever we see a green arrow, well, we can go ahead and go crazy on that. That means this, and the more tier 3 buildings we have, well, the more tier 4 buildings we can also push to investors, and with that also level up. Now, another thing besides just merely upgrading is gonna happen now, and that's finally the preparations for our space station. We haven't even started that yet. Look at that price on Lei Sheng. No, I cannot afford this. This is a crazy amount of money that's going here, and switching ownership, well, that's how it goes. And, well, the space station. The space station needs trained astronauts. You cannot just build a space station in this game. You need astronauts, and every sector in this game has its own special astronauts. So for the temperate region where we are right now, we do have the biologists, and we do need a biology institute, trains the astronauts and sends them to the orbital station. It's actually quite cheap as a building itself. The only problem is it needs a lot, and I mean a lot of workforce in its surrounding area. So I'm trying to find me a loop or a hole somewhere where we have high density buildings. So this looks actually pretty nice here, right? We could also probably push something like that here, and this is probably what I would like to go for. So what I'm gonna do here is we're gonna move a couple of buildings around, because in this game, fortunately, you can do this quite easily. And with having a bit of space available, we can then just as easily build that institute here. That's the block. And then we're going to push it in right here. The very strange thing about this institute is that it's actually launching a space shuttle in the middle of the city. But that's how it goes. There it is, awaiting to send those astronauts to orbit. Now, how does it work? It consumes a lot of stuff, of course, right? So 1,000 on my balance, 500 workforce, and 250 electricity, and it's now training astronauts. And once this training has been finished, it's gonna send a certain amount of astronauts to the space station once we implement that, right? So we haven't done this yet. So this is one. Now, that's not enough though. We're also going to the Arctic right away, where we have the Physicists Institute. Now, once again, this needs a lot of space, and yeah, space is something that I would like to use just now, so I'm gonna move. I thought it was actually fine using it here, but it's not apparently. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna move these buildings so that we have a bit of space here in the center. That was still not enough. That's crazy. Alright, I thought it would be enough, so we're gonna move it like that. I think it does not require any kind of heating, right? So placing it here should be fine for us. There it is. Of course, yeah, electricity is another problem entirely. And with that, we're now training physicists. And we're training them, I think, in a ratio of 20 seconds over the course of 8 minutes before the next flight takes off. Now, of course, well, workforce is something we need to get cracking here. I think my gas power stations up here consume a lot of workforce. There you go. And then electricity wise, do we still have no methane left anymore? Problem here is Archaea flows is getting really crowded at this point. I also don't have a lot of mountain slots left. I think I have used all of my mountain slots at this point, unfortunately, right? So that would be also, yeah, annoying. So let's get this one over here. Get me a bit methane out, and with that we can also push another power plant. And we need to do it where we have lots of space, right, to get this one going. And once again, of course, also drones. Drones. Now, of course, just like with the Arctic, it's also the moon. And you probably wondered already why I left this huge chunk there in the middle. And that's because we also need to train engineers on the moon to get this whole thing going. And yeah, this time though, it fits in nicely. And we can also just have this one here in the center, surrounded by a lot of my moon dwellers. And this one is training now our engineers that are on their way then to the space station. Now we have 3 types of specialists. I just need a space station now. Before I can build the space station, I do need astronauts. So we need to wait for the first batch of astronauts that was finished training. Now, of course, in this game, it's never idle, like never. There's not a single moment of downtime. So we just continue with the sector project right away. And my sector project is under attack, actually. So we have a combat drone that we can attach that is going to fire on these guys here and hopefully destroy them in the process.
On our way.
And once that is done, we have finished another step once again for our project. Step 6 means now, and that is actually also one of the things I wanted to do in this mission, in this episode, and that is, yeah, androids we need to have. In Wildwater Bay, we need to have a production surplus of 15, which is quite a lot considering that we need 115 already. So let's prepare the androids, and for the androids we have a bit of a problem. So I'm gonna use my synth cell incubators here. I've already prepared this step by adding a lot of algae farms in another sector, and with that we have a bit of a surplus there of algae now. The problem is for the androids we do need synth cells, and synth cells we already use for the rejuvenators. Quite a lot of them too. So in order to get this going we need a lot of algae and a lot of synth cells in the process. Alright, so let's just get us this one going. And push us a whole bunch of them. I'm just really glad that we don't need workforce modules in Wildwater Bay. Alright, with that we consumed all the algae to produce 153 synth cells. Let's have a look at the android production. There we have them, the android factory. Synaptic circuits are the other products that we need. AI composition plant produces them out of bioresin and silicon. Oh no, you can guess it probably. Silicon needs another mountain slot. How many mountain slots do we have left in Wildwater Bay? Ah, there's still 2 of them. Glorious. Let's get me one going. Just so that we have a nice surplus again of silicon. And yeah, with that we can get this factory going. Now, that's once again something that consumes space. We still have this farm. Let's get rid of it. There you go. And you know what? Let's also get rid of the wind farm, because let's face it, I don't really need it anymore. Okay, this opens up some space again that we can use for additional high-tech industry now. And this one's still reserved. This one's still reserved for my nanotech suits. This one here is now my replicators, and this one could be the androids. In fact, we still have this smaller island here offshore as well. And yeah, I'm probably gonna use this one here for my construction of androids. So let's get this going. The cool thing is, if androids turn hostile, we can just bomb the whole island and be safe again. Save humanity from that catastrophe. Now there is the AI composition plan. Now bioresin and silicon. Bioresin? Do you remember this? Yes, it's my very first production. It's a sunflower farm, in fact. It's a tiny production. It doesn't require a lot of space, so I could try and squeeze it in somewhere here and produce me a bunch of it. Okay, the astronauts have also finished training. There you go. Got 146 bioresins out of that. That should last us for a while. So let's go back here and start now producing the synaptic circuits. Let's just check it out where we can have the first one. Probably here. 80,000 this one costs me. And then we're gonna have these smaller blocks here. Okay, that's 32. That was really expensive, by the way. I guess we are gonna need another one. The ratio here is what? 2 synth cells and 4 synaptic circuits to produce 6 androids. Let's go ahead and get me another factory going right here. This is just very tight now, thanks to the mountain. But now we have it going, right? Beautiful factories there once again. Tech workshops, they're called. And then we have our android factories. They're pretty big, right? And let's get the first one going right here. Gonna produce me 6 androids. And that's a pretty massive step forward. So not only is this factory here very expensive on my maintenance, it cost me 3,700. By the way, that factory here costs me 7,000, one of them on the maintenance. That's really steep there. And then we can have these modules. They're a bit cheaper and smaller. Yay! And with that, we have, well, we're producing 24. That's underwhelming to say the least. We need a whole bunch of them. And if you're zooming in closely, you should be able to see those androids coming out here. Getting those androids in is pushing my investors, of course, quite steeply, and with that we're reaching level 60 and also a new title with that, hit producer. Like, I'm a musician now. And with that, we actually managed to get a bit of a surplus out of that. That is 16. So with that, we should be now at the mission's target. Very good. By the way, we're not going bankrupt, of course, because every time we build an Android factory, supplying androids adds to my balance, of course. As we continue to grow, pushed 61 right away, and now 62 will probably be also within reach, just because of the single production. There you go.
Business successes multiply.
Pushing also toward 400,000 inhabitants. In fact, androids are so powerful that even past 63 we continue to grow quite steeply there. And pushing all of this, we've reached 400,000 in the population.
Just you wait. In a few years, this might be the place to be.
Phew, now after this push, well, we should actually go for our space station, shouldn't we? The first flights have already taken shape, and with that, we can go ahead with the first space station. Adam is gonna help us out.
Welcome to your corporate orbital station. You are free to expand it in order to pursue scientific research only possible in 0G. Enjoy your stay. I'll be on standby to advise you. Take note. The station can be expanded to pursue various types of research. Sequential process.
And here we are in Zapchi in space with that beautiful station. I like to think that my megacity is somewhere down here, right beneath us. The goal is to unlock a stack with the space station, and this is gonna be, well, quite expensive and also a bit of a puzzle there. So we do have a bunch of new modules available for this. The first one is the connector. This one allows me to place and expand that base. Each one of these costs me iridium. That's pretty expensive to get already, but it also costs me orbital link kits, and we can only produce them in the technology Nexus. That is something that we need to delete. There you go. So let's start small. And now we have the 4, or the 5 actually, the 5 sectors: the agriculture, the biotech, the electronics, the energy, and heavy industry. And whatever we go for, we're boosting this. Since we are having biologists in Wildwater Bay, let's go ahead and build me the first one, consisting of a biology institute. And with that, we open the technology nexus. Before I do that, I want to check out one more thing. The living conditions in this workshop are not very good right now, right? So we are receiving 0 bonus out of that, and it's only 20% degrees, which is optimal. Out of that, we get 10 expertise, but we can push this way further by providing materials, but by also providing the right amount of modules, like an artificial G-Lab close by. Let's check this out. There it is. It cost me 5 iridium, and we can place this one right here. And this one provided pushes our expertise further, and we should be doing this whenever possible. So the goal here would be to assign as many workshops to the same amount of modules as possible, right? So that we combine all of this together into something, yeah, beautiful, I guess. Greenhouse is another one. There you go. However, the greenhouse is raising the temperature of the surrounding area, and with that we're reaching 28 degrees now. It's still optimal, but it's getting a bit warm now. I'm also gonna add a solar panel right over here to also push that. With that we got 38 degrees. I wouldn't call 38 degrees optimal any longer. But there you go. We have a bonus of 400% now coming out of this workshop here. This provides now the expertise that we need to unlock us the technologies.
This provides you with an overview on all orbital research. Please choose which research.
Yeah, it's rather massive, I agree. And we can unlock one tech now. Mutation Optimizer, 10% increased productivity in all agriculture facilities. That's beautiful, by the way. Let's unlock this. It counts immediately for everything. That means everything connected to agriculture is producing now 10% more. I love this. We can also unlock us additional things that we have now, like 4 orbital modules. Then we would push towards the personalized medicine. We could also go down here to the mineral cultivation. Yes. Let's push this one here. Oh, 14 minutes. All right. But it's a start, and you can see how this works now. We have also, for example, the biotech. We have the energy for the engineers. So let's just check it out. This is the one that we need. This one is too cold right now, so we need to warm it up. And the greenhouse is doing something like that, for example. We are also gonna need artificial G-Lab and the solar panels again. Also increasing the temperature and getting a bonus of 500% out of the biotech complex now. And this unlocks us the personalized medicine. 10% increased productivity in biotech facilities. Loving that. I also just watched the whole thing grow. And there's also another shuttle docking. And that's a real shuttle that just launched from one of my sectors where we trained enough asteroids. So I've checked this, and every time the shuttle launches, it actually docks then here a little later. Fantastic detail, I think. We, by the way, could also provide now space food from Mare Relictum to my Abstergo Industries orbital station to get me even more boost out of that into my Nexus. And hopefully, yes, speeding up the time it takes by another 3 minutes. Waiting a bit proves prudent, and we can continue now with unlocking us the next orbital kits. I would like to go ahead with this one here. Has been produced now, orbital module kit. That's this one, the link kit. 4 and 10 of these here. And ultimately also the workshop expansion kit, of course. This one goes then into the electronics factory workshop that we can now also build, for example. And that would be this one here that requires then the engineers. Let's just check it out. Probably gonna have it then somewhere over here, right? So the engineer, there we have it. Will also, oh, wait a second, let's go for electronics. Probably needs the solar panels, there you go. So we already connected them and it's sharing it now with this guy here. Right, now next we have though the stowage platform and the recycling system. That's two things that we have new that the other stations don't need. And then we have also here the recycling. Actually, wait a second, this is that, this is the one that we need, right? Unfortunately, this also increases the temperature a bit too much, so we need to have something that reduces temperature. And the radiator is doing just that. This is where you need to be a bit careful, right? So we don't want to have it too close to each other. Like the biotech, for example, does not need the radiator. However, the solar cell is being needed by both of them. So it makes sense to me to combine it this way. And with that, we have now the clean room and also my next tag going. And that is then here, 10% increased productivity in all electronics factories. Gladly taking this one. And with that, it's growing nicely. As you can see, it's also being hit by meteors. So that's why you always need to stay within the orbital shield. Of course, we will expand this one at some point as well. Now, really interesting, we already reached 150,000 investors that we need to build the corporation headquarters. However, we still need the quantum computers and the anti-grav compensators. Both of that is going to be expensive. Number one is quantum computers, and for these guys here we need a qubit processor and supercoolants. For the qubit processors we need diamonds and molybdenum, and for the supercoolants we need methane ice and deuterium. This we can entirely produce in the Arctic. This one here requires diamonds that we need to get from another sector. I'm not going to use Walboda Bay for this one though, as we already used the diamonds here for my production. We're going to rather go for Walbrook Basin or for Viridian Coves. And I think out of the two of them, we're going to go with Walbrook Basin because this is not such a specialized district. Meaning that we have a lot of different slots available, right? And yeah, we can go ahead and get us the diamonds going here. One heck of an expensive production though. 8,000 is crazy. There's no way I can actually, you know, make this one easier on me. Only that we can do reducing the workforce. That's 31 diamonds. Hooray, I guess. Now deuterium is something that we can easily produce. That's the coastal building. And we can also expand it right away. And with that we already have the cryogenics lab finished more or less. The main problem, however, is that I'm totally underestimating the amount of energy and workforce we're gonna need for that. If I want to push the orbital spaceport to also get me electricity in, we need to provide fusion power cells to the sector. Let's quickly check this out, how much this would cost me. We're producing 9 in total, and we're gonna get this to Archaea Flows. This will cost me 1,500. We are running low on money now, right? My total account balance is still fine with 5 million, but my balance is not looking so great anymore. We can go ahead and upgrade more people again, of course, but it will still be a very tight race here to provide that money. Quantum computers hopefully bring us in then the money that we need. I hope so, at least. Very nice. Cooperation level 60. And I'm continuing then with a bunch of upgrades here. Especially the lower tiers are important. Yeah, with that we have a bit of money in again, right? So it's very important that we do this step by step, otherwise it's not gonna work out money-wise. The really important thing though is that we really finish this spaceport. For this, however, we need 2,000 scientists. I didn't even know there's a requirement on this. Vitamin drinks, oh no. Things are not getting any easier, are they? Let's deliver some vitamin drinks over here. And hopefully with that we should be able, there you go, to upgrade a few more scientists. Wait a second, let's do it around my space station here to maximize the astronauts. This one and this one. That's a bunch more. It's gonna be close. Please grow. But it was enough, and with that we can finally also get us the energy transmission spaceport. There you go. And with that we have now the option to transfer energy from the moon to Archeothos. Let's do it with the 5,000 right away. And this solves a bit of a problem now. We don't have such a huge surplus anymore, and potentially I could get rid of some of my mining sites that produce electricity. This one here produces 900, so I think getting rid of 2 of them should be feasible, and we could use this space to get us molybdenum in that we need for even more nano implants. That's fantastic, really. This makes things a bit easier now. With the diamonds coming in as well, we can now finally start on the quantum computers, and for this we need the cryogenic lab. So this is one production that I'm probably gonna go have somewhere here. And that's the production, and then we just add these modules to it, and let's just see how many we could go for. The game is really mean to me here because it doesn't even allow a module here, right? Like this one. It's the only way we could push this one. Alright, so that's 13, consuming my methane and consuming my deuterium. Let's get a second one going. Each one of them cost me 3,000 on the upkeep. The second production is a Sub-Zero clean room, the qubit processors. I'm gonna have this one on the other side here. And we'll just see how many we can actually squeeze in. Finally, there is at least something that makes it easier, so we might actually tackle it like so. Having finished both of these productions, we have now all the ingredients that we need for our very first hardware fabrication plant. Probably one of the most expensive units out there when it comes to industry. Let's have it in its own area. Probably somewhere here, right at the beginning. Oh, we also have some 2 coastal sites available there. I love it. At least there is something good in this world. We consume already a bunch of them for my scientists here. Though it's a question of what's more important, right? Having them for the investors or the scientists. There you go. And with that, we produce the first whopping 13. Now, how many do we need in Wildwater Bay, you may ask? Let's actually start the trade route. 161. Yay! Now, unfortunately, we're running out of molybdenum rather quickly, so the maximum I can do right now is 40 quantum computers. The cool thing is, we can squeeze them in all in here, and then have another block of them here, or here, or here, right? So that's entirely possible. However, it's gonna take some time, of course. We need to find new sources of molybdenum, so settling on another Arctic island is the only option viable to me right now. Well, it doesn't matter that it's bad, right? We do have another 40 that we can transfer over, and 40 is just really good, honestly. So let's just get them over. Let's just see. There you go. Every single bit counts, so let's go with 48 there, really. Oh, no, not that. There you go. And yeah, let's just watch my balance, but more importantly, my population, just with the quantum computers, skyrocketing once more. Gonna take a while before this evens out. Now we continue with the sector project once again, and we should be at the final stages now. Deliver 100 power fusion cells over. Let's do it.
Not bad. However, there's still
That was a very expensive cargo, and this finalizes the mission. Step 8 out of stage 8 in stage 3 out of 3. So this should really finish that mission here. Collect warehouse key modules, and finally there it is. Project Stage 3 has been completed for Trenchcoat's salvaged warehouse. And with that we have concluded, I think at least, the sector project.
Show's over, so it's sayonara.
Yeah, so his ship still stays, but we have now 3 iridium generators. That means after a bit of time we can collect iridium now from here for free.
That's done then.
Next, we are on the moon again, and on the moon, yeah, well, we still have another industry that we need to set up, and that is, of course not collecting the titanium plates, no, it's the anti-grav compensators, which is also one of the last products we need for the investors, for them to be really, well, euphoric, I should say it. And with that, we have the anti-G workshop. The anti-G workshop, however, requires fusion power cells and rare earth elements. Let's just check it out. We do have the rare earth elements. The fusion power cells, we have 18 in fact, since having the fusion preparation plant here also boosted. By the way, we can also see this up here, energy benefit. We get a production rate increase of 3% out of this one here. Of course, that's a visual bug, but it's 3% in total that we get out of that. Right now, of course, if I purchase more shares from energy industries that we would have, we could raise that efficiency further, right? So this is a very expensive way of pushing your industry, but it's pushing your industry globally, which is always nice to have. Now, really, I just need the anti-workshop, right? The anti-G workshop, and that's all I need. A bit of space, perhaps. Where should we have it? We could set it up here, honestly, just beside my mining district. So also get that road all the way down here, and then we have the shielding somewhere over here. I would like to have a nice overlap. We have workforce, we have energy, and we can have those guys here now. Let's push the first one. I might actually, yeah, get me a trade depot going there as well. And they look just really cool, right? And in this case, that is a massive production that we have now finished with that as well. However, I have a feeling that we're gonna need a whole bunch of these modules now, attach them, and look at the size of this monster. Holy moly, producing me +6 as well. Gotta make sure, of course, that we're not running out of fusion power cells, otherwise my energy production collapses, right? So you definitely don't want to stretch this one too much. So that is now 0. Each one of them costs me, by the way, 4,000 in the maintenance, leading to a total of 20,000 on the maintenance cost. Holy cow. Can we reduce this somehow? Unfortunately, we cannot. I cannot only push down the energy or the workforce. Workforce is more important to me. So I'm gonna have my drone depot set up here. And I think, yeah, that's the end of it, right? I could push another one here. But at least this one's fully automated now. Out of all of these parameters, I think workforce is really the one to push down. Now, I could go for... Let me just check this one. Oh, we have a solar panel there still. We still have this mining site available. Because I probably would like to have a bit more of my helium. There you go. And then we still have the deuterium, right? So that means I can still push this one here a bit further and produce more power cells. But the thing is, the most expensive thing about this one is actually the 100 titanium platings I need every time I build this. So that's quite a lot, right? But at least with that, we have the resources to also build me another one of these modules here. That I can have then over here for another 6. And I think, yeah, I could push another one just as fine. Alright, that's 43 now that we produce out of that. This sounds actually pretty great to me. And 28,000 on the balance. Hopefully we get this back somehow. And let's create this transfer route of the anti-G. And as you can see, we don't even meet demand with that. So I hope that this warrants it. And look at my balance. It goes up, okay. It needs to go at least to 70,000 to make this really worth it. Population should also continue to climb with this now, as it does. And of course, yeah, it somehow is also worth my time, right? Because it pushes my balance further and further. It doesn't stop yet. And of course, population-wise, we're also reaching probably another full level with that. And there you go. Corporation level 70 has also been achieved with that. We're also getting a new title, the Rising Star. Only now? Are we a Rising Star? Really? By the way, it's still climbing. And yeah, 76. So we definitely made around 8,000 in profit from that on the balance. In the Arctic, I'm going to free up another one of my energy mining sites, as we can afford to do that and get more molybdenum in that we still need in huge quantities. Of course, you may ask, where should we get additional molybdenum in? I can either sell in another zone. I could also get something from the world market going, right? So you can also transfer molybdenum, for example, from the world market, but the price is really high on this. So if I want to get, let's say, 50 in, I would need to pay 5,000, which, yeah, okay, this is actually manageable. You know what? Let's transfer that over, because I'm sure we're gonna need it for another qubit factory that I want to have over here. All the way up, because we still need more quantum computers. Now, it's just crazy what you can get out of this zone here of Archaea flows, and also all my neural implants up there again with pushing. And with that, we still have 23 molybdenum left that I'm gonna need pretty soon, of course. Let's reinforce my trade routes with that. Wildwater Bay needs more of this. And also, of course, the qubit processors, now another 29 coming in. And with that, we should really now be pushing the 500,000. And with that 500,000 population we have now in Wildwater Bay and all my other smaller sectors. Back in Wildwater Bay, let's continue with the upgrading, as we still have, of course, whoops, a lot of upgrades to do. And that would be also over here to get the next level going. Now, there is a problem, right? If I want to upgrade, I need more buildings of this type. So now, once again, we need to add stock markets to my city, but we'll also need to build new districts, which is gonna get interesting. Let's get rid of this one here, because I want to have now my stock markets also then surrounding my farmer areas a bit more, right? So that we can also push their respective licenses that we want to have, right? And with that, I can push actually a couple of them again. Let's just see how much we can do with one stock market. Yeah, that's not a lot, is it?
Transfer route. You will need to be careful. These people are shoot first.
I can think of getting rid of the wine area that we have over here to free up space for more neighborhoods. And I'm gonna be a bit tight on this one. So it's here, and then we're also having some here. You really, really need all this space, unfortunately, to make this fully work.
Consumer analyses show unfulfilled demand for specific commodities.
In order to unlock us more licenses. There's definitely room for a park though here at some point. Right now though, I really need the space. And this road here goes to the general hiking area of Wildwater Bay, because if you haven't noticed it yet, we have a beautiful national reserve over here with a lake with towering mountains. Fantastic map overall. And with that, a few more upgrades we can do now towards the tier 1 buildings. We're back in Walbrook Basin, and the thing is with Walbrook Basin that it's a very important sector for me. It's not a lot of buildable space, but it has most of my farm area and also now diamond mining and stuff like that, which is also energy intensive. So if I want to push more, yeah, I think it's a good idea to now finally work on restoring the dam project here. And in that case here, we can start with the very first mission here. Meitian is going to be my advisor on this one here. And yeah, with that, we can start.
Sheng pursued the construction of a hydroelectric power station here. The stations were based on designs Lei Sheng took over from its bankrupt rival, Global Trust. But the project was dismissed after incidents made the dams inoperable. If we would join forces, we could bring the dam building to a conclusion, and half of the produced energy would be entitled to your corporation. Do I have your attention now?
You have. I'm leaning forward. I need more energy, and this is providing. Fusion energy is really nice, but it's also very expensive. So a dam to make Walbrook Basin energy self-efficient, self-producing, that would be amazing. So first we need to, yeah, once again get my ship here over here and start cleaning the place.
Container loaded. Loading concluded.
That's it.
There you go. Also, we need to reinforce one of my trade routes. Gonna accept. There's a new price on that. Might also be a good idea to open up this bridge in the meantime, so that we can also access that space here, those coastal sites and those mining sites. We also continue with selecting debris that we can then use to probably also repair that more. And there's also my bridge. With the graphene that we have, we can also finalize this next project here. This will look really nice, I think. Alright, next in line, we do need to maintain a lot of electricity, unfortunately, which we do. Wait a second, utilization of energy, that is interesting, right? It's not the energy balance, it's the utilization. And yeah, of course, we're using 3,700 electricity already. As we can see, there's a reward of 1,000 energy for this sector, but I don't know what step this one counts. I think it's the first stage. Okay, so next assignment we have biopolymers, easy. And the cool thing is, of course, you don't need to work on all 3 stages to finish this, but you have smaller side stages, like this one here, stage 1, already should provide me the 1,000 electricity. There you go, it does. And with that, we completed the first stage of the dam, which is, I think, 1 dam. And the other 2 are still there. So this is also a nice touch. It looks pretty epic, I think. And yeah, getting 1,000 electricity out of that is also nice. Hydroelectric power plant. There's even a road on top of it, going into, questionable directions. And once again, after a bit of preparation, we can continue with the upgrading. I would like to upgrade especially also towards the coast here, because I think this would look just really nice. Also perhaps a couple of buildings here. These guys, there we have a bunch more, there we have some growing just very casually all the way out here. Can we go ahead with a few more here? No, actually that's the end of it then again. Yeah, we continue to grow. We have another major project ahead of us now. Beside the dam, I would also like to work on my headquarters, which is the biggest modular monument you can have in this game. And of course, we should also work out another sector so that we can support the space station with more workshop modules. That is another target. I hope you enjoyed this series here while Water Bay continues to grow in Anno 2205. Stay tuned.
A true island paradise, don't you think? The coastal area here is very rich in natural resources.
Greetings everyone and welcome back to Madrigal Islands. Now I just purchased a new territory and that's it. It's an island or a sector where I haven't been yet ever before. It's full of islands, and in the center of it all, well, we just established our little global spaceport, and with that we continue onwards with our global expansion into this new territory. There's a bunch of interesting things about this one here. It has an insane amount of coastal sites, right? That's of course the nature of this sector here, because you have so many islands, and look at that, right? It's not even close, like it's plastered full with coastal buildings everywhere. We need that because I'm starving of water. I'm actually extremely thirsty, and yeah, water is very expensive to import, so we need to find new ways. The problem with this area though is that it has little space, right? So building something big out of this will be problematic. I think this looks here quite nice, so let's go for this one. They're all rather small, right? So it doesn't matter really on what island I'm building here. This one here seems fine actually, right? And this one here seems also okay for city at least, right? Because we need to get some workforce in here. And look at that, there's this cute little lake there, fantastic looking, and I want to utilize this for my city. As you can see, building materials are already flooding in. That's because, of course, the trade routes have been established to make sure that everything here is working to plan. Can I settle on the next one right away, please? 200 graphene for one island? Are you serious? Yes, that's the amount of stuff you need for another island. I will need to do some military missions for that. Alright, let's continue though with that smaller settlement here. This is really just going to be a cute settlement around this lake. Let's have a road around this lake, so that, you know, we're not settling too close. Like this one, this should be fine. You have some smaller nature reserve here, right? Like this area with its natural beaches. and also this area here. And around that, well, we're just gonna have a cute little city. That's the workforce for all the other islands, basically. And since we're only using, well, mostly coastal sites on this map, I think this might be interesting. By the way, there's also a special project here, this one. There is an abandoned spaceport prototype. That sounds interesting for something that we could do at some point too. Now, I think I might just actually make small buildings out of this one here. Oh, by the way, there's a new auction for Seaman International. That is a really important company for us. I'm gonna push the down rate limit here so that it's more likely that competitors do not go too high. Really? 2 million already? 2.4? It's a very weak share, in fact. It's also get me the discount bonus. Holy cow? Seriously? No one is getting it. I'm abandoning the auction. I'm canceling it. These bastards. I was using my whole influence on this. They still batted on that. That's just not fair. Let's go ahead and actually make this one work a bit more towards the left, right? So that we have a more coherent looking city picture of this smaller thing here. By the way, we could use an information center, kind of like a tourist port, right? So this one here, for example, that provides information about the lake, its origins, its history, its biology, and whatever you want to know out of that, really. And we just have then some smaller blocks here, right? It's really just that. There you go. With that, we got a small settlement now around that lake, and yeah, the lake doesn't even know what just happened there, and yeah, suddenly there's a lot of street noise in the surrounding area. Now with that, we get a bit of workforce in. Of course, it's not that much yet. We still need to provide some basic goods, like for example, our very first water pumping station right over here, desalination plant, and also our first tidal power plant, of course. That is something we can easily do thanks to all of my resources. Another one for Cassian Industries. We can also have a look what auction is going on right now. It's one share that we don't have at the moment, so that might also be beneficial for us. However, as we can see, it's also going to be costly in the long term to keep this one. And yeah, at the moment, they really want to spend a lot of money on things. So I'm not going to go ahead with this. The reason why these shares are also important is not only because of their industrial boost they're giving for each sector, but that some of these maps actually need you to have corporation shares of these companies, right? For Uzoyev, for example, we would need 3 corporate shares if I want to go into the Greentide Archipelago, which of course at some point we should be going for. It's the same thing for the Arctic, like the Kuma Glacier. That's very important sectors. And also this one here would need 3 corporation shares. Alright, got the mission going, and with that we can now finally settle on a new island here too, and it's this one here. Obviously there's just too many good things about this one. First of all, we got lots of coastal sites, we got a lot of mountain sites, and we even have a bit of space here, because this map here, Madrigal Island, also has another bonus, and that is that we have a 30% production rate increase for vineyards. Producing more wine makes it easier, saves me workforce, saves me money, and of course we need all that wine for the luxury food in Wildwater Bay. Let's go ahead and get us these things cracking. So this is the logistics center. Power we have, workforce we have, and I would really like to start now getting also all that juicy water. And these mountain sites, of course, they would have then the silicon and the diamond mining for me. That's important here. I do not want to waste any more mountain sites for these 2 quarries here that produce me then just polymers and stuff like that. We can just, you know, have this imported from somewhere else, like Wildwater Bay, without problems while we have construction going. So let's continue with the water, and look at that, that's already 35 water, and with that we are sitting at a 52 water. There is another one. It's barely costing me anything. That's the great thing about it. And then this one here too. All right, I wanna push this one to 100 and just see. There you go. And there you go, right? And with that, we got 103 water production here, and each one of them only costs me like 200 maintenance. So that's perhaps 1,200 in cost. So let's go back to the global map and just have a look what we can do with that. We have the water now. The water comes over the 100 water to Wildwater Bay, and in Wildwater Bay we have now our water trade route coming in, right? The 193, and let's just see how much money we can save by reducing this. And that's a saving of 8,000, right? That we can reduce this trade route here now, saving us the money. That's important. and providing more water at the same time to our water bay. That's really juicy, honestly. And the other thing then that we can do here is, of course, the vineyards. For this, however, I would also like to, yeah, start upgrading now my town here, because we want to get the workforce in.
All systems online. Can't wait to get started.
Now, don't forget, of course, with every upgrade, yeah, we consume more water again, right? So we do need to especially provide that. There you go. And with that, I think here we already use now all the coastal sides, yeah. And with just those few vineyards here, we already produce 35 wine, which is a lot for just that, right? So right now we're getting a 255 wine in from Viridian Coves. And yeah, we can now readjust all that balance then towards my Madrigal Islands, where we're just producing way more out of that. Let's just go ahead and get us this trade route going as well. It's the wine, the 35, and yeah, with that we have another trade route. And these are tiny trade routes in comparison, right? So this just cost me 100, up to 800 probably at some point, but that's easily manageable for my balance there right now. With delivering enough diamonds now to Akia flows as well, we finally have also equality of quantum computers in Wildwater Bay, which is a huge step forward.
Acceptable.
By the way, I would also like to look at my ranking. So remember, last time we looked at that, we were last, and now we're corporate rank 1 out of the 6, all the way up here. Abstergo Industries to rule them all. When it comes to industry dominance, that means just by how many shares we have of the corresponding facilities. You can also see that we are number 1 in every industry right now. That means we're getting the maximum bonus out of these that is possible with our shares. To celebrate this gigantic victory for now, we should build a corporate headquarters. So this is, of course, the ultimate goal for my megacity right now. For this, I would like to move my center over there. This is way too much of a size here, of course. So we are just going to go ahead and I'm going to have this one here mirrored to the other side to make us a nice entrance there to the corporate headquarters. That means over here, we do have now a bit of a space here, and this we can use to build me that corporate headquarters, which of course is also that very last goal that we had here, the 6th among 5. And yeah, with that, we're actually the last corporation that builds a corporate headquarter. So I hope it's not too bad, right? And let's just place this one.
A true architectural marvel. No longer can there be doubt. The Big Five are history. Now we have to speak of the Big Six.
Yeah, because we just joined.
I've known you long enough to say that this isn't the end of the road for you. I'm sure you already have plans to surpass yourself even more.
I have. And for this, we first of all, of course, finish that park here once again. So it's pretty much the same as on the other side. Together with the lampposts. And then, yeah, I'm not going to have a bus station there, but probably... Wait a second, you can't have this one central. Should be something better for this. Unfortunately, there isn't. You know, ornament-wise, this is really all there is. It's not a lot, right? So I could go ahead and get rid of the lamps again. And just have these posters here and here and here and here. And then a lamp in the middle. This fits a bit better, right? And yeah, actually, we have the next mission right away. Build the headquarters modules. Because, of course, this is a modular building. And also, look at that. It provides services. And this is really cool and really powerful. We're already getting quite limited with space, right? So building something that pushes especially my entertainment supply and my mobility supply would be fantastic. Now, let's just check this one out. Increase the supply capacity. This is for all of them. Why can I not build this one? Can be unlocked at the Ubisoft Club using Club points. I did that, I think, but here we go. By the way, 15,000 the maintenance. Are you crazy? I mean, we can afford it, but this is really expensive. Look at those crazy dudes. They also want to have me graphene for every one of these modules. I can't remember this. 50 graphene for each module? This will take some time, right? If I build one now here, we can increase our supply rating. So this gives me increased supply capacity. It doesn't show me how much capacity though we increase it, right? So there's a whole bunch of these modules. This one actually looks pretty neat. Let's go ahead, place this one, right? And okay, this one did not increase any supply here for now. Oh, it did. Okay, information 6. So we now need to do more missions again. It looks a bit sad right now. So yeah, that's the corporate headquarters. I think we might be safe if I cannot blueprint them, unfortunately. But if I say I'm gonna have them like in 3 into each direction, and then we have a whole bunch in the center there, I think it should be safe that we go up to this point here. So that means that here we can safely continue developing our city then. Speaking about city development, I should also go ahead and upgrade once again. Whatever is closest to the center there. Like these guys there. And then also the tier 1s again that we can go ahead with. Since, yeah, we build a bunch of more of these stock buildings that push my ascension rights. We can actually push a few more here, but there's really not that many tier 1 buildings left. Right. There you go. And then this looks like an interesting gap here. Let's close this one. There you go. So that we also train more astronauts for each of these flights. By the way, we can also just launch it manually. And yeah, I haven't shown you a space shuttle launch yet, so why not just do it now? And off it goes. In all its glory. Just imagine having something like this in your neighborhood. Can't imagine the noise. There you go. 75. Very nice. This should also lead to a new title, the Market Challenger now. There you go. Got myself some graphenes again. So let's just push this one now over there. And then should be able to make one of those wings here. There you go. Okay. It's increasing the mobility rating by 1 as far as I can see. That's still not a lot. By the way, what is that? It's a tower, right? Oh yeah, nice. Doesn't really fit in there. You can move the modules around like this though, right? So makes it a bit easier then to navigate. So I can always switch around the layout without having, of course, to demolish them and then, you know, get the graphene again, something like that. This would be crazy. Okay, regarding my technology nexus, we can continue now with the agricultural tree. By the way, you can always just remodel this one, right? By just removing the workshops and building another one again. You can always just specialize into each one of them. Right now, I'm in the agricultural district just to get me more workshop kits going, like this one and this one. So this would lead to 2 more workshops that we can then build. I'm not entirely certain that we're going to stick around with the, the agricultural though, because it's not that important. Even though desalination plants producing algae, that sounds really nice. And we continue on the moon again, so jumping around a bit right now between my sectors to further optimize things. I do need my next productions. That is, of course, once again for rare earth metals. So that's something that we're gonna do here. And I should also push more electricity again. And for this, let's build me also another shielding here. How is it looking there with my fusion power cells? There's 0 right now. So we need the helium, we need the deuterium. We have a lot of that in right now to produce me those guys here. Interesting, by the way, that we lack the electricity again already. Let's just try and push this the hard way, right? And then immediately go for that fusion power cell. There you go. This is enough to get me that power in again. Yeah, that's just so expensive. I don't know. We can't have that much in storage, right? We only have 517 storage max, and each one of them costs me hundreds of titanium plating, so you really cannot expand that quickly. The only thing I can do is I can purchase from time to time, and of course I can sell from time to time. Like here, I do have my bio enhancers coming in, right? And each one of them gives me actually 370,000, right? So that's pretty neat, honestly, if I go ahead with that and selling that. So you should always do this, right? Because you always want to push your money potential and or financial income with that. And yeah, we should have then the plating. Let's actually, I think we can build 2 of them again. Yes, we have enough of these cells now to really get the electricity going, right? Lei Sheng, unfortunately I don't have the money, but let my competitors spend it all and we are in peace. Now with that we can push more bioenhancers now, and there is also the other thing here, the anti-grav compensators. I really need more of them. The problem with them is they're just ridiculously expensive. I mean, let me tell you that, ridiculous. So the cool thing is you can have a lot of modules in one of them, but the next factory now, yeah, the next factory we need to build now. Look at that. It's 36,000 maintenance out of one of them. That's absolutely bonkers. You need to make sure that you're not overproducing these, right? That would be fatal because the production is just so high, the cost of that.
I'm glad you made it. Thank you.
So this is one of those traps, right? In Anno 2205, do not overproduce ever. The costs are insane. So these 18, let's just check it out. Yeah, we can get them in to get me a bit more out of it, right? That's it. And I just hope that my balance gets pushed enough with that again, so that this is worth our while. It's definitely also pushing my population quite nicely, once again. And then we have the bioenhancers. That's also a bit negative there. Let's just make sure that we have a nice surplus there. 13, right? So I just gotta make sure now that we produce another 24, which of course is easily possible. The only limiting factor here is gonna be the workforce coming out of that. And space at some point, since production is really low for this, right? So you really need a lot of them to make this whole thing work. In fact, this was really a lot. So we level up by 2 levels there, just by these anti-grav suits again. Very nice. And with that, we can also continue expanding our moon base, which we should be doing, of course, because we always need the workforce. These are all the highly trained people that are making it possible for us to, yeah, send astronauts to the space station, but also to power my fusion reactors. I mean, 1 person is required, right? Two persons when you have the workforce modules maximized. So they're completely automated, in fact. You still need a bunch of them, of course. Let's just have them here, and I think, yeah, they also have their demand again for the maintenance station. So let's provide one over here to get this in as well, and making them happy in the process. And this also leads to me having more workforce capacity. This also leads us to being able to upgrade more of the bunch. And I would like to do this to also unlock me finally my last service building here. That is actually still very far away, the health center. While we're here and waiting for some more building materials, let's also have a look at that space hotel.
What to do with this old ruin?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sure you've heard of the first wave of 2102. Dozens of corporations pushing into space to get a piece of the moon. Sounds familiar, right? Some of these lunar entrepreneurs had a vision. A great leisure facility for the richest of the uber-rich. One world economic crisis later, we have an ugly, unfinished block out in the gray. Or rather, the future site of the next must-go luxury hotel complex. Well, you tell me. I'm just the facilitator. All of the profits are yours if you let me do my stuff. Fair?
We'll just see if we can actually repair this mess that we have over here. We need to load 20 diamonds. Do we have diamonds? We don't even have diamonds here, do we? No, we need to get diamonds over. This starts nice, so this is going to be a very expensive project. I can see that already. While we wait for the diamonds to come in, we can continue with the upgrading of the population here, and also providing more food. We also need to grow more vegetables for the space station, right? So this is a nice coincidence here that we can use to also get us more of that stuff in. Holy cow, the costs are exploding for all of this. 120 workforce is also quite a bummer there. There you go. That we have a positive food supply again. And also the trade route to the space station. What? We need 80 over there. Just of the vegetables. Let's get a few more over. You're pushing your nexus with that, right? So the amount of stuff that you can research here. And yeah, the next workshop kits we have 5 minutes also for this to come to an end then. Now let's just see. Do we have the diamonds? Pick up the helium. That's something else. I'm gonna board this one. I wanna get my diamonds. There it is. And let's get them to her. And let's also abandon this trade route again, which is just nonsense. You don't need to have diamonds on the moon. Another share auction. These are getting more frequent now, shares that I already have, right? So in this case, we always need to abort. And this is something you need to be very careful about. You don't want to run out of influence. You don't want to have your own shares being sold off. So this is where I'm saving the influence for, to stop this auction for the 15 that we have. Alright, delivered the diamonds. Maintained a workforce balance of 500 on the moon. That should be possible. By simply upgrading also more houses. By the way, my people want androids. Just 3 of them. We have a surplus of 22 in Wildwater Bay. So let's give something back to them. And that is just a tiny amount of androids. That's pretty neat, because this pushes my population here very steeply. And will definitely also lead us to get now the... There it is. The health center. For building this one, I'm gonna move a bunch of buildings around, because I want to have my first health center a bit central, of course. Somewhere here. There you go. And this gives me a nice supply there. It costs me quite a bit, but it's gonna be nice for my people here to also have some healthcare.
Hi, what can I do for you?
And with that, we're also maintained the workforce.
Your solution is trending on the net right now. Up for a little challenge?
What's next? Titanium plating. Easy.
Your name is all over the net.
And with that, we have a shielding.
Up for a little challenge?
I just love how this tickles in, right? And yeah, miners we need to have. We have them.
Okay. Our hotel is ready for
Holy cow. That was a boost.
I'm excited for a soft launch. Just a few selected guests. Interesting people. Especially one of them.
And with that, we have finished the first stage of this. And it actually looks quite lively already now, doesn't it? Beautiful building there. Also, the first people are at the plaza. Now, with that, we still need to get some tourists over. They're already waiting. There they are. We need to tow them. And by the way, I also love how much more traffic there is, right? So for every trade route you implement, for every upgrade you have, for every population threshold, there's just more and more traffic of ships docking here. It's getting all just very busy on the moon.
Transfer route.
And there are also the last tourists coming in.
Still got it in the backlog.
My friend, thank you for the invitation. Gotta like this place. Very comfortable.
And with that,
Our guests are all checked in and the credits.
the first stage has been finished.
How about you just lie back for now while I monitor the daily routines here. Keep checking your inbox.
And also we have now ornaments on the moon, the observation deck. The next level could be started then. Yeah, and with each one of these levels we do get more ornaments. And we can just nicely squeeze it in here behind my spaceport. Observation decks where people can just join and have a look around the base. A nice detail there. And also another health center should be my goal. And let's have one out here. Oh, wait a second, towards the industry perhaps makes more sense. The demand is actually quite high for this. And finally, also finishing one of those expert missions again, we continue with my headquarters. In this case here, we can move 2 ways to the right. I mean, in this case, I could have... Wait a second, I can't build this one there, right? Can I like combine it so that it looks proper? Yes, this would look proper. Okay, gonna have another one here, and then let's have it like so, right? But each one of them also costs me quite a lot of iridium, so that's something we need to be mindful of. And then I could have this one and this one here. Oh, that's my share. Stop it. Okay, this would be a start so that it looks at least symmetrical on both sides, and then we can move also down here. Though I don't quite like the look of this. There's no middle module though, right? So something that goes a bit up. I think this one here could work, but that's even more iridium again. Okay, she also invites us now to join the council. Now, what is that about? Let's have a look at that. voting rewards. We get branded modules.
Let me give you a tip.
Okay, so there it is. The council that we've unlocked. And the council gives me, yeah, the opportunity to vote for someone. I will receive lots of rare materials by this, so 300. And Uzoyev, I think, is the one. So it's a bribe. I can accept this bribe here and go with them. And this gives me then a lot of influence also in those techs. And this one ends. So what is actually the winner? Who's the winner? The winner right now is Lei Zheng. I could still go for them, honestly. Let's go ahead and do this. Accept the bribe. Get the 300 Iridium. That is just too valuable to me right now. So there you go. Biotech we went with. And this I can now go back to my corporate headquarters, because now we got the Iridium. Yeah, the problem is this is permanently locked out because there is no Ubisoft Club rewards anymore, right? The Corporation HQ terminal. So I don't know. You can't get this anymore, it seems. So that's a bummer, honestly. But what I can do is I can build me another tower over there, and then I would probably like to have one over here too. And we continue once again with, I'd say we go with another 2 levels down here, right? And then I could have my towers somewhere over there. This one comes in now. We can actually collect the Iridium from my special project, right? And that is really nice because it's not a lot number-wise, right? So it's only pushing us to 200. But that's a lot considering that 100 Iridium costs me over 1 million, right? If I want to purchase all of that. So this is a nice sector project that really helps us out in this case here. And let's continue with having then here my next towers. And I think... actually, since we do have a bit of space, let's go ahead and have... we don't have corners, right? So I don't have the ability to build a corner here. So the only thing I could do is having then my towers here, 2 of them, right? And then we're just going inside a bit here as well to make this work. By the way, there's also a tower missing then here somewhere. But yeah, this project is really a pain. And let's just finish some more decorations here in the inner area, right? And then we could also do the whole bunch up there for some costs. I mean, yeah. Could go for a bigger park there or something like that. I think the entrance looks nice with the limited stuff that we can really do here. And we can also go ahead and upgrade these buildings right next to the headquarters then. So these central ones. Oh, come on. Let's return to the space station and our technology nexus. Now, as we can see, we snagged ourselves here these 2 workshop kits that we really need. With that, we have a limit of 2 now again. The next workshop kits that I can see is that there's one more here. And then there's a bunch of them outside here, and here is another one, right? So these are going to be a bit harder to get to. So let's work on the heavy industry one. That's the cultivation. There it is. And building this one here grants me now access to that area here with the 10% increased production. And now we're working this workshop kit here too, right? So we can build another one. And then, yeah, with a second one, we can actually grow up. Oh, we need 3 for this. This is actually then quite severe. I might consider building me a 3rd agriculture chamber, honestly. Because this way we can push further up north. Each one of them also, once again, costs me graphene though. That is just really annoying at this point, right? Because graphene is something you only get really in quantities out of the military missions. So I constantly need to redo expert military missions at this point just to get a few more modules going. So just so you understand the grind behind all of this, it's severe. Okay, we can still enable this one here. Food design workshops use rice instead of beef. And that is just really nice. So that means we don't need that beef trade route anymore. Let's actually delete it. Bear in mind, if I do this, we really lock ourselves into that tree, right? And I can now get rid of these beef farms here. Poof, there you go. Opening up a bit of space again for more residential zones at this point. And also, by the way, the soy plantations can also go away, right? So that saves me quite a bit on my balance there again. And let's have a look at them. There we have them, the food design, and they now need the rice. Of course, organic food, that's the rice. 250 negative now with that. So we need to push this industry again. We have 2 massive trade routes right now going into Wildwater Bay, out of Walbrook Basin and out of Viridian Coves. I think Viridian Coves is safer to expand, so let's go for that. And on the other hand, as you can see, another military mission with the expert gives me the 300 graphene and also then the iridium. Both of that I need. Doing those expert missions is really tough, especially in the beginning when you don't have any special items. Those enemy ships wreck you at this point, right? There's a lot of damage coming in. Just so that we can continue to repair our fleet and on so on. And I'm really scared of these guys here. So on expert difficulty, you don't want to get too close to them. And we need to actually, yeah, as you can see, also hijack 3 points that are on opposite sides of each other. So this also doesn't really help me to enjoy these missions a bit more. There's one. Yeah, fighting our way through that is quite tricky. I also have this John guy now helping me out here, and he's healing my fleet there, alright, constantly. So this is important. And let's actually get up there really quickly. Let's protect my ships. And also use my nuclear attack that fortunately is not destroying my own ships, right? But in this case, I just need to... Wait a second. There we have also our EMP blaster. That is quite nice. And then also always using your items. There is just no way around that. And I'm super grateful for every special item I'm getting out of that, especially the missile barrage there. There you go. Alright, another auction. We have 5 million, so I'm trying to snag this one. Let's just check it out. I'm gonna say that they shouldn't vote that much. We could also afford the transaction tax, honestly. But let's just see how this goes. Ah, that was a very cheap one. That was a bargain. In fact, that was... Was it my own share that we just purchased back again? It wasn't a bargain. We just purchased our own share. But I get a bit of a difference there, I think. Because it was a cheap price on that. And then we're blasting our way through all of that again. The next nuclear attack over here. Definitely gonna have another one here right away. The cool thing is you're getting a lot of items though, right? So the nuclear is one that I constantly have available. This helps me out a lot because it's a very powerful one. And there's so many coming in. There's also a bunch of them coming in here. Let's activate our defense. And it's really just, yeah, it's really just that, right? Doing it over and over again. And they're also spawning out of nowhere, like here. Okay, Cassian Industries, that's once again my share. How dare they? Opening up a lot. It's also when I'm on these missions, they're opening up these auctions quite often on my shares, right? It's kind of like a distraction there. I think it's on purpose. Okay, so we got this one. Here's the next one. So far, we haven't lost that many ships, which is great, of course. There you go. That's the number 2. On our way to the next one, we might need to attract this one, or we just push through here. This could work. Yeah, it works. Nice. Look at that! It's my share again. This is on purpose. Absolutely. There's no way this is a coincidence. Mission completed, very nice. And you can also see now the reward is still pretty high, right? So we got the graphene. We do also get some combat experiences. This pushes us to the next level right away. And with that, we can once again upgrade ships for real money there. And with that, we can also once again build ourselves some of these structures here, like that one. Oh, and we also need corrals again and stuff like that. This at least also should push us then to that next level here once we have the expertise, which is now coming in again. Also, we finished another workshop module already. So in this case here, I could really push for 4 agricultural chambers here to get the most out of this tree here. All the while, of course, we continue pushing our food production especially. There is a mine, by the way, so we should definitely make sure that we get this one. We could actually squeeze this in here. I'm just pushing these guys there. Yeah, that's also possible. So that we have enough room there for more modules then as well. There you go. And 200 we need. There's another mine. And then I can push probably like another one here and here. And this one here. Well, we can actually get quite far over there. I like this. And that's enough food now. That'll last us for a while.
Supply of goods.
And yeah, that's quite a lot of graphene once again. So we once again also can push our headquarters here. I was going for another module over there. And look at that, how nicely it actually alleviates the problem for any kind of services that we need in the city. For any further services that we need, right? Makes it also possible for me to upgrade those buildings more easily. As we basically provide most of the things. It's not the particularly most beautiful headquarters, I grant you that. I'm gonna actually have another one over here like this, right? And then we could... let's just see. These two. I mean, holy cow, it's so expensive. Gotta be very careful there. And then I'm probably pushing this one and this one with another tower as well. So these are the last towers we need to build then here.
Consumer analyses show unfulfilled demand for specific commodities.
Yeah, I think like we can work something here. And then we have, of course, another entrance. Probably like, wait a second, on the other side. That goes then into this area like so. Right, with some ornaments in between again. I would also like to use this to continue here with... Yeah, we can actually have another security one here. By the way, I'm missing, I think, mobility as my most one. So I might actually just move these over there. And then just copy me this one. Perfect. To get me a bit more mobility out of that. And entertainment is fine, right? Entertainment is exploding thanks to my modules. And yeah, we can just then really make a nice new block. Then here. Let's just see. Let's keep a bit of a density there because honestly I want to get more ascension rights. There you go. Alright, ladies and gents, this is it. We have the last modules now, those two. And with that, we have finished our corporate headquarters. In that case, that's also the module limit that we've almost reached, right? 2 more we could squeeze in to really get the maximum of 30 out. And yeah, I don't know. I don't think we want to, right? I don't think we have to. It would look just too crazy, honestly. So there it is, right? And then we just plop down some of these decorations that we have. It's all better than, you know, the wild nature coming in. And also those big parks then here. I think we should be going for these. And also here, a bunch of them. And then the smaller ones to squeeze them in. I definitely don't want to have a bus station there or anything like that. Just doesn't fit. And yeah, that's pretty much the only real ornament that we have for this kind of thing. A little bit of an alley over there, right? A triumph parade that you can push with those advertisement stands over there, right? Lots of traffic coming back and forth from our headquarters as it's looking now. And also, of course, the most important thing, my cat visible for everyone. I wonder why it's only on one side. It looks probably better this way. So this is the corporate headquarters, the big ones, right? So this is the maximum you can go for, really. And in that case, this also gives me a nice boost to my supply ratings so that we don't need to plaster everything full with those buildings all the time. And once again, we can also push. We should be doing this. I want to breach the 600,000 there. Hey, what's up there? Only those two? Whole bunch of more investors, though. That fits. to really want to have them. And with that, there you go, 600,000 global population. Very nice. Okay, I need actually a few more of these lower tiers here if I want to upgrade them. There you go. And also level 78. That's actually... was it the end? No, actually you can have another full row here. It should be at the end now though. There it is. Alright, so that is the maximum for now. And then we can also continue with some lower tiers again. So these guys here 2 times to get the investors going here. Another row of investors over there. Yeah, this is looking fine. Bunch more buildings here. And already 79 again. Growing rather quickly right now. Thanks to all the population coming in. Especially thanks to having all the stuff fulfilled that these guys want, right? Pushes us then as well with the quantum computers there. Would have thought that actually building materials are the limit right now.
Transfer route suffers from inadequate supply of goods.
These guys and these guys. I really want to maximize the amount of investors around our global headquarters there, right? And look at that, that's just 35,000 more coming in just because of upgrading. And with that, we've also reached level 80 here on the list. That should be a new title, Disruptive Company we're called now. Yes, nice, I guess. And well, I just overall enjoy the view of a city of that size at this point. I mean, gotta be honest, I don't really like this area here. We might need to scramble in a few more buildings because, you know, you already have a park area kind of like here. Right? It looks like there's too many parks here and not enough buildings to plaster because these buildings, they look so good, so nice. I want to see them everywhere. And yeah, Wildwater Bay is coming along just fine. We continue onwards in the next episode, probably with more space station and also the tundra that we haven't even touched yet. I hope you enjoyed this one. Onwards, stay tuned. Greetings everyone, hello and welcome back once again to Anno 2205 Megacity Edition, looking at our tourist hotel on the moon. And what we want to do, of course, in this episode is, well, quite a lot of things. Restoring the hotel, expanding our space station, and also going to the tundra finally for the first time as well. This is a whole new special sector that we're going to look at. For this one here though, well, we need to prepare a few more things. We're starting with stage 2 now, playing with fire. The hotel's ratings are dropping and the guests whine about the lack of unique experiences. So we need to provide by getting 60 microchips to this. Can't express how insane that is, but there you go. Let's get the 60 microchips. We have a surplus of 11 microchips available in Wildwater Bay, just like that. And with that, we should be able to get us those microchips in. While these are rolling in, let's also have a quick look at my space station, because of course we want to continue with the expansion of that. And once again, we also will need to provide more goods to my space station. So what we actually have is the food, that is fine, but the vegetables we need to fix. And this is something on the moon. And we also have that additional workshop kit. I was saying that I want to go at least for the agriculture for now, because with that we can quickly unlock some more. But the reality is that we're pretty far away from that. So if we want to push another orbital shop, we need to be very careful here with the grid, right, or the nexus. There is another one, right? So workshop kit, they're pretty hidden there. I don't know why there is one and then there's nothing over here, and it's pretty much down all the way at the end over there. So let's focus a bit on energy here. This makes sense to me, right? Energy is the main thing that you have to go in this game. So we're building a workshop here, and with that also get us a nice bonus out of that, because we have now built all of the workshops of all the different types. Let's expand right away and connect it here with my other workshop, right? And then I should be able to build another one. Now, having two of them side by side is not going to be a good idea. So I could also try to squeeze one in here, right? So this is where we have now an option, or this one is where we have an option. And as you also can see, this is raising the temperature of the surrounding area by quite a bit. So placing this one here is overheating now my energy cluster here. So artificial G-Lab and also some way of reducing the heat. There it is for both of them. That's pretty important, right? So this is making things easy. It's actually cooling them down quite a bit. But here you go. Both of them need deuterium and helium. Oh, that's interesting. With those two workshops, we can now expand into this area here. And also with that one here, we now have the ability to unlock us the next workshop kit. One thing I'm not entirely sure is if I get rid of that one here, do we lose the workshop kit? We don't, right? So we still keep the workshop kit even if I disable the node next to it. So this way we can kind of like, you know, cheat our way through all of this here and unlock us all the workshop kits because you don't need to have the adjacency bonus there forever. Like, this is a pretty bad reward here, the 50% increased rewards from assignments from Lei Shang. No, thank you. That's super rare. I don't need that at all, really. So I'm just gonna stay here to unlock us the kit, and then we can get rid of that point again. At this point, we do have the microchips, so let's load them onto my truck and get them over there to the hotel. And also push our vegetables while we're here. For this, we need more moon ice. I don't think we have space available at my current mining site, so I'm gonna just build me a new extractor for water, and that's this one here, right? It's actually quite a lot of ice you can get out of that, and yeah, with that we can now get us the next farm really going. That produces us then a lot of vegetables too, by the way, so yeah, that's a nice ratio.
That will do fine.
Oh, and Lei Shang, that's definitely something we want to go for, so let's also activate the downright, so they're not that likely to vote on too much money there, to go too high. Oh, really? It's 100. I totally forgot about that. It's really that much. So we need to have another farm altogether to reach that 100. I'm surprised how much food we actually need there. Okay, let's also start the betting. That's 1 million now. It was clear. Let's get all of this over there. That's a lot of vegetables. And we've also turned in the microchips now. Gotta concentrate there, because we really want to get that share. There it is. That was a really cheap price on it, by the way. Maintain the stock of bioenhancers. We have that, so we just need to wait 9 minutes on this one. And next mission for the hotel is pretty funny. There are mines on the moon now, and we need to approach them with a combat drone. So this one here, without getting too close. And yeah, the drones will simply destroy them. It's 5 of them. Really, you can just stay here and enjoy the scenery. It's pretty much why I'm doing these missions. By the way, there it is, 100,000 positive balance. Since we have so many company shares of the other ones now, my balance is fluctuating widely. It just depends on how many shares are doing good right now and how many are doing bad, right? So we have some that are extremely profitable right now. Ibarra Fox is actually extremely negative for us, but Lei Shen, for example, is very profitable at the moment. So it really depends on how you go about it, right? And yeah, we could use a bit more espionage probably to push some shares into my certain direction, but I think since we have so much financial power at this point, I don't really care about it too much. Now, last step we have already for the hotel, and that is attaching a safari bugger to my lunar device. And where's that buggy? There they are, and they're sitting here dead, and we will need to rescue them. There's a tourist on board even. He seems to be frozen in time. And there is also the last one coming in. And with that, we have finished also the war tours established. That is rank number 2 for the hotel. Ah, look at that. Moon Hotel it's called now. And we're also getting a platform out there as well. And this leads to the last stage now for this one. So what's the story for the last one? The butler sees everything. Anniversary event is coming up. That'll make our hotel a talking point. Deliver 70 androids over. We already have that. And my buggy is already on its way. There you go. Androids as stewards. Until they turn hostile, of course. Now, maintain a production of lunar lunch. Okay, we don't have that, but we have lots of vegetables. So all I really need to do is push my vegetable production a bit further. And then my food production. I think that's already enough, right? Ah, close. Building a 4th energy cluster over there. We do need more astronauts, so that's the engineers. But I think with that, can we go ahead with level 4? Yes, we can. That means I can now get this one, the expertise in, right? After that, we can go for the iridium reprocessing for 50. And then we should already be able to get the Lei Shang security to unlock us the next workshop kit. And with that, we would have then, yeah, up to 6 in total now. Is it right? 7, 8. We can have then 8 workshop kits as that expansion is going on. Look at Earth down there. I like to think that this is the city that we've built. And there it is. Also finished that. Next in line. Load 100 wine. Oh, come on. This is a lot of temporary trade routes that we need to establish here. It's not exactly super engaging. Where do we have the wine coming out, though? It's Viridian Coves, right? We do have the wine already coming out of Viridian Coves to Wildwater Bay. It's 200, so you know what? Let's actually just cancel this for a second, just to get this going ASAP. We should have some storage of wine, of course, in Wildwater Bay, so I don't need to worry about that. And look at that, we cannot even go for this because Viridian Coves does not have a spaceport expansion. So either we expand the spaceport or we just produce more wine now. We have the option. Of course, the only option is that we push wine, because at some point we're gonna need more of that anyway in Wildwater Bay. So let's just combine the two things, get the wine over, and now I can create a wine trade route from Wildwater Bay to Mario Lictum with the surplus that we have right now. Unfortunately, I'm a bit disappointed with the hotel quest line because, you know, we could have just renovated it, but we're actually preparing a banquet here, so let's get the wine over. What's next? Next, we need to get the meat over. Just look at that. 10 minutes later, our balance drops to 16,000 because my two most important shares, the Uzoyev and the Lei Shang, are deep red. Like, this is negative 8,000, you know, down from plus 8,000 or plus 5,000 it was. That's just incredible how fast this can actually fluctuate. For this, let's have a quick look at the... There she is, Lei Shang. So she's got a negative share right now of 84%. So we could do something against her, right? Or we could also help her. The problem is I'm lacking the influence. Influence is something that we can only regenerate because we got the shares of our own. And I really can't risk going too low on that because we always need to have the option to cancel an auction as an emergency measure. So unfortunately, I cannot help her out there. I can only hope that she is recovering. But right now, she's dragging me down quite a bit. Okay, delivering the next resources is the second last stage, and now we're on the final mission for this hotel, on the very last, or the final one. Maintain the energy balance for 14 minutes, and then we have it done. Perfect, just on time. There's another auction that I would actually not like to abandon. I think it's also a nice one here. So let's just go ahead and just see how it goes. We could, yeah, let's go for this. I mean, final cut on the share would also be helpful. Do we have any way of getting more money in right now? We don't. And there I missed it. Was it really that fast now? Shooting stars. Unfortunately, that was a total disaster. And ladies and gentlemen, there it is. The hotel is finished with that. We're getting some 2 nice additional wings also to this one here. That's a nice surprise. I didn't think that. Looking quite impressive, honestly, now, right? That's the Moon Hotel that you can visit now. And if you have the money, of course, that is. And have a very nice time here with all the amenities you can think of. And also, of course, the best view in the whole system. And so it begins. Vanya Plains it is. Chilly winds sweep over the wide lowlands of the Vanya Plains, where the Arctic ice makes way for softwood forests and gnat-stricken marshes. We do get a bit of building space here. We do get the deep cobalt deposits, and we're gonna get a lot of very important mechanics that are gonna boost our global industries. And with that, we only really need to have executives, and then we can take over the sector.
Glad you could make it. This is a beautiful place, but isolated. That might be the reason why the Eden Initiative chose this place. 2 centuries ago, they built a seed vault here to preserve now extinct species. That's what we're after. However, the vault hasn't been maintained properly and has leaks. It's brought something else with it from the past. Something dangerous. We're both eager to get into the seed vault, but first we'll need local researchers to deal with anything we find.
So that's exactly what we're gonna do. What the danger is, we're gonna find out. And boy, it's a beauty. Absolutely fantastic looking island and sector that we have. There's a volcano over there, so this might give you a hint already. And yeah, well, in this case here, this is gonna be a tricky area because we get lots of swamplands in between where we cannot build anything and where we need to use a lot of resources just to get the swamp drained. What we can see right away is this time around, pushing building materials into the Vanilla Plains is not going to be that easy. So I just cannot do this from the beginning. We actually need to upgrade our spaceport before I can push in building materials. Nice thought there, Ubisoft. And with that, we really need to start from scratch. We also get the seed vault over there. That's something we're going to need to, repair. And there's Easter. That is gonna help us out. Let's start building some road layouts first of all. And oh, you get that. This is a nice one. Might actually have a go at this. There's a huge balance on this. Let's actually use the influence on it right away so that other people do not, purchase too many things. Still a bit of time. Let's have a major road over there. There's even a new road layout, road texture for the sector. Loving that. And yeah, with that out of the way, let's start building us the first people, the first dwellers into the tundra. And they're called the ecologists. Tier 1 it is. They need vitamin drinks, canned food, smartphones, and the community to get things rolling over there. What definitely gets rolling now is the auction. And whoa, that was a bargain, by the way. Nice one. 1 million only, 1.6 million for such a nice share there. Now, in that case, we also have then all the way down here our water deposit. And I'm looking for... yeah, not this one, this leaky stuff over there, but I'm looking for a mountainside. Do we not have that? Not in this area anyway. So I guess just over here. I mean, look at that. It's really beautiful over here. I love it with the smaller lakes everywhere. Gonna start with the sunflower production, 46 already with just one field, so these are very small productions, right? And then we also get the first industry producing us the biopolymers finally. So let's push us one row over there. For the 23, we have the tundra over there, whereas the moss as my new resource as well, right? So this is the first one, and then we already have the desalination plant that we can also push for the water. And yeah, well, the most important thing now is then also just workforce. That we get things cracking over here.
Warning. Facilities.
Let's immediately also upgrade now the spaceport since we can do this. And with that we can then connect the tundra to the global market. Now for the vitamin drinks, we can actually use these moss plantations that we have right over here. And as we can see, they're also getting boosted already by the mutation optimizer and also by the agricultural benefits out of the shares that we have. That's another 6% that we're boosting those farms with. Alright, this we're gonna abort. There's a lot of auctions right now, so we just gotta be careful there. It's also snowing right now. Nice one. And we continue. Even though the marshes are the most biodiverse habitat, we have no choice but to drain them. We can't work with the little space we have. Attract the population and construct a drainage pump right over there if we want to continue. This actually needs super alloys, so let's get this one out of the way right away. The robots we can get over here. And then we also have the super alloys coming in from Akia Flows, where we still have a bit of a surplus there. That's working for us, right? So that we get all of that in here. Nice. Now, next in line, as you can see, also we're getting a steady supply of iridium now, thanks to our bonuses. That's also something that I can cherish. Now, I cannot build here. There is some rocks there, but we gotta make sure that these rocks disappear at some point. Oops, that wasn't very clean looking. There you go. Gonna keep me a bit of a space here available as a community area, right, where you can just have then a park, a smaller one perhaps, and definitely also a community center. And then we just push another few blocks here. unlocking us a few more buildings along the way for the tundra. Now, once again with the tundra, just like with the moon, for example, it's very expensive to build here, right? Everything that we build costs me quite a lot of credits in comparison to somewhere else, right? Also, these people here are not gonna pay us that much tax. So yeah, we gotta be careful there with not overusing my balance again. But it's not as bad as on the moon. Canned food is another one that we should really provide. The problem with the canned food, I think we don't have enough. We have 13 plus actually, but we already need 20 in vanilla planes. That's crazy. Alright, let's get this in for now at least. So with that, the canned food is coming in, pushing us a bit. Smartphones is gonna be something else that we need. And there is the smartphone production already unlocking with the drone hive. Alright, let's actually start draining, right? Yeah, let's drain this one. Makes the most sense. And this is now the construction of the drainage pump, and this will take 5 minutes, right? And once this is finished, we can use this space then for us, and especially advance then into this area here that is blocked for us right now. And there you go, have finished the construction, and we can now upgrade this pump. This will take a lot of electricity, as we can see. The optimal input is 250 for this beauty here. Yeah, while we do that, let's actually continue with the next drainage swamp over there. That will unlock us on a mountainside. That is something that we need. And for the electricity, well, the only option I have is the wind park. Perhaps upgrading this one is not allowed yet. We need the researchers first, tier 2. So, by building a few wind parks, we now have the electricity to also start the draining. And this will take another 10 minutes. And as we can see, they're working now fine. Oh, by the way, there's also a mountainside here. Super. Alrighty, one more thing that we can now do is... Oh, yeah, first of all, of course, cancel an auction again. By the way, this is getting out of hand. Yeah, I can cancel it once more, but we're running out of influence now. I hope there's no other auction. There's been way too many auctions kicking in right now again. Now, 2 things we can build here right away as well. The first one is a community center. So this is your basic service building again that you definitely want to have somewhere here in this area. And yeah, actually, this is a good location here just beside the rocks. We can use the rocks then for something else. And in that case, there we got them. The first community center of my town that we have. Makes people happy. Of course, one is not enough for a city or a camp of this size, so I'm gonna have another one right up here, and I think one more should be fine. So let's have one more here by the swamp. And yeah, electricity is another thing that constantly needs work on this map, but don't forget we're using a lot of it right now. Here, this one's coming to an end now. Before we actually let's have a look at that.
No more danger of sinking.
It needs iridium to finish 100.
Well done, Moses.
And with that, yeah, the swamp is gone.
Not gonna like these pumps. What's he gonna do besides waggle his finger?
And we can now use these mountainsides here. Plus, of course, some additional expansion of the camp if we want that all the way. Alright, next, not just any stuff will do. The research division needs experts to combat the virus. So there is a virus lurking here because of the melting. And because of the increased temperatures, it's releasing from the ground, right, from the permafrost. And in this case here, that's what we are fighting on this map. A virus! It's not a volcano. How you would imagine that. Boy, what a beautiful, beautiful sector. Next in line, what we can do, first of all, I still need community, okay. Let's have another one down here. This should really do it now, right? But this is only this is now equal only. That was a crazy amount of community centers for these guys. Next in line, what I would like to do right away in this center here is, yeah, a physicist institute. So we can also send them to the space station. That is something we absolutely should be doing, as they give me lots of expertise. Where should we have it? Yep, I cannot put it into the center here, as you can see. Sometimes you just have to go with compromise. And yeah, that's probably it. Quite expensive, that one is. And it cost me a permanent 250 electricity. Together with the 250 that we're gonna need here. Yeah, you named it. I will need more power again. Let's have another one down here. And then probably another one over there. A smaller wind park. And with that, we actually have enough power to also drain now this area here, while simultaneously providing now that institute here with power. Very nice. Now, out of the question here, what we need to do next, and that's providing the smartphones to my people. Smartphones, yeah, it's quite a complex production chain for a tier 1 product. It needs a tungsten mine, so we can push this one in here right away. Let's actually push it a second time. Provides me the tungsten. Then we do need the nano precision factory. Just gonna have this production chain here actually by the camp. Makes the most sense to me. Let's have number 1, right? And then we can just add them like this. So at least the game is kind to us here, right? By providing this easy layout to set up. Let's just check it out. With that, we're out of tungsten already, but we have 16 of these nano chips. Now I need a cobalt mine. All right. Do we have another mountainside? Nah, it's this one here. So I need to wait the 8 minutes before I can actually finish this. Preposterous. Let's just check it out. Do we have cobalt on the map somewhere? Well, we have a surplus of 14 in Wildwater Bay that I can get over. Speed things up here a bit for us. Right, and with that, we have now everything in for the first drone hive. That's also a really cool looking factory, as always. But it takes a lot of electricity. And let's just push us another module as well. To gain, yeah, equality. Let's still have another wind park. I mean, I know we're gonna have a pretty huge supply of electricity, but we're gonna need it anyway, and it's cheap. There you go, providing us the electricity, and with that we have enough smartphones now being produced for my people here. I wonder if smartphones are looking that cool in production. With that out of the way, we can finally upgrade to tier 2 already, and of course we focus around the institute to maximize the amount of astronauts that we can also send to the space station.
The staff seem fine so far. Symptoms have only been observed in animals.
These look very sophisticated, and with that we got the field researchers in now.
The team was able to extract the first samples from the vault. So far, no luck in finding the virus.
Okay, so we need more eyes, and yeah, with that we have the field researchers, all weather parkers, stimulants, medibots, and the quantum computers. That's gonna be expensive for sure. Produce the all weather parkers and also attract 1,500 field researchers in total. There's also my field parkers. Now we're gonna need another production for this, of course, but it's only fields as far as I can see, together with moss and water. So water is something that we can push easily anyway, getting this done. And there's also now the fossil fuel power plant, so this is pretty similar looking then to the Arctic gas powered one. And this one needs then the drilling rig with the natural gas, and that one actually is just a ground building, right? It does not need a mountainside or anything like that, and we should really build this one. However, where's my swampy? That still takes 5 minutes. Whoops, time flies, and there's it over when you're having fun. And there's also the next drainage completed. Oh, this is a share at least that I can take. And by the way, we got some influence back again. I'm happy to report. Now let's make a double road all the way up here, because this is going to be an important area for us. Kind of like want to show this off. Let's just see where they're going with that. This seems like a very valuable share indeed. That is something that we can bet our money on. It's 2.2 million. We got 6 million. I'm saving the influence this time around and just hope that we do not go too high. There you go. That was a good one, right? So that we can easily afford just for now. Let's go all the way. We got a huge plateau ready now. By the way, I should already work on my next one, because these range pumps just really take a lot of time, as you know. And here we don't need the robots and the super alloy. Let's get this one going, because this unlocks me in 2 mountainsides. That's something we really will need. All right, over here now, I would like to work on my, first of all, we need a transportation hub again, all the way out here in the wilderness. This leads then all the way up here. And out here, we're going to have then these drillers, right? So that's number 1. Something I love about these buildings, even though, of course, it's not completely ethical correct. And then we have the first driller, and then we can also use the first fossil fuel power plant already. Gonna have this one close to the drillers. Makes sense to me. Keep transportation times short. And let's just check it out, how much we can actually push here. Yeah, it's quite a bit. Holy cow, right? Just one basic driller actually has this this amount, right? 2,000 electricity and we're not even done yet. Beautiful. Just also get us a few drone hubs going, so that we save some workforce there as well. By the way, this cost me 2,500 maintenance, and this one here to 1,200, so quite expensive that is, as expected. I also continue into this side here now, with another warehouse once again, because here we can work on our parkers now, right? Because they need farms, and farms need space. We got the wool that needs moss and water, and then we got the flax that is just a basic building. It's the same one that we have in the temperate region already, but this one here with the moss and water, that's something we need to push. We get the moss over there. I'm actually gonna move the moss now into this area here too, just because we need that space, right? The moss is huge, especially with these modules there that you need to attach to them. And with that, we should actually have all of this already going now. There's the wool. It's not a lot though, so let's actually just push this one again. Really, the game sometimes is really nasty to you. Look at that. This one tile here, offset. Can you do it like this? Of course not, right? Crazy stuff, honestly. Let's build one. Gives me 4 wool. And then also some more flax. At least the flax is easy. And with that, we have the next factory going, the Boreal Tailor. And let's also have this once again in my industry zone over here, close to my people. And with that, we got the parkers rolling. Once again, this tiny offset, it's just annoying me. I don't know why you always have these offsets. One parker is not enough, so let's actually get us a surplus of 3 in for now, right? And with that, we need a bit more wool, so a bit more moss, but it should be fine. Time to also produce the cobalt here ourselves with the cobalt mine. Pushing this one right away. And with that, we can get rid of our cobalt trade rod here and save the money. I mean, it's such a low price on it, so it's not very much. Actually, we make a loss almost, but it's fine. Field researchers are a crazy bunch. We need more of them.
Construction options expanded.
And just over there, perhaps this single one here. Nah, really? No? Oh, okay, we need more buildings of this type, in fact. Building 2 more gives me that upgrade here just to make this one equal. And with that, we have really a lot of them yet. Have we finished everything? No, we still done 7,500 resources you need for the high security laboratory. Whoa, that's a huge camp you will need at some point. Anyway, we've unlocked the next one, the microbotics center. This one needs nanochips and synth cells. The synth cells, well, we already know this. It needs the algae farm. So that is something we can easily do here.
Attention.
With that, that's 55 already. That should be enough, right? I'm considering moving a bunch of my industry actually over there. This is looking chaotic. Okay, I guess I have to admit it, and I guess I'm looking chaotic here right now. But the problem really is that we need more industry than I thought. Gonna make this road complete all the way there, so I can get rid of this nasty thing there. There you go, right? We do need more of these, so let's just push this one to 24. That's then all the cobalt and tungsten you can ever imagine. I will actually need another tungsten mine. Then we got, yeah, the synth cells again. We already know them. Let's have, wait a second, this route all the way over here. And then it goes here, right? Whatever place we need. Yeah, we have plenty of space here. Really, it's just all about structuring. So we'll probably need to move them around again a bunch. And then I'm just pushing this one. Once again, a very easy layout on this. Thank you very much for that. And algae is 11. It's a bit strange that we have different tabs here now where everything is working, but yeah, it's okay. And then we got the medipods with the nanochips and synth cells. We can already afford this. We're still using the same gas power plant. That's a nice site. Let's actually have this one here. I don't know why. And it's similar looking then to the androids, right? There you go. That leads to 9 nanobots. That should last us for a while, I guess. as my next resource. And of course, as we can see, it also pushes my population again quite a bit here. But it's insignificant, right? The amount of people you push here is insignificant to your company level, because it's just so many that only the megacity really contributes.
It's a relief to have
Oh, nice. But we don't have a lot of money left. Boy, they're really pushing this one, 4 million. Good for him. What's really striking me here is there's 1,000 workforce already needed for the micro robotics. So yeah, we will need those drone hubs ASAP. Guess I'm gonna push another 2. Yeah, let's keep it with 1, and then I can have my drone hubs here. And this one actually leads into 0 again, almost. Nice. Getting the stimulants over, we need 37 in total. We already have a negative of 16 in Archaea Flows. I need to get this production here going first. The problem really is that in Archaea Flows, we're at the limit of what I can do. So I will now need to save a bit of money there to, unlock me the next one, the Kingate Protectorate, as my next production area for everything that I need. It's 2 islands, right, that are quite big actually, I think, in size. Not really, no. Now, however, comes something that's really nice, and that's gonna be used for global boosts, and that is the advanced bioreactor. Uses moss and bioresin to produce biocatalysts for further processing. Moss and bioresin are the only ingredients we need. Of course, everything here was a prerequisite to this, so without all of that you cannot build this factory. And it's gonna be a factory that's gonna change a few things on my industrial scale. Let's build this one here. Actually, this is looking wrong. There you go. Looking much better. And perhaps we can have some cool looking modules to this already. There you go. To have a production of 23. Bit of moss we still will need. And with that we have this one going. Expand an agricultural facility with a biocatalyst module. What this means now that I can basically add these modules to any agricultural facility in the world that I have, and this is then a tundra module that I can add over there to double the output of our existing production bonus already, right? So you get the 800% that we have out of the modules, and we get another 800% based on that to push, right? And with that, this one here is producing now as much as these two here together, and there's not that much limit to that, right? It's just some biocatalysts and that's it, and you can push them. This is really powerful, right? And with that we can save a lot of space down the road. Alright, this was actually the mission that we had, so we need to go back to the tundra now. In the tundra it makes, for example, sense for this one here, for my moss production. That takes a lot of space. Just pushing 1 doubles my moss production. Actually, what? Okay, we get 1,000 plus 1,000 on top of that. Holy cow, that's more than I expected. This leads now to a moss surplus of 49.
I know how to take care of the ice. I'm just waiting for you.
Okay, I think we have finished the draining. No! It's time for the sector project finally that we can now start and tackle. Step 1 out of 6, and we can't do anything with frozen seeds, but thawing them isn't so easy. A fixed temperature control can do that without risking a viral outbreak. So let's do this and deliver the constructed bots to this vault here. This gives me a heavy industry aerogel tube module. Whatever that is, we're gonna find out.
Installing a heater in a freezer sounds paradoxical, but remember, the 21st century was the era of climate change and the 22nd of climate correction. Think of this as some kind of stabilizer. I managed to get the classified climate stabilizer blueprints. We're not copying them, of course, but with enough staff, we can give the old tech an overhaul.
Alright, stuff we need, stuff we don't have. And in fact, we do need a lot of additional stuff. The next mission is rather funny. Yeah, this volcano is active and it's about to explode, so we need to get rid of lava blocks over here to get the pressure down.
Perfect. Now I can take it from here.
Glad you can take it from here.
I just came back from checking on the old temperature modules and no chance. Completely fried. Global warming and climate correction took their toll. We'll need new ones.
Okay, there it is, the new module. Let's get it over.
Now that's what I call a job well done.
And up here, you can see it now.
Fueling this machinery is anything but eco-friendly. I need enough power
Natural
to
gas, we need more of that. And that means all the way over there, we continue with our drilling rig that we have. And yeah, 2 more should do the trick to get us above 10. There it is.
Good, all set.
Nice, also maintained the gas surplus.
Let's hope this goes
Like the
smooth.
pros that we are.
I had
And we continue to activate the temperate unit on top of the structure. What is that? It's this one here, I think. And with that, we have finished the first temperature control unit. Which, once again, as always in this game, looks fantastic. And this one is doing what exactly now? It's opening up a vault trader, and that's her. So we can now sell her stuff that is actually quite valuable, way too valuable for what it costs me to produce. So yeah, that's a nice push of money there, right? Also the moss and the wool. And we can always use this money now to, yeah, purchase more company shares and stuff like that. With that, we would have the next sector stage, the exclusion zone. And with that out of the way, we continue in the next episode with the tundra and yeah, using the biocatalyst in our other agricultural areas. And don't forget, we still have that space station that we need to develop. And what's actually happening in my megacity, we'll find out in the next episode. Stay tuned. Greetings everyone, hello and welcome back. How very good of you to join once again to Anno 2205. Take a cup of coffee, sit back, relax, and yeah, watch whatever we're doing right now. That is first and foremost, of course, getting rid of my drainage sites, because we have finally finished draining the swamp. And yeah, in this case here, with that we have 2 more mountain sites. We also have something over there, a leak, a destructible object. So let's just have a look at that as well. I think there is... No, it's not the mission right now, because we are starting with stage 2 as well on the monument here, and or the sector project as it's called. And for that we need to get our droney all the way over here. So my helicopter, my chopper, get this one over. By the way, there's another one that we can push, and as we can see, this will cost me a lot of electricity. Actually, this is 750, which is just a huge number on this. This one here costs only 500. I'm gonna start this one as well, and we're just gonna push that electricity. Now for that, I do have my natural gas, and we still have a huge surplus on that. So let's also just have a look at my energy. We have it over here, my blocks of energy. It's not exactly clean looking, so I'm gonna remodel a couple of things here just to get the look going, right? So, oh wait a second, what's going on here? I cannot... That's interesting. Okay, we cannot move this module by module, right? So I need to move it like that, and then I can actually implement my drone hubs on the other side. And then we're gonna have another one, probably... There's this rock here that I still cannot get rid of. There's also a rock, right? This is a bit annoying. You get these rocks everywhere. I could start with 2 more here. This would work out nicely, right? So we have those, and with that, I'm still looking very good in natural stuff. Also workforce is no problem, really. So let's just have a look at my drone. We need to get over there and find us these vehicles, these radiating wreckages that we need to clear. There you go. Might take a while.
Coordinates confirmed.
Object successfully detected.
And there should be the last one. There you go.
Cargo gathered.
To finish that mission. And bring them now back. Oh, actually over here to my spaceport. And getting them out of the tundra, I guess. So what's just a pity is that there's no neutral trader in the tundra, right? I was hoping for one. Unfortunately, it's not the case, because we do need more money. The thing is that the company shares, the auctions are getting really expensive at this point, right? So we're speaking about 4 million around one share. And the problem is that we're not making enough money to keep this one up. Of course, it's also because my company shares that we have right now are doing not so well. So most of them are struggling a bit right now. Oh, yes. Most of them are deep negative, right? Which is not ideal. So we need to get the money in somehow. Selling surpluses is one of them. Load my vehicle with water. Okay. Pick up the water and get this one over to the volt generator to cool the systems. While the chopper is on its way, we continue with a bit more industry. Now, we do have a very stable industry right now in the tundra itself, but I would like to push more biocatalysts. That's the fuel that we can use in other regions to really push us further, right? And with that, we need moss and bioresin, and these are very cheap products. So as long as you have that, it's all fine here, right? And we can just push another one. By the way, we could also go for more modules here. Major wreckages are gone. It's a matter of shipping them off. Maintain the logistics balance. What? 275? All right. So my take is that we need to, yeah, get us a lot of these now going, right? We got 140. I could have them. That would be realistic, probably, in the dock area. There you go. With that, we got the balance. Also out of electricity again. That was quick. And with that, we can maintain that balance now. We should probably not add anything that drops us below 250. I think this one here is not. Look at how big one of them can get. Nice. It's fully automated almost though. Yeah, once again, we're gonna move these modules then here to the lower side. It just makes more sense this way. And with that, we can push then 1 and even 2 more into this row here, which is probably something that I would like to do for this one here alone. And this one, does it reduce? No, it does not reduce my logistics. No! These rocks. Crazy stuff how annoying they are. But okay, here we go. We got 35 at least, so I can use these 35 once again to push them into, for example, Walbrook Basin, where we do have our farms, right? So I'm gonna get another 10 in here. I would also like to start a bunch of them to get over to Viridian Cove, so we have a lot of industry, right? We're talking about all the... Actually, I don't need the wine anymore now that I think about it. Speaking about selling, yeah, on the moon, for example, we do have the anti-grav compensators. Look at that, 600,000 for 100, and we can sell another 4 stacks easily. I could even go for, yeah, another stack again as well. My limit is at 8 million actually, so we're closing in on that already, so I'm not gonna sell anything else, but this is of course a nice option. Now I can see that my profits continue to plummet, and what's the cause here really? We got the maintenance cost, got the transfer routes. Okay, transfer routes are really expensive at this point. We have a lot of them. Problem is also that we're running low on a couple of resources here, so we should probably push a few more things going forward. So we have enough neuros, we have enough from the moon, and oh, we're very low on vitamins, very low on food, very low on rejuvenators especially. So that's something that we should be able to tackle. Now, speaking about rejuvenators, we do have the whole production set up right now on this island. There you go, right? It might be feasible to no longer do this here, right? It might be feasible now to move rejuvenator production to another sector entirely, where we can do it more easily. And I think Viridian Coast would be a nice one, and since we do need to work on food, let's just go there right away. So we got those massive fruit plantations here, right? And now we also have then the agricultural biocatalyst that we can add to these. But it's not about that really, it's all about these ones here. And I can also, and that is really cool, I can also push my production here with the vitamin condensers, right? So not only do you can implement them with the farming, oh look at that, it's not a share that we have right now, so we should probably push for this. We can also implement it with processing buildings, right? So that is another thing that we probably should do at some point now soon. Okay, a bit more food. Look at that, 2.6 million already. Should we use my influence on something? Yeah, let's downrate it. I mean, it's a really bad share actually. It gives me a loss of 4,000 again. But I want that bonus, and I want my dominance over the other companies. Okay. Wow, holy cow, 4.5 million. That was expensive, and it's also dropping my balance. Unbelievable. What I'm spending my money on, right? Can't believe it. Okay, that's a lot of food. And then we just want to have more these guys here. And as always, there's not really an optimal layout that I can find right away. So we probably need to fiddle around with that a bit more. Look at the output though, right? So this is 466%, and this one here is 466% plus the same thing again on top of that, right? So this is why that is so massive. And of course, then we have the drone racks on top of that as well to make them, yeah, fully automated, more or less. And I probably would like to do this. And we can do the same thing here again, as long as we have the fruits going. Pushing another... Yeah, that's almost all of it, right? And then we just go with the drones again. There you go. That's really, really sweet. Let's have a look down here. For the rejuvenators, it might be worth doing it. And, I mean, we got the algae here, right? I can even use them on the algae farm. That's just beautiful. So, we do have 24 algae here right now. Especially since this is such a problematic production to me, right? And I'm gonna have another one here. Pushes us to 188 algae now. Of course, we should always be careful. Look at the amount of biocatalysts this costs me, right? So, it's not gonna be an easy thing to pull off. Might be actually, can we use it on the mines? Now that would be something. I'm not entirely sure right now. No, we can't. We do have something else for the mines, and that is the heavy industry aerogel tube. And for this we need the aerogel then, right? But I don't have that yet. It's a tundra once again. So there is something else coming up for the mines then. Loving the tundra. In that case, we still have the rejuvenator production. We have the space over there, so I would actually just really like to push it in.
No problem.
And we do have a lot of space here, right? Workforce might be the limiting factor, but not if we get the drone hubs going, right? And we can even use them again here, but we need to proceed with the sector project before I can use them on higher industry, right? We at the very least get the production rate bonus of 12% out of my shares, so that is something that we can that is something we can easily use here. Let's just go ahead. And how many algae do I have? Well, a lot, and then again not that much. There you go, got the whole production set up, and with that we can just update our trade routes now. That's all the food. That's all the vitamins. I don't think we need that many more vitamins. And speaking about vitamins, by the way, I think Magical Island would like to get them as well. So we can send some over just to push that population a bit, right? And then we got the rejuvenators now, and for that we also have a lot at the moment. Oh, look at that. Actually, wait a second. We're transferring them? What kind of logistics is that? I was transferring rejuvenators over. There you go. We actually have a surplus of 40 in Wild Water Bay. I don't even need to do this. This is perfect. Very nice. Because the reason for that is simple. We want to push a bit more population, right? Right now, we have this city here going in Viridian Coves. And we need a second bigger city, unfortunately, right now, to get my financial demand in, but also to push my population a bit. So in this case, I would really like to push more. And you know what? Let's actually get the own robotics production going here as well. So that is these guys here, Robot Assembly Hall. Because I really want to get a bit more self-sufficient there with Viridian Coves and not just push everything into my Wild Water Bay. Now for this we have the Nano and the Cobalt. Here we got the Cobalt rolling, right? And then we can just push now my robots here, and they could also use the electronics again. So that is something. I mean, just look at the energy balance that we have here thanks to the moon. So I should be all in. We do have Akia flows, another crisis sector that we probably will need to tackle as well. And we could also always work on some of these missions here. Got some beef left. We could buy graphene, but that's very expensive, so I'm not gonna do that. The thing with this crisis up here, we need to do this because I'm losing all of the goods coming out of the Arctic to Wild Water Bay, which is completely wrecking my balance, of course. Let's call in the support fleet. And yeah, then we got a few ships. Holy cow! He did not hold back. What is that? That's a massive size of ships, of a fleet, docking my spaceport right now. There you go, my fleet arrives. And it's a very well upgraded fleet at this point, right? So we should be really golden here and just have some fun. Oh, also water for Water Bay again. This is very costly, so we might try to get that water from somewhere else as well. Just in case. We need to destroy 100 of those ships. I mean, just the... Holy cow, the grind is just so real in this game. There you go. I'm just freely using my missiles because you're getting them a lot out of the loot. Ah, lost the ship there. Was a bit too hasty there. Yeah, there's really a lot. Also, we have the support fleet thing going. This one here, a bit of protection. Support fleet. Support fleet is actually something different now that we've unlocked the NPC for that, so we're getting healed by it. It's not ships that are spawning right away. It's actually a supporting ship that is healing you, which is also nice, of course. By the way, there's the Dreadnought. I would really like to push the Dreadnought too. You're getting a lot of resources out of that. There you go. Unfortunately, no rare materials out of this one, which is a shame. Okay, he's leaving finally, and my balance should go up again. There you go. Back in the Tundra, we have finished the next stage. And of course, we want to continue with it, because we want to unlock more of these juicy modules. And next in line, we need to, with that out of the way, we can get to work on the reactor. And they need to get there and attach to the transporter. Okay, we just need to transport. So we're still working on, yeah, restoring now this one here, right? The seed vault. And while we're doing that, we should also be able to finish now. There you go. Drainage pump. Nice. And we should also have another one finishing up here. There it is. How much iridium does it cost me? 200.
Well done,
That's
Moses.
totally fine. And yeah, more and more space is unlocking in the Tundra. It's just lovely, really. I love that we can gradually unlock the map more and more, right? And unlock us all the riches that this map offers me. And especially, of course, the biocatalyst. So that's the one that we have over there. We don't need to worry about the logistics anymore. So in that case, I'm gonna push me my modules over here. And then a bunch of drones. And since we have the rocks here, I'm not gonna go any further. And we can just use the other side. But there's so many rocks, unfortunately. Wait a second, isn't there something we can use? So we have the aerogel now. By the way, there it is. It does cost me cobalt and natural gas. So that's two things again that we will need then in pretty quite a high quantity. But, and the cool thing is that these are resources that usually only need a bit of space, right? The rest we have the electricity, we have the workforce, so it's actually not that bad when you think about it. There's another moss plantation we can go for. We should still be very efficient though with the space that we use, because yeah, it's just, there's so much space that you need for all these productions, especially if you want to support big cities, that it could get out of hand. Workforce, I can see, is the biggest problem that we'll have here in the Tundra though. Okay, no, it's not this. It's... Where's my ship? My chopper. Let's get it back over there now. The transporter. Right, so we do have my wool here. We do have then my moss here. And for the moss, I would probably like to have another industry. There's a rock again! Let's have it here. And I just hope that we can kind of like push it around the rock. We can also get another biocatalyst in here as well to double the moss production. And then I'm trying to squeeze in my drone hubs here around that rock. There you go. This was actually quite successful. Nice. 100 on the moss. For those biocatalysts. How much does it cost, by the way, in maintenance? The biocatalysts cost me 1,500 each. That's quite a lot. Yeah. when you think about that. But of course, you're getting a lot of it out. Okay, and then we got my sunflowers over there right now, so I will also need to move them into a more dedicated location. Do we have a bit more space over there? You don't need a lot of space for sunflowers though, for bioresin, right? So I can see that space might be an issue then again. And the water we have though. That's these here, and then we just push. And this is a very cheap production. By the way, this is just not looking clean. I want to have this all looking a bit more organized, so I'm gonna push this one a bit further over here. There you go. And then this one right next to it. I'm certainly not gonna use the bioresin on these. Perhaps I will. Because they actually provide me with a lot of that then. And yeah, then up here, around these freaking rocks, we can push then more of the biocatalysts. Let's actually have two here with that in between, and then we can just go with these guys again all the way up to this point. Can I push them themselves with it? No, I can't, right? So they cannot be boosted at all. That's the 59, and we do have in Viridian Coves that demand right now. Okay, do I see correctly that you cannot push more than 50? Yeah, you need to have another trade route, but 50 is the maximum per trade route. That's interesting.
All right.
I wonder why they went this route. Let's cancel that auction. And we have returned, so carry the engineer transporter from the vault back again.
You're the best at getting stuff done.
I hope so.
The generator is necessary to open the vault doors without destroying them.
Energy balance of 1200. That's also fine. Out here, oh wait a second, we could also, yeah, drain this one. It's close to my energy production that we have over there. And for this we have the drilling rigs. And I'm just gonna get me another one. Probably coming a bit close now to that tundra site there. I cannot... Why can I not have it here? Okay, it's only possible this way right now. I guess because there's the swamp beginning, right? Something like that. This one requires a lot of maintenance. And for this we have then our fusion over here. Can I go like this? Yes, I can. This is looking okay. And then we have another one like this as well here. That's a lot of energy. We still have lots of natural gas. Very nice. There's something very satisfying about seeing huge industrial complexes coming together. And this is only the beginning of a massive drilling site that we have over here. With all of that coming in, we can now focus once again into Viridian Coves that we have over here with more industry primarily. For basic upgrading, we should actually have everything. So we should be able to upgrade a whole bunch of them down the road. And yeah, it's basically city expansion at this point once again. So we're going to have our blocks of service buildings. Probably going to have a block here then, where we can squeeze something in. And then we just continue with more. And really it's all about population for me at this point. And for this I would really like to tightly squeeze it all in. How much further can we go here? Yeah, if I have a road, then it's fine. This is looking great. By the way, next level could also be coming in then my own share. Look at that. But we have the influence. And let's go ahead and also upgrade as many of them as possible.
The transfer route suffers from inadequate supply of goods.
Can I boost the water? Yes, this is great, right? Boosting the water with the biocatalyst. This is absolutely fantastic, honestly. That's super sweet. The only problem will be that we need to have a direct connection to it, right? So in this case here, we need to actually push down here, and then we can go for this point. And this gives me a lot of water per site. Nice one. And finally, I level up again. It's been a while, and this pushes also my account limit again, which is important here. I would also like to expand the city on the other side of the Iridian Coves. I mean, we gotta be careful here because we have a lot of farmland that I still need to use. But I think so here the earlier stages of this plateau can be used for further expansion. And that also counts then all the way into that food district that we have, right? And then we just plaster all of this once again with buildings. Might leave a bit of room then for service buildings as well. And of course, also upgrading is important. Using all my resources. Also over here on the other side, we can now push for more of them. And look at how many at the same time. It's just so beautiful. How fast you can get cities on its way. And with that, we're pushing towards 700,000. My next company upgrade is coming in close. So this number is not really going up that much, right? So once you are past a certain threshold, getting new company levels is not that difficult anymore, as long as you just push more buildings. Of course, that is the primary problem. Now, water is my primary problem indeed, as always. It's probably the one thing that follows you from the early game to all the way to the end game with its problematic coastal sites, right, that we need. At least the balance is rocking again, thanks to also having enough company shares again that are profitable. And with that out of the way, let's also head back once again to the tundra, because we finished the next sector step. And that is my balance here.
Glad you took it seriously.
And this should lead now to the last one. A mutated virus strain. Activate the general control on top of the structure.
We've got no time to lose. Our team just found a mutated virus strain.
There you go.
The nuclear reactor is stable and the doors are operational. The team is collecting samples as we speak.
Very nice. We found it and neutralized it. Also, we have a trader now. Look at that. Parkers are quite valuable. And with that, we are looking at the last stage here now, and that's actually 10 steps. Holy moly. And with that out of the way, what we can do here now is we have unlocked a new blueprint, and that is the production for constructor bots, because that's glowing. That's the only thing that was unlocked here. But we can start with the ionization chambers. I would really like to do this. It costs me a bit of electricity actually, but not as much as I expected. And this one we can now push somewhere else. By the way, here let's also get this drainage pump going. Yeah, but as you can see, there's not that much space in the tundra after all, right? So at some point soon, we're really gonna be at the limit of what's possible here. There's another drainage pump that I can get going. There's the infected wildlife, by the way, that we have to collect. 10 of them. How do they look close up? It's a moss patch. It's not really wildlife. Or this one potentially infects wildlife, perhaps. That's what's meant by that. But these are just patches of green and green glue. And let's collect it. Ah, that's also a beautiful site here with the volcano. And there's the last of them. We'll also finish this one as well.
Getting stuff done. Damn. Field researchers just reported the onset of
Okay, find the afflicted researchers in the valley. Symptoms. Researchers have symptoms. Taking water samples from the lakes. Recovering them is top priority. Actually, we get the energy aerogel tube modules and the electronics tube out of this. We get the last two modules out of this mission here, right? Not the energy in between. So I really wonder what we unlocked with the middle mission. Can't be the constructor bots, right? There they are. So we need to collect 6 again. Yeah, that's the mission variety you know of Ubisoft.
Seriously?
I'm in the middle of engineering a vaccine, but in the meantime, we need to boost our patients' immune systems.
Vitamin stimulants in Vanilla Plains. Okay, that's a lot, right? At the same time, look what's happening. A polar night in Arctia flows again. We just had this one. It's lasting for 45 minutes. I need to get wool over there from the spaceport and deliver it to his trading post. And that wool is something that we're producing right now in the tundra. So it's this one here. Let's get those 5 over and just hope that we can finish this on time. Now, next in line was the stimulants. We don't have that delivery right now going. So I need to start another push there in Arctia flows right away. Unfortunately, since there is the polar night going on right now, I think we cannot transfer this. But we'll just see. For the stimulants, oh, I cannot even build anything. I can't even look at my modules. That's a bummer. There's the wool. And let's get it to his trading post over here. And this should actually hopefully finish that polar night again for us.
Oh, hey.
Nice, it did. Even though it looks beautiful, of course. Nah, you still need to do something else, and that is the lunar lunch that we also need to get over. I think at this point it's a scheme. A lunar lunch. So I need to get rid of my wool transport again. Right, so we just had this one going in. And then the lunar lunch. And please tell me now that I can actually transfer this. Yes, we can. Nice. Getting this one over. 37 is actually a lot. Another one of my shares. I'm gonna abort this. I really would like to get more shares. The problem is initiating them takes a lot of credits, right? Or influence, 40 influence. And I need my influence to influence auctions themselves, like abandoning them and or canceling them. So I'm very hesitant of doing this. So I could say once we have 100, I can take the liberty of actually doing this once, right? But outside of that, I really need to wait for the randomness to kick in and grant me a favor here. I'm gonna decline this one there. It's just a bunch of credits.
That was some good work there, you know?
Okay, construction can now be resumed. Thank you very much for this. Because I really would like to check if we have everything for my stimulants going. It's the deep water corral. And for the deep water corral, can we use... Yes, we can. We can use the biocatalyst to further push this one. And that's exactly what we want to do here. So I'm gonna, once again, implement a new trade route with the biocatalyst now, right, to Arctia flows. It's a +2. It's actually going to be more than that. So it's going to be
if anyone understands the pressure
10.
Of an overfull calendar,
because we already have this trade route going outbound here too. Walbrook Basin, where I don't need that much, right? So we can actually reduce this a bit to get equality back. And with that, I can now get my thing going here and massively boost my corrals. Even though we still have space in Arctia flows when it comes to coastal sites. And by the way, how long is this lasting here now? The Arctia, the polar night, 37 minutes. Over here we got the stimulants going, so let's just push more. Workforce might be once again a problem. It's really not a lot that you're getting out of this, unfortunately. So we probably need more corrals again, yeah. Energy-wise, we're fine.
This building space is assigned only to you.
Only +3? Really? You need a lot of these. So the biocatalyst actually is quite worth it in the Arctic, I'd say. Just because of the sheer amount of buildings you need here. Versus space. So with that we can push a bit more. But holy cow, right? They're really consuming a lot of corrals. Okay, with that out of the way, let's just check it. Where do I have my stimulants going right now? Of course, it's going to be Wildwater Bay, most likely. And with that, this is really the last coastal site now in the Arctic. And look at that. We've actually cut it off here. I thought there was space, but unfortunately that's not the case. So I will need to move my land over there to get me my production going. It's really, this is laughable. Like how much you're producing here. It's really not a lot, right? And with that, we have a bit of a balance now. So I can get 38 over there to the 37 that we need in the Vanya Plains. Holy cow. That was actually really expensive and time consuming. With that, more people are coming in though. And also look at my balance. For once it's looking fine. And there is an auction that we don't have yet. So I would really like to get this one. Now Simon is actually a rather smaller company. So the share value is not going up that much. 2 million. That was a bargain, really. Okay, so with that out of the way, we should be able to go back now. There is still the thing with the newer implants. We do have a bit of a surplus there from Wildwater Bay, so 53. I would like to transfer them over now to my Viridian Coves, where we can push my population with that, right? This is the neat thing about it, and this probably pushes us to 82.
Updating transfer route, beginning operation.
It's gonna be tight. And another 82, perfect. And let's go ahead, 2 million. Oh, come on. Oh, 3.3 million, that's a lot. I might use my influence to cut me a deal here. So we get a bit of a discount there on this share. Let's go back to Viridian Coves. We have the newer implants, so I would really like to use this now to push tier 3 population in Viridian Coves now, which is gonna be sweet. I think. There you go. Everything has been met. So we can now and should now start with that. I don't see an upgrade symbol, but we can still draw it. So I'm gonna go ahead with that. Oh, it's still loading. There you go.
Looking forward to working with you.
And that's just beautiful as my second big city is coming along. Running a bit low on materials there. Lots of population swarming in with these guys right now. Mobility is something we can actually provide right away. Bioenhance is something that is also really easy to push in, right? So we already have most of these things. When we talk about... So we got the luxury food. We don't need for the luxury food anymore the beef, right? And the wine. It's actually we need the wine, but we need organic food. We have this here, so for that production we basically have everything here, by the way. And let's also finish that spaceport with a bit of graphene. So we also have now the option to get the energy transfer in, and I think also the space trade route.
Want to do something for next?
Looking at the logistics here.
Well, if it isn't my favorite customer, my friend.
Oh, that's a pretty interesting auction. So it's probably getting really expensive because this is a very good share here, Uzuyev, and definitely gonna use my influence on this. Oh wow, okay, that's a bargain. That influence really worked rather quickly this time around, but we are running low on money now.
Just the one. Looking for a good deal?
Meanwhile, we finish the next sector project, sector stage, and we can also get rid of these pumps now.
He suggested we ship out the seeds to a better equipped custodian lab. Analyzing the virus is a lot harder than I thought. Less marsh, more soil.
And with that, I think no more swamps. Yep. The tundra is completely clear of any swamps now, and we have maximized, or we have the maximum amount of space now available to us. And let's go ahead and do the mission. That is, and now, just wait for it. That is delivering these 3 crates here, one by one, to my spaceport. I love it. Peak gameplay. We're still sticking around, of course, and let's abandon this one. And there's the last one.
Glad you took it seriously.
Of course.
Coordinates confirmed.
A flag popped up on a book.
Okay, so now custodian virologists are doing. It's too slow. We've got to support them. Build and maintain high security laboratories. This is crazy. 3 of them. So at some point it had to happen. Now we need to double the amount of field researchers that we have in the tundra, right? We need to double that number. So we are already getting stimulants now over, right? So we can actually enable this one. I was not doing it before because we needed it for the mission. That's of course a nice step because this pushes them already. But yeah, we're gonna need more. We do have the space, fortunately. I still have that power plant or that wind park. Let's actually move this one away. I don't really need it. I don't even need it at all, really. But yeah. And perhaps I can do this without having to expand too much further outside of my inner base here, right? Because I need the rest really for my productions. Here we need to remodel that road. It's not looking good. It's this one here, in fact. So let's just check it out. I could have that main road going over here now. And then here. Right, this works a bit better. We still also have the wind park here. I really can get rid of that altogether. And then we got our module production that I can move into a bit more tight spot. So this would actually work out nicely here because there's not that much space. And then we have the sunflower production. There you go. And with that, we have a bit more space again over here. There is no mining site anyway, right? So this is all nice for production. I wonder what we are doing with that leak here, though. Can we destroy it? I can't do that. There's probably a mission coming for this at some point. And let's actually have that community center clumped together. They're always encouraging me for voting for using my voting rights. This mechanic is no longer really functional. So the voting rights, just to show that, is here. The council connection not established, right? So I cannot do this. This is really annoying because I'm getting, you know, that message all the time and I can't do it. I can't vote, unfortunately, because the servers are no longer online for this. Let's keep a bit of a forest there, just for the occasional hikes. There should be room for that. I hope so. Alright, so reaching those 7,500 is the ultimate goal in the tundra. So it's really... Here I'm gonna keep that space for another community center and then here for the laboratory. It's the ultimate goal, really, to push your population and to push those missions. And then you have these rocks. I remember vaguely that there was an option to get rid of them somehow. Perhaps we unlock that. That would be great. Okay, with that we have expanded a bit over there. We still have a bit of room here to expand to. I probably would like to move this community center again. Just so we open up this juicy space here for some full blocks. And then here. All the way down.
Things here are moving in the
And then we need to upgrade them, of course, again, which is another challenge entirely, because we need way more resources for that. Onwards to the high security laboratory. I hope we can achieve this in the next episode of 2205. Stay tuned. Hello everyone, how very good of you to join and welcome back to a very busy episode. In this episode we want to finally push our 7,500 tier 2 populations here, the field researchers, and I would also like to unlock us the synthetics, the next line of a population that we have, or at least I would like to work towards that. For that we're gonna need to unlock a whole new sector. Before I do that, let's continue with the field researchers. That is something that we can do just right over there, and as you can see, yeah, we can really go ahead with a lot of them right now. That's what I like to see. Of course, I might be a bit too greedy here, but we'll just see. Let's also get me another community center going here, and then we'll just see how many I can get in with that. We have the Parkers right now, the Stimulants, the Medibots. One of them was probably gonna be pretty low, right? No, in fact, they're both still looking very nice. Perhaps we have these stimulants. Yes, these are problematic. Unfortunately, fish is still fine. Let's check it out, how many more we need with that. Yeah, we are at 6.6 already, right? So that was quick. That wasn't so bad at all. Let's just check it out here. Vitamin drinks, canned food. I think we cannot upgrade right now because we need to have more field researchers. Yes, that's the thing indeed. But at this point, I'm pretty confident that we're going to be able to push this with just this settlement here, right? So I don't need to expand too much further outside. And yeah, probably here. Closing in on the industry center that we have. And then a bunch more here. And then probably, yeah, this is definitely something we can develop into another block. Here and here, yeah. There we go. This should actually be enough, right? That with another upgrade, we should be able to really push that population. So let's try it out. Over here, this row here, and perhaps there is a bunch more. And I think that should be very close now. Yeah, there you go. With that, we have unlocked it. We have met all the requirements, and we now have the high security laboratory that we can finally construct. The first one, let's have it over here. Right away. High security. And where's the drones? Or where are the turrets shooting you? No idea. We need, I think, 3. Yeah, we need 3 of them, which is a bit harsh, but there you go. Let's go ahead. That forest I would like to keep. This is actually fine, because it's a bit further outside. Looks like a secret facility in the mountain area. Just here. Getting its little entrance. And then we can have another one on the other side of the whole thing. Yeah, let's get rid of this. So I can still squeeze in another one here. At the end of this road there. Bordering right to my wind park that we have over there. Alright, with that we get the 3. And with that we just need to wait now 10 minutes for this. While that is rolling, let's have a look at the island or the sector that we need for our synthetics, and that is the Green Tide Archipelago. It has its own special project that is gonna investigate an abandoned facility complex, and we'll just see what that is. It does cost me 2.4 million credits. Yeah, we have 3.3, so I can't afford it. Let's take over the sector. It's tight though. My balance is not the best right now, so in fact I should probably sell some things, right? So let's go back to Archiflows. And on the moon, I can also sell so that we have 4 million again. That's fine for the next auction. By the way, speaking about the moon, we need to get these bio-enhancers also going, right? So for this, I need more rare earth elements. Let's check it out real quick. We got it here, and it actually can be boosted with the aerogel, right? But unfortunately, I don't have this up yet. Right, so what we can do is, we have a huge energy surplus here of 12,000, that we get rid of these solar panels, right? So we got the solar array here, and we've used all the mountainsides unfortunately, so that's the only option I see right now. Getting this one going gives me lots of rare earth elements again. Let's also get me a warehouse going, and with that we can further push now this production. Look at how crazy it already looks here. And I would, oh wait a second, we can still finish these modules here, so that we get this over to Viridian Coves and not the Tundra, right? I want to get this to Viridian Coves, in fact, because we want to get my second main city going as much as possible. So that would be over here, and then I can squeeze one in here and probably 2 more here. There you go. We would have plenty of materials left, and of course workforce is the major problem here as well. So we should be able to squeeze in these drone modules then here as well. There you go, nice. And this one's already full, this one's full, and this one still has drones left. Very nice. That's a lot. 31. I think it's not enough, but it should be enough for now. Oh, it's way more than enough. Perfect. Let's keep a bit of a surplus so that we can sell it off. Actually, let's get all of this over, right? This will give me a nice booster in population again, and especially in income. And let's go for the Green Tide Archipelago.
This sector has been considered out of commission until recently. Recovering the generator complex could prove beneficial. First assessments show minor damages and a lack of fossil fuel. Suggested course of action: locating the outdated energy source.
That's exactly what we're here for. There is a lot of islands. Look at that, right? There's even an achievement if you can settle all of them. And we do need, we do need to restore the central sector project that is here, this abandoned facility. And before we get to this point, we will need to settle a couple of islands first. By the way, there's these very strange structures. So I've never done this before, right? So this is one of those sectors that I've never touched. And I'm excited about this, honestly. It's a DLC sector, and it has its special story as well. Let's just find us a suitable location. This one here looks fantastic for our first settlement in the region, because I'm pretty sure we're gonna need a lot of workforce. I hope that we can kind of like settle as many islands as possible. The first one is cheap. Let's check it out, the next one right away. What do we need for this one here? A lot of graphene, unfortunately, 250. So you can imagine how much graphene we're gonna need if we want to settle all of these islands. I don't think I'm gonna do the achievement. That's like 3,000-4,000 graphene you need for all of that. That's just pretty crazy. Now, the settlement though, we can easily do. I just realized this island here does not have a mountainside. It's not bad. It's not bad at all. It's okay. Okay, there we also have the sector project now coming online that we can do. By the way, there's one of these. A reactor. And you need to have on this island 100,000 investors, right? So that is the major goal for this. And you can just see that this is gonna be a pretty big step forward here. So we need to be hyper efficient about this island. This is not about beauty building. This is all about squeezing in that amount of investors into this island here. For reaching that, do we have a trader in the region? We have a trader that actually sells me graphene. So I'm usually not doing this, but for this one, I probably would like to purchase not only the construction materials here, but I'm probably also pushing the graphene, right? By the way, if we have enough money, we could purchase graphene in every sector now. So this gives me a bit of an edge here if we have the money, right? So that's going to be the major thing. On the other hand, I will need to, unfortunately, still do those crisis sectors. This one gives me 300 graphene. Can we upgrade? Yes, we can upgrade a bunch of ships again to accept this mission. Now that's a lot of ships that we have. Seize the strategic targets, 3 of them. We have 4 available. So we should be good to go on this one. The thing with this game is it has an immense endgame grind. So right now, we'll just see if we actually do all of that, right? I know you guys would love it, but it's very time consuming at this point to just get one episode going, really. Because of all the requirements surrounding the construction. Okay, there's a mission. I'm not gonna do this. I would rather really like to just push. There is a bit of graphene also dropping on this map. That is gonna be very good for us. And yeah, on export, these missions are just no joke at all. Yeah, let's just try to destroy them here. There's one of the first objectives already, by the way. So let's do this. And let's not try, or let's not lose any ship here, really. Gonna be too late already. This one's lost. The damage is just so high. And we're somehow not claiming this one. Come on. Okay, there you go. Another auction. Of course, they're popping up every time I'm in one of these missions. Certainly no coincidence. Lost another ship there. Let's cancel this one. Let's heal up. There's the next one. Gonna use this one. I'm gonna use a support fleet on that. Oh, and we have a blockade of Wildwater Bay. Holy cow, you kidding me, right? I cannot leave the mission right now. We are at negative 100,000 on the balance right now. Are you kidding me? This is like unreal, alright? Yeah, we have to abandon the mission. Because if I'm not doing this, we are gonna be broke in a very few minutes there. I think actually we are broke now. Yeah. I don't think I can solve this problem within the time limit of what I need to do. This is just completely unfair. Doing something like this while I'm in a combat mission, right? On that scale as well. There's 96 ships I need to destroy now. Or else we're screwed. Perhaps I can sell some stuff. I can sell some microchips here. The synoptics and the diamonds to get me a bit of a buffer here again. Also, really not fair. This mission is now unavailable, right? There's a cooldown on that, so I need to wait, I think, 10 minutes for this mission to come back, and it's the only mission that gives you graphene. This is not fun at all, unfortunately, right? Takes a lot of time, and it's just very frustrating to pull off all of that. Alright, let's get rid of these 100 ships that we need to destroy now again, just to get my balance back on track. We, by the way, also lost around 200,000 people there on the population, just because of this invasion.
You won't see me making flowery speeches expounding what we do. Our achievements can be seen everywhere in the happy faces of well-fed people.
Of course, also, auctions on my company shares continue to go bonkers while I'm on these missions. Gonna get me one of these. Support's going.
Launching. Nuclear missile. Fired. Launching. Nuclear missile. Nuclear missile. Fired. Energy shields. Active.
The good thing is you're getting a lot of these missile barrages out. Okay, how many more? Like this one. And this one. Still not enough. One more. Screw you. Honestly, screw you for having a mission like this. Alright, balance goes back to normal. But of course, that mission is unavailable now. Onwards to the next island in our endgame zone, as we call it. Claiming this one, 250 graphene. It's an important island. It gives me mountainsides now. Coastal sites, space, and also it is part of the major project that we have, and we only need to have 150 workers on this island, right? So this is a very humane requirement, and the rest of this island here I can use then for, yeah, industry, and that is all that we're gonna need on this one. So I can start right away with the water plant. I would definitely like to have a tidal plant right away that we have over here. I mean, actually, I think this could be fun, right? This sector here could be a lot of fun, really, because it provides these tight challenges that you need to do. Let's go ahead and secure us the energy for a while, and that's also applying for my water. So water is very expensive to get in, of course. The same applies with food. Since this is having a lot of food, I might actually consider making this my food island as well, because we can't have any food or any industry whatsoever on the island where we need 100,000 investors, right? That's just way too crazy to pull it off. Yeah, and with that we have it. By the way, do I have a trader? There's a trader in the sector.
Hey, come on in.
And he offers me building materials. Let's go crazy on this, because I can kind of like afford it. It's okay. That's okay. And let's push my first people in this sector. Of course, that's not gonna work out. Let's just see. Another one. And then we can make it work here. And once again, I would like to be very tight, because I really don't know how much space we're ever gonna need. I'm gonna have them here. Another one here. Oh, alright, I cannot do anything else here. I can do it like so. Perfect. And then we definitely will also need an information drone. Gonna have this one over here somewhere. Right, so this, of course, this requirement is easy to pull off. There you are. We already have this. We could potentially now already reactivate, but I'm gonna wait on that just a tiny bit. Also, we could already upgrade these people here, but we're not doing that here, of course. I'm doing this here, right? This is the major hub that we have. To get things really started though, I also need to work, of course, on my building construction material production. So we're gonna have this one on the other side, just here. I can see that we're gonna need a lot of biopolymers, so I really would like to push this production with quite a few modules. And we could even get another one going here, probably just around that. There you go. One thing, I really don't need to worry about workforce on this map, right? Because we're gonna push a couple of big islands there, big cities in general. Alright, that's that. Then we have the robots. I would also like to... wait a second. Can we have already a trade route going here? We can. So let's actually get the robots from Viridian Coves over. Because, honestly, this saves me space again. Right. Good. We got a nice income now. And with that, let's push the investor island. So this is gonna be... This is gonna be tight. Just see how much we can go for. So it's these guys here and then a block. Perfect. 100,000 investors. That sounds really crazy. Okay. So I will also need to really plaster it all full here, I guess. Right, so we're gonna make a road here. Just see how much we can get going here. There you go. This looks great. And then more here. And then, of course, we push more of these.
My abject apologies for forgetting to remind you to vote earlier. However, there is...
Yeah, I know you can vote. I know you could vote in the past. You were able to vote.
Driving a bike, shooting at people. We have to show some fight.
Ah, very good. The graphene mission is also back online again, right? Okay. Where's that sector thingy? There it is, right? So we need to keep this one a bit. Of course, the cool thing is we are also pushing our company levels with that. That's the neat thing. And with that, the first half of this island has been now established. We probably really need to plaster it all full with buildings. Alright. And look at that. Look at that. That's probably... that's still possible. Nice.
Well,
alright. With that out of the way, we can of course use the coastal sites though for water. Because we're always gonna need that. Now, vitamins we still have in Walbrook Basin. Let's get them over. Definitely gonna need them. And I mean, I could already establish these trade routes because I know that at some point I'm gonna need them. The neural implants are gonna be pretty tough, honestly. This is, yeah. I can see that this is getting very tough. The rejuvenators, we have 63 right now still in Wildwater Bay. Instead of Viridian Coves, I'm actually gonna push them into the Green Tide Archipelago. And then for the moon stuff, we will have the bioenhancers. Yeah, we actually have a bit of a surplus there still going, so that I could use for my advantage. Now, these guys here still need information. That's also, yeah, the service buildings. You know what? Let's actually push this one again. And then we're probably gonna make this area here a service sector area, where I'm trying to squeeze in as much as possible, right? So this should be possible. If we have 1, 2, 3, that's not more than that. So I'm gonna have this one, and this one, and behind that we're gonna need then the police stations. I might try to make it like so. This could work out for 3 then. There you go. Right, and then we actually use this space here for a bunch more. So that's a lot of services. By the way, we're also gonna need, of course, yeah, this is really nasty because these service buildings are huge. Gonna need a metro station. Okay, that's not gonna work out. We'll need to have the metro station somewhere over there. Otherwise, we're not able to squeeze in enough peeps there. For sure, an interesting challenge. Yep. And we might be able to have more. Is that possible? That's possible. But that's... Ah, there's one more slot. Perfect. And then we're getting all of this down there again. Really? $100,000 investors. That's really crazy though. Okay, then we have it here. It's already information lag again. That's a bit of a surprise to me. Because I thought this block here would be fine for a long time, but it's not.
I'm certain you simply forgot to vote.
So we have this one again, right? Now we could upgrade a lot of them. We have a good production going. I'm gonna decline these here. And take the 100. Also construct the bots. And can we sell anything already? Nah. Not possible. So the thing about this island here is that, of course, you need the ascension rights, right? So we need to have smaller islands like this, plastered with tier 1 and tier 2 buildings, so I can get enough ascension rights going, so that we probably can push all of them here to investors then down the road. Okay, so that's gonna be the major challenge there, I think, as well, to get the ascension rights. Upgrade rest is fine. I also love that we push for more company levels, of course. Alright, these guys already have then the vitamin drinks and the rejuvenators coming in, right? I think though for the neuro implants, we have now two options. Either, what I'm already doing to some extent, is I'm importing molybdenum right into Archaea flows. This is too expensive, right? Of course. Right now we're paying 6,000. Let's just see how far we can get this up. Yeah, okay, this is 10,000 more we can afford. The thing is, I will need to probably settle another Arctic sector at some point. I don't like the idea of this, because this is getting a bit tedious up here, but it's something that we probably will need to do then soon. Let's also see if we can sell. Yeah, methane is always nice to sell it off, to get enough money again for the graphenes, right? Because without that, I cannot settle. Now, we do have workforce, but these are fully automated at that point, right? So we're really just pushing them for the neuro implants. The problem here once again though is, of course, that we need to actually also have the space for quantum computers and stuff. So I think at some point we'll actually need to move them anyway.
I'm certain you simply forgot to vote. There is still time to
Okay, this is fine. And then we can just push our drones here further. And then also this one up there, right? So get the workforce, get the neuro implants, and with that we can push them down to Green That Archipelago. I'm gonna need a lot of them, right? So yeah, vitamins are, ooh, we have way too many vitamins into Archaea flows, so I can kind of like tone it down here.
Renewing parameters.
And we have a total demand of 90. For this I will need to have my Viridian Coves being pushing again, right? Now this is where probably at some point we're gonna need those modules, right? The Tundra modules. There it is, the biocatalyst. Without that, probably not going to be able to produce it for all of my sectors now that we have in high demand. So look at my fruits. We're still past that, so I can still push a bunch more here. Got 10,000 workers available.
Time to either renew the permit or
so I really don't need to worry about that. So no more drone modules for now. There you go. This pushes it once again. Out of fruits now, as expected. So I'm just gonna get me a few more of these going here, so that it's not deep red or anything. There you go. That is fine now. Bit of logistics. Let's make a block of logistics complete here. This is just for the warehouses then overall. Mass production. Yeah, and let's get all of this over then too. This is a bit strange. I cannot see that trade route. This is the Wildwater Bay trade route. This is the Woldbrook Basin. We don't have a trade route going from Viridian Coves right now. Gonna start with a meager 800. And yeah, with that, we can actually push to tier 3 already.
May I introduce myself?
The problem there is, of course, that this is not even half where we need to be. Also nice, yeah. Once again, information. Super awesome. And let's push another one here. To get this island here going. So now we need the luxury food, the IntelliWare, the bioenhancers, and of course, I'm pretty sure that also, yeah, my previous consumptions are now also going through the roof, so we once again need to completely redo this here, production-wise. Also, we're pushing towards the next level. No new title this time around, though. National Leader? I thought with... Oh! Wait a second, we just unlocked it, right? Monopoly holder. Yep, that's us now. 85. The next title is with 90 again, right? So this takes quite some time to achieve. Funnily enough, we're not really making such a good money there right now. So 80,000 is not that much. The shares are just doing horribly right now. Like, I think all of them are negative. Yeah, this one here is deep down negative 9,000 each. Crazy stuff. Right, going back to the tundra, where we finish the next step.
Results are in. The irregularity they found was once a pasta salad.
Aha, pasta dish is the culprit.
Someone dropped their lunch. I can guess what happened.
Oh, Simon.
The vault, leaving the infected seeds exposed, and voila, germination.
So the drone thing. Let's try and influence this. We have a lot of influence, right? So I would definitely like to take part here to get this in. But I can see that it's gonna be a high price. So I'm also gonna get me my discount here. Alright, there it is. This is another 8,000 coming in. Thank you very much.
Attention. Under provision of specific consumer goods detected.
Alright, now we need to finally tackle these polluty things and destroy them. And I think it's 8 of them. Yeah, 8 around the map. So the volcano erupted, damaged the reactor, bolt exposed, and now here we need to seal the leaks, and that's the one. Funny enough, these leaks have been existing for a while now.
You're the best at getting stuff done.
There you go. Finished. The next one has already been finished as well.
Underway. Excellent news. My experimental vaccine is showing promise. I'll have it deployed amongst the staff right away.
Okay, now we need to, I think, do the same again. By the way, is she buying anything good? No, she's not. This one's unfortunately something we cannot do. It's not my share. It's also not a share that I have. So I'm just going to let this run through so those competitors actually spend some money there as well from time to time. But I can't compete with that. The vaccine container. The vaccine is ready and we need to now get it to the animals. So first of all, we need to get the vehicle for that. Which is where exactly? Ah, there it is. Of course, you know, it's just not 1, but it's once again 7 that you need to do manually to every single spot. Peak gameplay once again.
Underway. Job well done.
Finally, we finished it.
New infections are a risk. As long as the virus is still affecting who knows how many.
We have the workforce, so now we just need to wait 15 minutes. Without the patients treated and disease vectors taken care of, we still have all those seed containers that need checking. Next, back to Viridian Coves, and here we now need to do 2 things, or we need to do something with which we can complete 2 things at once, and that is luxury food. My people here need it, and also, of course, my investors then in Green Tide Archipelago will need it. It's a lot of food though, right? And for this we need a lot of wine. I'm just happy that we went with the agricultural route in my space station so far, because this is really helping out now in simplifying my productions. Of course, you can probably also simplify other things that are also very useful, but right now I really enjoy the fact that yeah, we have a simplified luxury meal production going. A lot of wine we need, and the other one is then just food. The food we have over here and also over here, because we're getting food, of course, also for my green type population. Let's just check this out. We don't need any drones anymore, right? So we should be perfectly happy using all of this here. 4 more slots and getting this over. And I'm not gonna upgrade here just now, right? Now we got everything in for the food. For this one, we have the extreme cost, of course. Also, we need space for the industry, and that's something I'm probably gonna do on my starter island here, where we can push this now. Electricity is fine, maintenance is fine, workforce is fine. We're probably gonna use the electricity modules on this, right? Just so that we get the maximum out of them, because I think electricity will be something once again that we will lack at some point. Wine we have plenty, so as you can see, we can really push to the positive now, but we're also broke. Like completely broke. The luxury food gives me a booster again. And then we got 32. I need a bit more. We have plenty of wine, plenty of food. So it's all about resources.
You interested in it? My price
All
is so
about
low.
getting
I
the
know you'll find that very
super alloys in. So that we can push more industry. I'm not gonna exaggerate here too much now though, because of course it's expensive. Luxury food, we need 50, we got that, very nice. That's another nice boost. Now to my green tide island. Food wise, yeah, let's reduce it for Wildwater Bay. I'm not gonna develop Wildwater Bay for a long time, right? So getting just these things over will just do the job as well. Now we also need all the vitamins. Kind of a nice surplus there. And then we have also our bioenhancers that I haven't touched yet. This one we need 9. Wildwater Bay we have 14. And
influence increases to new level.
no, wait a second. Let's take Viridian Coves for this. Get us a 13 surplus. With that we should have everything actually for these guys. Intellibewer is in fact the last one that we need, and we have a good production of that in Wildwater Bay. So let's actually return here. And by pushing this one more, we have 48 now that I can get safely over. Of course, this is still not enough, but it's enough for now because I need to play this a bit tighter, right? I cannot just go with 100 surplus there. This would bankrupt us most likely. So I need to do this step by step. And with all of that out of the way, we can now go for investors. Well, we can't because something ran out again. No, we can actually, but what's the problem here? Oh, super alloys, of course. I do have my super alloys somewhere right now. Vanya Plains, I don't need them anymore. So we're going to stop this trade route there. I do have them from Archiflows to Wildwater Bay. I'm also going to stop this for now, right? So I don't want to have any super alloy trade route going anymore. And we're rather just redirecting all of this production from the Arctic to Green Tide Archipelago now, so that we get this one in. I should be able to purchase those here. They're not that expensive. Graphene though, 1.6 million. I'm not doing that now because I need always money for the auctions. Now let's start upgrading our first investor into this island here, and then we'll just see how many of these buildings we need, right? If I really want to get this. 10,000 we have with that tiny block here now. That is growing. Of course, providing goods will also push my population here then. So this is something we can absolutely do. Do we not have more? There is the next auction. The shares are running good again. I might have a go at this. That's a really cheap one. So let's push. There you go. I will probably need to sell stuff though.
Should not have happened.
Alright, let's push more. We really don't have a lot, huh? We need to upgrade lower tiers as well. That's the problem here.
New level of success reached.
But it's coming along. And also the lower tiers. At this point, I don't think we need the... 25,000 only. Oh yeah, we're gonna need a lot more. I will also need more metro stations. Now, as said, I'm gonna go efficient about this. I really don't want to have all the metro stations in one place, though. This would not look so good. So I'm gonna get them over here. We are also gonna need more police. So we're gonna make another block of this over here. For these guys, so we can upgrade even more. And these guys. Oh, we lack the lower tiers, so I need to in fact push again. That's a pity. I still would like to do this though. I'm gonna move it over here.
Think you can just stay on the sidelines forever? I have offers waiting here that are sure to bring you back onto the field.
That's a lot of space wasted here though, so let's get rid of this again. And this is probably where we're gonna have another... we could even have a stadium here, right? This would give me a lot of people in the investor branch. Yeah, let's have it here. can't expect, didn't believe, I did not believe actually that we would push for a stadium here, but here we are.
Competitive edge.
Okay, with that we can upgrade these lower tiers again, so that we get the ascension rights for the higher tiers. Also, we're running low on energy again. I think though we have no more coastal slots available, so another island is absolutely required at this point. Yeah.
Warning. Energy grid overload. Attention. Under provision of specific...
That's a few more of the lower tiers, and I think now, yeah, we're lacking the goods then again, right? But that was a nice push, by the way, for this island here. Almost halfway there, right? So I don't think we need the whole island plastered with investors, but half of it. Something like that. So that you can still have an organic looking city there somehow, right? That would be a nice goal here. Getting those goods over, that's also going to take some time, especially since, yeah, we're already tight on quantum computers. I don't need all of them though, right? So we'll just see how many of them I'm going to provide to this island. Another island will be important. And yeah, so far so good. I hope you enjoyed this one. We are really here at the end game challenge of this. Stay tuned.
Battle stations.
Greetings everyone. Hello and welcome back once again. Now we are trying the mission again. Last time we tried it, well, all hell broke loose in the old world in my existing cities. So let's hope that we can make this work without too many hostile takeovers and whatnot. And yeah, it's once again on the expert because really it gives me the most graphene. That's the one that we need, right? And we need that to settle more islands for our road to the Sith. So sit back, relax, and enjoy as we continue with, yeah, destroying Orbital Watch's commandos. And we have 3 sides of them, and we're on our way to a first. I'm actually going through the center because we're gonna need to traverse the center here a couple of times anyway. And that is something we can then easily do over there. Oh, nice! Some graphene! I love that. Something that we get on the way. Let's push them away. They spawned. That was new. Holy cow. There you go. Oh, and that was an achievement. That we used the kinetic shield 50 times. Can you imagine that? I can't. Let's get the support fleet going to heal us, hopefully. Thank you very much. It's actually the most powerful utility, I think, because the healing lasts for quite some time. Okay, we are on the way. We still even haven't finished the first one. Alright, let's actually give them the EMP, which is also very powerful. And then we're pushing in here. Let's try to get that tower in as well. Nice one. Look at that. Starting the auctions again. On my company shares. We'll need to repair here too. And what I really hate is that they're spawning then out of these shipyards in masses. Like, it's not even close, right? Let's try and get rid of this freaking shipyard there. It's just crazy, right? Like, I would love to know this hack, how you can train so many ships at once. Okay, there you go. Got the first one, right? Yeah. The thing is, it gets easier the longer this goes, right? Because you're unlocking so many items down the road that you can then use. Even though this is new, that they're spawning right there. There you go. And there's certainly some graphene here. Yeah, very nice. Here we can combine one rocket launcher on both of them. Right, plus we could repair. Since there's so much fuel here, and I would really like to circumvent the dreadnought. Yeah, that's so much damage. It's incredible. Freaking incredible. Let's go ahead and get these. And let's also make that attack. We need to repair again. Look at that crap shoot of damage. It's these ships that are training new ships all the time. And then they're spawning out of nowhere. This is also super stupid, honestly, and unfair. Okay, let's push forward. As long as that support ship is there, right? We're getting constantly healed there. That's a cool thing. Okay, there's the next one. Let's go with the support fleet. We're barely alive. Yeah, we are also not doing a lot of damage anymore. That's the problem here. Okay, this should work out. There you go. Yeah, loving that support fleet there. Okay, that's the second last one. Then we have the last one. Let's make a double nuclear strike. But even that wasn't enough. And that's it. Holy cow. I hate these missions, honestly, with a passion at this point, but you get the graphene out of them. So here we go. The more I do, the easier it gets, of course, because we level up every time. And we can then use them to push my ships. We have enough money, so I can actually go ahead and just go crazy on the upgrading here. There you go. That was some nice upgrades and repairs that we did. Let's head back to the tundra and finish our sector project finally. We also have the problem then over there with green tide that there's not enough energy, so we'll also need to have a look at that soonish.
Glad you took it seriously.
Okay. Last mission.
Waiting for us to clean out the vault, and I finally got something ready. A sort of spray-on antidote.
Attach it.
Disinfectant all in one. It should work.
And clear it. Attach the antidote container. Oh, the antidote container. Where's that? There it is. That's the one. And bring it where? To the vault. And the team has identified the infected seeds. Custodian regulations require us to scrub down the vault, and I've got just the right antidote for this. And there it is.
We've defeated the virus once and for all. The team is archiving centuries of samples. Looks like the Eden Initiative's endeavor wasn't for nothing.
Awesome. And with that, we get finally the aerogel tubes. And yeah, we can now produce them, but also transfer them and use the modules, right? So now we can really start with that. And once again, I probably, let's just check it out. Probably would like to move all the way over there. All right, it's a long, actually, should we do this? We have some space here, honestly. And let's move the farms away, right? The farms are something that I don't really need to have so close to the city. And we're gonna remodel that layout again at some point, because this is looking ridiculous right now. And with that, we have a bit of space here that I would really like to use. There's the flax farm, we can have that. It's a very minimal thing. And then we can have our tube production. Now, this is also the first time that I'm building these. There you go, produce the biocatalyst and aerogel. And with that, we have also that achievement here finished. And yeah, that's now cobalt and natural gas. Natural gas we have in huge quantities, and cobalt, lucky us, we have the mountainsides that we need for these buggers. That's that. And with that, this production is rolling. It's actually quite workforce intensive. And then we got these modules here. How many can we squeeze in? 4, that's beautiful. Yeah, that's the limit. And since that's 1200, we can also attach some of these modules into that. Right, and with that, we got the production up and running. That's 23 coming out of that. All the cobalt we can produce already. So yeah, it's quite a production. By the way, this looks amazing. I love it. And this one we can now use in other sectors to boost anything electronics related, as far as I know. Also, everything that is with mining, right? So this is agriculture, and this is now biotech. So also rejuvenators and stuff like that. Yeah, awesome. I'm gonna love this, I think. Now, we still have also our problems in Green Tide. We want to continue with the synths, and that would be now the luxury food, right? And the rejuvenators. So that's two things we can now finally boost as well. And by the way, yeah, this concludes the Tundra main mission, right? So we finally done it. And restored the vaults here, the seed vaults. And yeah, that's the maximum amount of settlements that you need here. So with that, we got it all covered. And also that last production now rolling. Very nice. Let's have a look. I'm not gonna use it right away. I would like to go for the Viridian Coves again, because pretty sure we need the rejuvenators and the luxury food. And then we could work on quantum computers on top of that, as we want to push more investors. So let's check it out here. There we got our food designers already rolling. They just need the bio stuff, right? And yeah, I can actually just go ahead with more. So I'm probably gonna make a full new node here out of that. And by the way, another thing that we should do is cancel the trade routes. Oh, come on. He's here again. You know, like literally 15 minutes ago, I was already fighting an invasion off. And now he's invading again with 64 ships. Look at my balance, by the way, 260,000. That's because the company shares rose by 100,000. So that's a lot of money coming in. Let's just check it out here. So we got the rejuvenators. We do have the robots somewhere. That's the robots. Are they outbound? Where's my production? In Wildwater Bay. Back in our islands, or yeah, in the island map. Let's continue with the upgrading to executive tier. And then can we have lower upgrades too? There you go. A bunch more of the lower tiers, even though we have plenty of resources. In that case, yeah, we just need more licenses, right? So that's exactly what we can do down here. Gotta be a bit careful right now. We still need some service buildings as well.
Energy demand too high. Countermeasures recommended. Warning.
There you go.
Unfulfilled demand.
IntelliWare, that's something we also still don't have here. Okay, unfortunately, yeah, I mean, you still have mountains, right? You still have something to hike to. I'm an Austrian. You always need something to hike to in your vicinity. And that's those mountains here. Can we make that road there? No, unfortunately, I can't do that. All the way down here. So let's just get rid of it altogether. It would just look strange. And this is kind of like a nice observation post that we can have over there. Here, let's actually keep a bit of an alley so I can freely go ahead and then build me another row of buildings. Yeah. Once again, there's no connection here then. And then we have these last ones here. And with that, we have it almost. I would like to have another service though, because I'm pretty sure we're gonna need that. Yeah, and pretty sure we're also gonna need this one. So actually, perhaps, oh boy. Actually, perhaps, you know what, let's get rid of this. Get us that information over there and then copy me that metro station again. Because that metro station is really important for a lot of tiers, right? So for 2 tiers, whereas the stadium is only important for 1 tier. So it's a no-brainer to me to decide which one I want to take here to that then. Halfway there with the 100,000. So that's the challenge here. Let's go ahead and upgrade a bunch more. And then also here. Very nice. Yeah, pushing to 800,000 now on the population there as well. This should be another level up. Oh no, not even close. So that's that. Now we got 600 graphene. This is amazing because this allows me to settle on yet another island. Of course, we want to take some bigger islands, right? But we got resources. This only has mountainsides, nothing else. This one looks like a very juicy one. Oh yeah, and by the way, we should not forget that for the sector project, we do need the connected islands. This one, right? Then we have this one. Then we have that one that I will still need. And then we have that one. So there's 2. Oh, there's even more. This one. Oh god. That's just crazy stuff, right? All of that needs 260. I can't afford this other island. As much as I would love it, I just cannot afford the graphene cost. So I'm gonna go with one that actually gives me something in return. This one's connected. Would have lots of coastal sites. I think I'll go ahead with this. That's the water, right? Got a bit of farmable land here. I think this is okay. Let's sell here for my next one, and we can go ahead right away with the water that we need, and also for the electricity that we need. And speaking about electricity, we should probably also start leveling up that spaceport here. So let's go ahead and do this right away. And yeah, then we just see what we're gonna need. We got the most of the things here, right? And it might actually be, once again, the neural implants. We got lots of luxury food. IntelliWare is something that I'm gonna need. Stuff like that. Don't forget though, we have for each one of these islands a requirement. So here we need to have tier 2, 500 of them. So once again, let's go ahead and place us down a little settlement. 500 we need top, so this doesn't seem like a lot to me. Alright, so we're probably, wait a second, probably gonna have a little communications area here, right? And then we can have another block. I mean, yeah, that's probably enough, right? Each one of them houses up to 20. By the way, this same applies to this island here. It has the mountain sides, so we have one with coastal sides and one with mountain sides. Let's claim it. And this one here needs then 250 operators, so that's half of that. So once again, a tier 2 city, which doesn't need to be too big. Graphene cost has risen to 325 now, so yeah. That's more than just one expert mission, unfortunately. There's one more water site that I would really like to use because of all the peeps here. Also, by the way, we could, yeah, use some food here, right? So this is a nice island for that. And I don't wanna waste that much space on other islands now. So it's probably safe to get my food production going here. The vitamins are already coming in from Viridian Cove. Right. And let's upgrade. So we get our population going here. Our requirements that we need. So this was already it. Very nice. 500 will be a bit harder to achieve. Already achieved. Very nice. And now we just need to get the aluminum over then. At the very least, let's start with that research here. Select the core unit.
Decommission central power unit. Structure intact. No activity detected. Please keep your motivation up.
Thank you very much for telling me that. Activate the first reactor. Let's go ahead. And there's the power now coming from the first generator into this one here. And we do need a second one, is that right? Yes, we need a second one. Should be able to activate this one here once we get the aluminum over. So aluminum comes from Archaeaflows. We should have a bit of a bonus here already stocked, right? So I'm just gonna push hard. Way too much, of course, but it should get the job done. There it is. Let's reactivate this one too. And get the first stage completed. And it's moving. Okay, recommissioning the reactors requires individual approaches. Initial core unit assessment indicates a connection to AI research. And we need the third and the fourth reactor. Okay, we can see that those are now running. And yeah, 2 more. And as expected, we're gonna need all of them at some point. Yeah, I can actually disable that again. And let's also finish that global spaceport here. For 30 graphene, you're taking everything that I have. Very nice. And with that, we can now transfer to the moon. For the next one, I need IntelliWare, and IntelliWare needs, once again, a lot of these IntelliWare productions, and each one of them costs me a lot of silicon. I'm out of mining sites though, so now is the time to use the aerogel tubes that we can have. We have the right balance for this, and this gives me a doubling the output basically of a already boosted industry, right? So with that, we kind of like stay afloat with all of this. And without it, it's probably not possible. Then we got our farms over there for the flax. We also don't have any flax anymore. So I'm trying to squeeze this one here and here too. Just perfect that we actually get this one done for the 33. And then we need to have the microprocessor production again, and oh, that's strange, right? Oh, that's the replicators. We do have the biotech funnel for these. That's something I did not expect. We have a very nice sector balance, so I could use one of them just to push my output. Unfortunately, we don't have these anymore, I think. Lucky us, we still have 13 available. I can get them to Wildwater Bay to kind of like boost my output. It's not a lot though. There's some graphene waiting again. I'm gonna take this one. And yeah, you can have some synaptics and some meat. Microchips, on the other hand, profit again from my aerogel. And with that, with just one of them, it's basically as if we build another full complex. This is something that I really enjoy, right? And then we have this one. However, the consumption of aerogel is really high. So yeah, you cannot have them endlessly, unfortunately, once again. So gotta be very careful with how many of them I actually place down. All I know is that we do need a lot of these here still. And there's even room for some modules then as well. This leads to a sector balance of 0 now exactly. And we can get all of this over. And that's plenty, right? So here we really can push. I'm not entirely sure that we need that many though, because I would also still like to get them over to Viridian Coves. We don't have them yet, right? And Viridian Coves definitely will need some. National Leader title, thank you very much for this, as we're pushing past 90 on the level. Finally, we can also upgrade again, and I hope it's one of the last pushes. Oh no, it's not a lot. Why not?
I can always make
we're still... Oh, the Ascension rights are just so tight. We still need to go ahead with these lower tiers. These guys here. Yeah, now it's possible. Pushing. Pushing. 92. You want another football stadium. That's not gonna happen. Don't have that. Don't have that space. Okay, with that we can upgrade a few more. Could also be worth it to just try and give them something, right? Because the Ascension rights are just not there anymore. It's getting closer than I thought.
This was a temporary. I'll either have to renew it or deregister.
And I like don't believe how many or how few buildings we can upgrade. Okay, that's like 3 more investors. 2 more here, but that's it. That's the maximum extent. I will need more lower tiers, of course, than on other islands, right? It's not there yet. Holy cow. So we will need to... We got the replicators going though. Wait a second. Replicators, 33 and 34 we need. We fulfilled the demand for that. This should be another steep push. There it is. Oh, 90,000? That's just the replicators there speaking. Okay, 90,000. If I get some lower tiers somewhere else, we should be able to make this somehow. Now, I wonder, I haven't tried this yet. Do I get... Does this count island-wide?
Right?
So right now, we do lack transportation. If I build this here, do we get it? Also here? Nah. Okay. It only counts for the island itself, not for the whole sector, unfortunately. So this will be hard. Okay. So we still need 10,000 more. Next reactor. Let's activate it. And we don't need the requirements anymore, right? So now I should be able to just upgrade them.
Competitive edge sharpened.
Alright, regarding the needs of my people, in this case here, what we can see right now, I have no idea how this actually came about. 130 negative vitamin drinks, well, that's just that. But anti-grav compensators, we can actually do something about that, because last I remember, we had anti-grav in surplus on the moon. It's 15. That's not all of it, right? But every single one of them gives me a couple of hundred investors as well. So let's just actually get this one going as well. And then let's also once again tackle real quick my vitamins. And lo and behold, we have this row here now completed. Didn't expect to reach this, honestly, because it's a lot, but actually the game is still very fun to me. So we continue with spamming our modules and our buildings, because I really want to see what the synths are all about. So let's just get this going here. With that, we already have a very nice surplus there, and we just continue with more modules there until I'm really out of my fruits, right? Because I really don't want to have a fruit surplus there. It's completely pointless. There you go. Now the anti-grav compensators are actually rather easy to produce. We have a huge fusion power cell surplus that is a 21, and we just need the rare earth elements. This is really annoying. I don't know why this pops up all of a sudden all the time now, so the voting stuff. I really cannot vote, right? So the council, there's no connection to this, and unfortunately she's spamming me with all of that every time I leave a sector, and that wasn't happening before. That is a bit annoying. Now let's just check it out if we really don't have any other mining site, because we really need one, honestly. What I can do is I can use the aerogel, of course, right? So that is, but there's a consumption of 30 coming out of this alone, which is crazy. Lo and behold, I totally forgot this one here. It's very close to my settlement, and it gets me the rare earth metals that we need. We do need them anyway, also for more bio enhancers. So this is all very fine. Let's get this one going. I'm probably gonna use that area here, right? It's a bit tight, and it's the very expensive industry, right? So one that really costs me. And it's also consuming a lot of fusion power cells. We need to keep some of them in stock for another fusion reactor, right? So I think this is fine for now. We could, by the way, use aerogel also to boost this output here, which would lead to a crazy amount of anti-grav compensators. So that's something you can definitely consider. Look at that. We can also sell some stuff. I love selling stuff on the moon because everything is very expensive and usually in high quantities, right? So especially in my fusion power cells, that's a lot of money coming in. Beautiful. Now with that out of the way, let's update that trade route, because with that we now have a surplus of anti-gravs in the Green Tide Archipelago. Gonna keep me some 7 available there again. Of course, I also need to continue to grind out those missions, so we're just doing that on expert difficulty so that I get my maximum amount of graphene out of that. And as always, he's pillaging one of my sectors again as soon as I enter one of these expert missions. At this point, I don't think in a coincidence anymore, because it's literally happening every time I'm doing one of these expert missions. I can't remember this really happening in the past. So if it's not really extreme coincidence here, then they changed something along the lines, because I'm getting these freaking invasions. So I'm not abandoning this mission this time around, because I really, really want to get it over with. Where's my last one? I think we have one more. There it is. This one we still need to free. And then we're done with it. And oh, that's not the one. This one we already freed. There's still one more up there. There you go, 300 graphene again that we can use to settle. Back in the Green Tide, we continue with our 100,000 investor challenge that we have. For this, I will still need to upgrade a few lower tiers to get me those Ascension rights. And especially here as well. I'm also considering getting rid of some smaller tiers again, because this counts for the whole map, right? And instead of these guys here, we can have more service buildings that contribute to the investors. So in this case here, that's the entertainment, right? So I need to get another stadium going on the same island, unfortunately, right? And this pushes us. With that, we have now 100,000 investors. I'm gonna reactivate this one right away. There you go. And with that, we have activated 3rd and 4th reactors. Very nice. And with that, we have completed the most difficult challenge on this map. That is, of course, yeah, developing this city here. By the way, anything else we could do? Since we have a bit of space still left for the services. Yeah. Oh, look at that. Also, this pushes us to 94. The next title is then the Production Syndicate. I like this. Because with that, this sounds a bit cool, right? And yeah, with that, we have developed a small megacity that is right over here. And with that out of the way, I think we have confirmation obtained. AI personalities have been saved in long-term storages. Sample code shows advancement over current AI capabilities. Please proceed to the full power input. That is the 5th and the 6th generator. So for this, we have that one here still left. This needs executives, so tier 3. And I need to claim this area. That is something we can do. So let's get my ship over. That is number 1. And number 2, executives 1000. And microchips, all right. And we need to claim this area. Together, we should be able to afford it. No, not quite, because I think the claiming price will be higher for this one once we claim that one, right? By the way, there's an achievement to claim all the islands. We'll just see, because that would be a ridiculous amount of graphene, honestly. And I can't see myself really grinding that out, right? We need thousands of them. Let's claim the island. And let's go down here then, and we can afford it. Perfect. We can also afford the last island of the project. And now, I mean, there's some juicy mining sites on this one. Now we just need the executives, so tier 3. So we definitely will need to, oh my god, this might be harder, right? Could be harder than the investor challenge. I don't think so. Nah, I don't think so, because you can really squeeze in a lot of people everywhere here. Wait a second. Here we can actually use this one. There you go, right? And then I could potentially, this one here is pretty much squeezed. These smaller houses to really squeeze in into these smaller areas there. It looks crap, right? Really looks like crap, but it might actually help us out there. There you go. And let's actually get rid of this road here. I'm not entirely sure that we're gonna need those mining sites, honestly. And we definitely will need to have... Oh, this is not possible because of the mining here, right? But at least that is possible still. Alright, so here we have the mining site now. This is the max that I can get out of this. And then we can have our information center. And then I hope, perfect, we can still squeeze in those. Oh, nice. Also another one here. To that mining site again. Can we squeeze in a police operator here? This would be totally ideal. Can have it over there. That's also fine. Alright, and with that, can still go ahead and have these guys. Really? I can actually build one there. That's a surprise to me. And then probably here. I think this is actually already fine. Don't underestimate the amount of people I can squeeze into one of these blocks, right? Because it's a lot. So every block counts. There's a coastal side, unfortunately, so I cannot do this here. This is also problematic. Oh, come on. Don't give me that. Let's get rid of this road. I cannot build the road here. No, it's really just one tile. There needs to be another way of doing this. There you go. That's the way. Alright, let's upgrade. And once again, this counts just for the full island, the ascension rights, right? And then we have tier 3. And this should actually be enough already. Close. There it is. And we activated reactor number 5. Easy. Last one is this one. And let's claim the area. Once again, we got some coastal sites here. No, one. We got not some. We got one and a mining site. And now I just need to do the same thing, but I need microchips for this whole thing. So let's just see if we can still get some microchips over from somewhere. We don't. So you know what? Let's just purchase them real quick from my global trader. And getting me 50 over there, I mean, this will be filled really quickly. Cost me 15,000 temporarily. And my balance is just wacky right now. So that's fine. Alright, for this one, we once again need to get the city going. We have a lot of space here and we have minimal requirement. So this will be easy. It's a bit hard here to see where you can actually build stuff and where you can't. Alright, so if we go all the way over there, let's actually keep this area available as a little green area. And we definitely will need our information center. Gonna have this one in the center. Definitely will have our police station here to push those people. And this one. And then we can have another full block over there. What's going on here? That's probably the mining again. Yes. The thing is, the mining you only see when you have the road menu activated, not the building menu itself. And then we could have some smaller ones here, and smaller ones here, and smaller ones here. I think this is already enough, right? Yeah, that was already enough. Let's reactivate structure number 6, and with that we have all the reactors activated.
A follow-up is needed.
There it is. The survey team reports the facility is a mass production plant for sentient androids. Stricter AI laws caused its shutdown. I urge you to reconsider this policy and activate the core unit. Before we do this, let's also deactivate my microchips again. Not wasting my money there. And yeah, ladies and gents, let's activate the core. And with that, we have synthetics as a new population tier unlocked past the investors. Sentient androids and function autonomously from their main frame. They provide reliable and low maintenance workforce. Upgrade investor estates to have synthetics move in. Is this a quest here? Upgrade them, yes. Can we upgrade them here right away? No, we need to have everything fulfilled. So this could be a bit tricky. Quantum computers is something we don't have at the moment. So I need to push my quantum computers a bit more. And I'm also continuing with my quantum computers. It's been a while since we tackled this. And production was very tight on it, right? Also my workforce in the Arctic, so I will always need to add these drone modules here. Otherwise we're running out of workforce. With that I got 19 and 23 of the qubits. And with that we can now push a few more quantum computers. And holy cow, they're expensive. Can I purchase metal foams? Can we sell something? Yeah, we can sell a bunch of these things going, and then we can just add another one here. That's 6 qubits, quantum computers, and then we just push the whole modules over there. 23. Lots of energy. This one costs me too, so this is something to consider here. 23. That's a lot, by the way, right? And we could still push a bit more. Nice. Yeah. All the way up to 36, which is an insane number for quantum computers. And let's just check them out again. By the way, we also have the aerogel. This is actually something that I think about, getting to the Arctic so we can boost the industry, right? Because the aerogel can be used, yes, to boost them. Holy cow, this could be a game changer, especially for something as expensive as the quantum computers. Doubling the output of these is super juicy. And let's just have a look, because we can now fully satisfy Wildwater Bay again with quantum computers. So I would like to push this one to, yeah, a surplus of 8, right? This will already lead to a nice boost in population again. By the way, also the thing with the water is we're getting the water right now. Madrigal Island has a bit more. And I'm actually importing my water from the space station as well, right? From the global markets. So we should have... Do we not have a trade route going from that? We don't at the moment. Okay, this is actually good. So I would like to import some water from the space station now. You can go up to 500, right? And let's just see, getting some 80 in only cost me 8,000. So this is totally acceptable. And with that, we have some upgrades possible. The other quantum computers we can actually send over then to Green Tide Archipelago, where we need 48. I mean, 4 are coming in. There you go. Alright, and with that, well, we can upgrade my investors to synths, which is the highest tier that you can have in this game. So I'm gonna be very careful with that because, first of all, it cost me graphene. We don't even have that. So let's just check it out. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna purchase another 85 from here. We can sell some microchips to make up for the loss there, right? To stay afloat financially speaking. Alright, where should we upgrade? Where should we go ahead with them? Where's my space? Ah, there it is. Right, there's my... Yeah, would have made sense here. Let's actually upgrade those guys, and then we can upgrade them to synths. There you go. Holy cow. I didn't expect the buildings to become even more sexy. And these are ridiculously beautiful. Okay, so I already thought the investors would be the peak here, but look at those buildings. That's really fantastic. Can we have a bunch more? There you go. Honestly, that's just, look at this tower here. Holy moly. Beautiful. Living it has on it. So this is mind-blowingly beautiful, honestly. And yeah, it actually fits the theme of the headquarters, right? To some extent. Beautiful. By the way, this one here, perhaps you can move it so that they... Yeah, it doesn't really look like that. Artificial life. These few buildings here already give me 30,000 synthetics. That's just crazy. So they can house a lot, right? 5,000 per building. That's a lot. They're looking really cool and they don't need a lot, right? So look at that. While the investors need all these goods, like literally they need all these goods, right? The synths only need that. And as long as this is fulfilled, they're happy. However, the downside is, look at that. The investors bring me tax income of 4,700 per building, whereas the synths bring me nothing. So we lose 5,000 tax income per building that we upgrade. That's an insane number. So we are going to be very careful with the amount of synths that I'm getting into my city here, right? It's just a selected few that we have here in the city center. Like these here, that was just very expensive again. Alright, but it's gonna be worth it. So just the 100,000 there. And yeah, the most important thing that they provide is workforce, right? So we have twice as many employees per synth residents. Even though, you know, we don't really need all that workforce in Wildwater Bay, of course. It's just a nice new step forward. Beautiful buildings, seriously. I'm addicted to the look of that. Also, this just totally explodes my population because, of course, we're doubling the amount of people every time we upgrade one of these houses there. But I'm super annoyed that it costs graphene to upgrade them, as always. I have no idea why they limit all of that so hardcore. But okay, there you go. We, by the way, have the potential to upgrade a few more in Wildwater Bay to investors. I would like to do this. So these guys here. These guys here. Let's just see how far we can go with that. And that's it, right? And now lower tier. 1. That was that. Ah, come on. Don't do it with my shares. And unfortunately, that's really the end of my ascensions. Some of them would like to go for, but yeah, super alloys. This looks a bit strange here. Let's also upgrade a bunch of them here to investors. So we can actually get more than I thought. Nice one. And yeah, so far so good. Got ourselves the synths, got ourselves the top tier of evolution. Not even humans anymore. They just look like humans, but they're not. And with that out of the way, hope you enjoyed this one. We continue in the next episode. Stay tuned.
Oh wow, you're still around. Hello everyone and welcome back once again to 2205, to our dam project that I've been neglecting for a while. And in this episode we're not only going to look at the dam project, but we're also going to look at a whole new sector that is included in a DLC that we haven't even touched yet, with its own special project. Now for this though, let's continue with our special project here. That is once again, yeah, peak gameplay as we know it by now. That is attaching a drone to my chopper and then destroying debris. Don't worry though, we're not gonna of course cover all of the single steps here, because yeah, at this point you've also seen most of the things that these projects involve right now. There it is, we finished it, and we're working right now on the second dam here. You know, there is like 3 dam projects on this sector, and each one of them gives you energy. The first one gave me, I think it was 1,000. Hydroelectric power plant, that's 1,000, yes. The second one is giving me 2,000 energy now for this sector here. Maintain a production surplus of the logistics by 200 once again, something we can do. By the way, I just noticed also, because we haven't been in Walbrook Basin for a while, that we do have a lot of fruit production and food production in this sector. So that is something to keep in mind. We also have a smaller city over there, where I was still worrying about layouts for a while, but at some point you're building so many cities in this game that I don't worry about layouts that much anymore. Rather more about you know, efficiency when it comes to the layout, when you really want to just push as many buildings into a spot as possible. And we're basically also doing this here for that city. We still have a huge demand, by the way, for everything related food-wise, vitamin drink wise, and also rejuvenator wise. So Walbrook Basin is probably gonna be also one of those here, right? Plus we have the mountainsides for all the silicon, and we might even make a microfabrication hall center out of this. Yeah, auction wise, screw you. Still, it's a special city, so I would definitely also like to, you know, get this special place here in. By the way, it would be amazing if you could have an observation post out here. Look at the view. It's a beautiful area, no doubt about that. I just love that every sector in this game looks so distinctly different. By the way, no, for a second I thought we could delete it. Speaking about the observation post, you know what? Let's actually have a corporate headquarters here, but just one, you know, like, no, it's not like that I'm gonna build a second one now from scratch, but it was expensive. It gives you bonuses now, so the services. It cost me quite a lot of maintenance, but it's worth it because I just love the look of this close to our dam project here. And of course, then we're just gonna have normal buildings again lining up to this, like so, and then we might keep a bit of a distance there to this to add some ornaments as well down the road. Okay, and then also probably a bunch more here. Let's actually keep this area available there, as I really also just want to have a nice view to the dams. And here we can also just go ahead and place us some more like this. And I'm gonna keep the central area available once again. You know, you never know for what. And here we just have our double road then going all the way over there to my mining site as well to develop at some point. By the way, that would be here then. There's nothing over there that we could develop to, right? So this is fine. Let's just get the roads going. We actually have the triple road going then to the dam here as well, right? So this is a nice observation post. So let's also get a nice big park around that. Really, there's not that many park buildings though. I could have a bus station there still, and perhaps a poster sign, right? So that there's also some decoration going. But that's about it when it comes to decorations, unfortunately. Once again, lots to develop. We're very close to the million, so I think we just push at this point. And there you go, a bunch more upgrades. Probably also these guys here. But then we're already at the limit again. Beautiful. I love the overall aesthetics of this game. Never ceases to amaze me. Now, the logistics work fine. What we don't have anymore, though, is the water now. I was considering using my biocatalysts, but we're not doing that. We need them for more urgent things. So I can really just have a look around if we have another coastal site available. Over there, we have that. And for this, I already finished the bridge, I just realized. Nice. That we can have then to the other side to, yeah, develop at least those few water sites that we still have. Just gotta make sure that we make the right connection here, and also that we're not getting too low there on my logistics. So I'm gonna build me some warehouses here as well, close to them, and probably also a wind park. Yeah, voting. I don't know. what we're voting for.
Give us your support.
That's important because we're delivering some water to Wildwater Bay, right? So you don't want to get negative on that. Otherwise, the trade route is no longer functioning. And then we have our fruits over here that I can still also develop a bit. Once again, we should not be negative on this as we're delivering fruits to Wildwater Bay. Now we also receive a calamity that is actually really bad, and that is the solar flare in Mare Relictum, lasting for another 14 minutes. And this one here totally cuts off any electricity transfer to my other islands. And so we are missing around 14,000 electricity right now at Wildwater Bay, which completely makes the city non-functional, of course. What can we do to counter this? Energy transfer routes are dampened, and transfer a patent to Leisheng through espionage. Alright, that is something we can do. We haven't done this yet. Espionage thing. I mean, I have done it actually at some point. Leisheng, there she is, right? And we can then patent transfer here. Supports your rival to increase their profitability. This costs me 15 influence. It's okay, right? It's something that we can actually do. We can afford. However, I should not go lower than that. And it was failed. So there's a lockdown. And with that, not only did we lose the influence, but also the transfer didn't go through. And with that, we actually have no electricity for another 13 minutes in Wildwater Bay. Yeah, reducing my population by 100,000 right now. And also halving my income. It's not the end of the world, but it's pretty bad. Also, Archive Lows has no electricity right now. Probably I should have went for a few more insiders. The problem is this would cost me more influence, and it still does not guarantee your success. So, you know, if we run out of influence, we have no way of actually countering auctions anymore. So I can't do that. This brings me now to my next production in Walbrook Basin, and that would be my nanotextiles. We are producing, or my IntelliWare, we're producing not enough of them, especially since they cost me a lot of silicon and a lot of flax. And in this case here, we do have the mining sites and we have a bit of space. Also, we have the workforce. What we don't have right now is electricity. So I need to just temporarily push me a coastal tidal power station here. This one here is still available, and the dam will give me another 2,000, right? So more than this one here, for example. Even though, consider this, we get the energy benefits. Production of electricity is 18% increased thanks to the share benefits. Do we get this from the dam as well? We don't, which is not that ideal for the dam. Now, let's continue with the silicon mining then, that I want to have over there as my starters. And yeah, we're not going to boost them. Right, I'm just gonna push them in here with the modules that we have. Let's also get me some logistics going. And then we're probably using... yeah, probably using this one here as my industrial center then for all of this. And for some flax mining, right? So that is the other thing that we need. The flaxes, they don't need a lot of space, so that's the good thing about them. So I can really just cozily squeeze them in here, like so. And get me a lot of flax out, right? Let's actually have these modules here filled. That should really be the trick for it. The only thing I can think about is, well, we need more super alloys then. Perhaps also some robots. There's some graphene again for purchase. So we have 300 graphene. Yay! That's a nice positive thing going. And then we can actually start producing the microchips here right away. And honestly, when I started this this map, I did not expect to really produce something as high quality as this. And even with all of that, we're by the way out of workforce. What the hell? Can't believe that. So we need to fully automate them as well. And we're also at the last project stage here. And we just need to get constructor bots over to the dam. And then we can actually finish the next phase. Very nice. You know what? How many do we produce right now of the microchips? 28 and 46 flax. And with that, we can already start the nano textile mills right over here. Getting this production going is really, really sweet for us. There you go. 26, that's 200 people, and we can just push some more drones over there, and then we can actually go for the next one. Yeah, you can have a lot of them by just having a bunch of the others, right? That's already 53 now. There you go. And this one we can get over now, you know, to Greentide Archipelago, but also look at Wildwater Bay, for example. So there is a huge demand for this. Let's start with Greentide Archipelago, because we have a lot of investors there, and investors are important to me, right? We want to push our global population as much as possible. Yeah, there's an auction we need to call off just on time. And then we're loading the constructor bots and get them over. And there it is. Second phase completed. 2000 electricity. Hello.
Driving our project forward.
My abject apologies for forgetting to remind you.
And of course, this opens up the last steps. So let's actually just breeze through them real quick. Now, while all of that is going on with the project, and I always need to wait a bunch of time, we can continue now with, our next sector. The reason for that is simple. Archaea flows is totally loaded, right? There's nothing we can do on it anymore. I'm also already getting molybdenum from the global markets in, right? I'm already importing that. 179 right now. This cost me 26,000 on my balance. That is ridiculous for something that we can easily make as well if we just have some mines going, because the mines really don't cost you that much maintenance. So in that case here, we can unlock the second Arctic project here, and that is now the Kingate Protectorate. It's a sector that I haven't touched any time before. It is also part of the DLC, and it's also having its own unique story there with repairing and protecting a malfunctioning climate stabilizer. 2 million it costs me. We can easily do that.
100 years ago, this was all water, but the custodian's climate stabilization technology created a new Arctic biosphere here. Climate stabilizers are very difficult to maintain. The older ones fall into disrepair quite often. The stabilizer here is especially unstable. But as this is your sector now, I suppose you're going to fix this problem.
I guess I am. And very important, do we have a space station right now that, we can transfer immediately. So we can get some building materials over. And just look at it, right? So we have, oh my goodness, 4 mountainsides here alone. So that's pretty nice. We got a whole bunch of space, especially here, lots of buildable space, right? So there's not that many obstacles on it. This one's massive. Look at that. It's beautiful too. I love this one here. Fantastic. So we need a port where we have all the workforce for the region. It's probably this area. I mean, this is also looking nice. Here we could have all the industry, right? Something like that. We do have Will Jorgensen once again. He's got the building materials that we can definitely purchase from him. And I would probably also like to work on, my building materials that we just get over from Archaea flows, because I don't need to develop Archaea flows anymore, but I also don't want to, get rid of all my, or having an overflow of my systems. Green-Tide Archipelago, we also don't need that trade route anymore. So I can get the super alloys over, right? So that we don't need to produce that a second time. And it's really just once. I don't think I need anything else though right now. So we're just gonna go back inside as the materials are now flowing in. And we're also claiming that very first site. And once again, we can now start with developing a settlement here. Let's just see, probably gonna have this road going all the way over there then. Looks nice. There's also some more metal foam. Metal foam is really flooding in. That's great to see. Coastal sites, we have one over here and one over here that we can develop, right? So definitely want to start with something like fish. And by the way, we cannot probably transfer electricity over right now. So I would like to really focus on upgrading that spaceport right away so that we can start the energy transmission here soon, because that's important. I don't want to have that much electricity production everywhere because it's really costing me. It's really adding up, and we need the molybdenum first and foremost, right? So there's some super alloys. Let's get this going. And let's start with the fish. That's not that electricity, not that much electricity just yet. And then, as you know, we need the heating thing. So once again, we need to start heating. By the way, these here provide way more heating. So I would like to use them more for the city development. The newer module factories. The canneries, they don't really produce that much heat. So it's gonna be a bit more difficult for me to get these going. So if I have my people here, probably gonna make it so that we have a bit of space there in between for the road. But that's about it. And then we can just push this one all the way over there. And once again, start by... Seriously, right? This is not possible. But I will need more fish anyway. This one we can finish. Now we need the fusion power cells. We have them. +9 in Archaea flows. +10 in Wildwater Bay. Let's get them from Archaea flows. So that we can, finish the spaceport and get the electricity from the moon in, because we got lots of electricity in surplus. That is something I would like to use. Alright, regarding heat, we do have this one here still that I wanted to go for. And this one. I mean, I might actually push this one a bit further down. Just so that we... it's too tricky. It's too tricky with the stupid canneries. Really trying to make this one tight. So if I have this one here. Okay, this looks really tight.
I guess your calendar looked like mine. Total chaos.
We can still have, I think, another module than here. We could. Or just keep it at 1. Or we're just gonna move it up by 1. Or we actually make it like so. Could work better, honestly. Yeah, definitely. And also, these buildings need to be fully covered, right? Like this doesn't work. And this doesn't work. Not even this works, right? So you need to really have it fully engulfed in heat for the whole thing to work. Yeah, no logistics, no fish. And there's also the last upgrade to my spaceport, and now we can transfer electricity. And we should immediately start with that. We got 7,900 in surplus in Mare Relictum, and we can now transfer that over. And let's just say that we get 4,000 for now, right? We can easily produce more because we got lots of fusion power cells at this point. So that makes it possible for me now to really start pushing those neural implants. And by the way, I also can see a lot of quantum computers in this area here, right? That we can develop. So in that case, let's go ahead and continue. Very nice. That's a full block that we can have. And then a community center here. Fine for more workforce coming in. And all these people, well, the vitamin drinks, for example, that's also something we can easily go for because we got lots of that. Especially in Viridian Coves, we have a huge surplus where we are producing it. So let's go ahead and just take us a bit more from the pool of total available vitamin rings. I just love how, you know, city building changes in this game when you start a new city based on the stuff that you already have. You can just make your life so much easier, and that feels very rewarding overall. We can also now start with the neural implant production that I would like to have in this sector. Also because it gives you lots of heat, right? And we need that heat for more city development. There you go. And with that, we have a whole new row of buildings. I could also get another fishery going somewhere here, so that we also can complete this block there. That's really just for the looks, so that we can fully develop that block. By the way, I could actually squeeze in another fish block there. Perfect. And just look how many how much molybdenum I can actually produce here. Right, with just these mining sites, and every mine cost me 600 maintenance. By the way, we're really running low on logistics constantly. There you go. And also one up here. And then we can also have these kind of blocks here lining up all my people. Very nice. And also, of course, community centers. Of course, just besides getting more workforce in and molybdenum, we are also getting all the neural implants that I need. And we can now push them into, islands where we need them. Wildwater base pretty much fully developed. So in this case here, Walbrook Basin needs a bunch. So I'm gonna move them over there a bit. That we get more population. It's all about global population at this point that we can push. And yeah, then we have the whole molybdenum thing going. So we still need to mine more of that stuff. And for this, we're going all the way here. This is an interesting corridor. And by the way, what is that? There's a weather balloon. It looks like that. Or a malfunctioning drone. Or sensor. There's a lot of mountainsides just on this one alone. Fantastic.
I have complete confidence in you.
That's 60, 76. And the further we build outside, the more logistics I need. Which, of course, makes sense. So that's 100 molybdenum. And if I get me a bit more, we can push this one to 133. And that 133 we can now use to make things easier for Archaea Flows. So in Archaea Flows, we get the whole industry set up, and we have 179 right now. So I'm just gonna flat out delete this, get me my money back, and we're now gonna get the molybdenum over there. Of course, we have a lot of space in Kingate Protectorate as well, but I would need to delete all the production facilities there. That doesn't make a lot of sense to me, right? So I'd rather just deliver the molybdenum over. And by the way, we are missing about 50 molybdenum. So I would really like to... Yeah, 46, that's great. And I think that's the end for this area here. So we can just adjust this again, getting the remaining stuff over. So that's almost equal now, that is fine. And with that, we have this whole thing set up and completed. Yeah, let's also upgrade a few peeps to tier 2. Which, by the way, also unlocked me the high security laboratory for the Arctic region. And that is something we haven't built yet as far as I'm concerned. So let's actually get this going too. Some over here. I mean, it's high secret, so high security. Out here in the frozen wilderness.
Consumer analyses show unfulfilled demand for specific commodities.
Okay, so next we have then our project here now.
Yo, this area is custodians only. I may not... Sweet. I'm not really allowed to tell you this, but I've had it up to here with all that Arctic custodian lone wolf crap. Fact is, this climate stabilizer here's gone crazy. I'm not, like, any kind of expert, but I've been entrusted with monitoring this thing. Not much trade coming my way anyhow. And as messed up as it is, I thought we'd call in a corp to help us out. As long as no one tells Dr. Iceblock.
Alright, so that's our goal here now, to repair this one and get it into the air again, I guess. And for that, we need to find the weather balloons now that are roaming in the map. And I think we just need to click on them the moment we find them, right? There you go.
Attention.
Problem. You can still make
That was the last one.
by supporting us.
I knew you'd do it. I could really use your help here.
Next, astronaut team.
And attract the population. We have that. There it is. Oh, wait a second. What is that? Water. Yeah, water we will need for a while. Next up, we need to once again also do something. Researchers can't make head or tail of the anomalies. Good, so my pals are climatology experts. I called them in and told them to these anomalies. Alright, for some reasons, these experts are stranded. Or they're waiting for my direction, it seems. How much does it cost, by the way, to... Oh, only petrochemicals. That's such a refreshing air. But look at that. It cost me 3.4 million to settle here. You know what? We can actually do this. We are capping on money right now on the 9.9 million. Let's just get this one off the hook right away.
Glad it's not too late to lend us your support.
Now that's the way to kick it.
There you go.
My talents
think you can just stay
Okay, maintain the energy balance. We also did that. And there it is. Even though my energy is rather low already, right? Because of all the industry. And then it's the last one, biopolymers, that we need to load to finish that first phase already.
Okay, we're gonna remove the old troposphere regulator for repair.
With that, we can unlock rough weather. Not weather. And now comes the next one, but we're doing this some other time. But this gives me the turbulent weather setting then as well. And let's just activate this one. Rough weather. How does it look like? I guess it's snowing. More rain in the temperate zone and more snow in the Arctic zone. If you like more of that, of course, I'd rather go for calm weather right now. I continue Warburg Basin with the completion of the last dam project. We need to wait 14 minutes for this one here for the grand celebration, right? So that's it then. While we're here, I also will just need to continue boosting my production because we still have Viridian Coves that wants IntelliWare, right? And we're still on our road here to 1 million now that I really want to push. That gives me also corporate level 100 and also something new along the way. So let's just do this real quick. Silicon is something I don't really have a lot. Really? Let's go ahead and get me another silicon mine going. This one has 4 modules, which is just awesome. And then we can push this one. By the way, electricity 1700. That last dam will give me 3000. So I don't think we're ever gonna need to transfer electricity from the moon to this area here. And it's workforce that's actually struggling now. That's 1000. Okay. Those are really strange, right? From 1000 you can go down to fully autonomous actually. Just by these modules that you can add to all of them. There you go. And then I'm just gonna go ahead with a second one. Probably have another road here. Oh, yeah, super alloys. That's fine though. This should be enough. So let's just have a look at that. We don't need... Oh, okay, we need 48. We have 47. So it's tight. And this will, of course, lead to another population increase. All the way through 98, hopefully. Walbrook Basin can count for something else, and that is the replicators. Thanks to having mountain sites available here, we can also get the diamond production in, right? And this one, together with the rare earth elements, leads to another production that costs a lot of electricity that we have. So let's just check it out. 27 we have. That should be enough. Oh, yeah, we need to upgrade the spaceport for this. We are still even only at the lowest one. As with every temperate region, this costs me actually graphene to finish, but we have plenty of that available right now. Yeah, thank you, Drake. You just were in the Arctic, and now you're really going for Water Bay. This is reducing my balance by 200,000 in an instant. Once again, I need to abandon my plans and go back over there. Also funny, before the map actually loads, we are losing around 100,000 in population immediately. Crazy stuff, really. These crises, they can actually really collapse your game in an instant. And, you know, you only have one save. So you gotta be very careful there. There's finally an auction where I do not have any share. So I would really also like to get this. Just on time, really. We don't have a lot of influence, so I might just get me a cut at the end of it. I think that's the safest route. Yeah, look at that. They're going for this one. 5 million. So this was really worth it because we're saving a lot of money with that. In the meantime, my support fleet has arrived. And we need to clear 63 ships. Yeah, you heard it right, 63. So let's do it. And with that, we have also cleared it. And we get 100,000 people in again in an instant. Brings me back to Walbrook Basin again, where we can now start with the diamond extraction. All the way here. That's a whopping 43, so I don't think we're gonna need that much more. And yeah, let's also get the modules going, because it's costing you a lot of workforce getting the diamonds out of that mountain here. Alright, I think that's actually all we need for the androids, right? So, for the replicators, sorry. Diamonds, then we have the nano cutting units, that's rare earth elements and diamonds. And then we just have the replicators over here with microchips and multi-spec prisms. We have the microchip production already going on here. However, I will probably need a bit more silicon for that. Yes. And just on time, really, we're about to finish now the last dam project, because holy cow, we don't have any electricity anymore. Luxury food.
All is running smoothly. I'm not easily impressed, but I certainly should keep an eye on you.
Thank you very much. We get 3000 electricity, and we have finished the last sector project here. And with that, completed the 3 dams in Walbrook Basin. It's a beautiful sight to behold, no doubt about that. Alright, so silicon we have now, and workforce is probably the most important thing to have. Even though we got a nice city. And all of this leads to the neutronium lab. Where should we have this one? Yeah, probably gonna have this one over here. We are definitely gonna need some logistics close by though. And this needs then the multi-spec prisms. We could have them over here. It's tight. Alright, it's very tight in fact. So we'll just see if we can actually pull it off. Holy cow, that needs 1,000 people to work on. If we get the building modules going, it's just 4. These drones, they're really doing an amazing job. Getting this one done, and now we have everything ready for the neutronium lab. Ah, nice. but we're spending a lot of money on industry, so I don't think we can afford this right now. Can we sell something? Nah, not really. 3 million we have, this is going past that. So unfortunately, there is an auction that I cannot take, even though you really always should.
Finally. Nice to have that problem off my mind.
Okay, 46 replicators we have. That's a lot. Let's just check it out where we can get them. Well, Water Bay needs some. I'm not gonna get all of them over though, because I'm pretty sure we're gonna need them on another map as well.
Shuttle arriving according to schedule.
We still also have Viridian Coves, where, yeah, there's lots of service buildings missing at the moment. So that would be my transportation hubs, also a police station. And then also more information centers.
If anyone understands the pressures of an
And with that out of the way, we can also now, yeah, finally upgrade a bunch of people here to investors in Viridian Coves as well.
We haven't been introduced.
Pushing us to level 99 now.
Market share is increased. Transfer route inefficient.
Alright, this once again severely disrupts a bunch of my trade routes, because of course those investors want something. And we need to once again also readjust our original industries. And with the million, haven't been in a while now, and that's the space station. Right now, a shuttle is docking at the moment, or actually it's leaving right now. And yeah, the space station, well, needs some optimization. The major problem is that we have right now is that we do not have enough astronauts. We have the deuterium, we have the helium, so this gives me a nice bonus in output for expertise, right? But if I want to unlock now my next workshop kit down here, we do need to get 75 expertise in total. That means I do need a whole bunch more astronauts on here. And for that, well, we do need to get the engineers. Where were the engineers once again? Now the engineers we had on the moon. The problem is you need to have a huge base for this if you want to have it working. So if I want to build another, if I want to get more, oh wait a second, there's an auction that we are going to take these shares, so I'm gonna downrate this one. If I want to have more engineers, I do need to have more people close to a landing pad, and we have one landing pad right now over here, so I can safely get the next one in somewhere, here, right? And with that, I'm just gonna push more people then around this, and it would be even better if we upgrade these guys here too, right? So that you really get your engineers out of that. Whoopsie. What is that? Is it just a million? Okay, now it's going up there a bit. So he really wants to get it, right? Yeah, it was his own share, by the way. So yeah, he wanted to not get rid of that. And let's just plaster this one full with peeps. And these guys here. And these guys here. Unfortunately, you cannot see the radius in building mode. That would be ideal. There's another one. And then, of course, we have a whole bunch here. I will need to have another major solar protection some over there. Asteroid protection. And of course, the major problem with this expansion here right now is that it increases my consumption again. So that's something to always consider as well. Basically means that we will need to have a whole bunch more industry once again set up here. This looks good, right? So this should be as many of them as possible within one. And let's have another protection here, because what we're gonna need is also some service buildings. So that's going towards 100% now. Not there yet, because people still need to move in, of course, which takes them some time. Oh, my mistake. I could probably potentially... Oh yeah, this is what I can do. There you go. We need to have some more of these service buildings then, right? I probably also aim for another healthcare supply center. And then we just want to upgrade them. However, the rejuvenators are going to be one heck of a problem. Oxygen we have plenty though. So we have 53 water right now available. That's a nice production of oxygen that we can have. We have it over here, so let's just build a second one right away. Energy is absolutely golden.
where I don't need to worry about that. And with that, we get the oxygen, and then also the bioenhancers we already have, the lunar lunch we have. So that's basically these here. Could work on some androids. Yeah, it's all about the rejuvenators basically. So let's just check it out. I do have my trade route going to the moon from Wildwater Bay. Wildwater Bay does not have enough rejuvenators, not quite. So we need to also rectify this one again. But getting them over, yeah, gives me the opportunity now of upgrading these. And of course we want to upgrade as many of them as possible around my engineering institute. This looks fantastic, and then probably here as well, these guys. Okay, this will take some time now, right? So we're training the engineers, and do they launch at the same time? I think they do. Next resupply flight in 4 minutes 5 in 4 minutes. Yes, so they're launching at the same time, and yeah, that means that in 4 minutes, we are getting a lot more engineers out of this one. I think they're dying or something on the space station that we constantly need to resupply more engineers. But there you go. Now, they're getting their bonuses here. So yeah, that's definitely another one. Ooh, another very nice auction. The problem is that we are out of money. This looks good. Oh, this looks very good. Okay, we're not out of money any longer. And I can purchase this one as well. We are at the limit of 10 million now, by the way, that we could potentially reach. And we still need, 13,000 more people for that million. So this will still also take some time because we need to reinforce a few things. Let's actually get this one. I'm very happy with how this is going right now. So we're getting a lot of shares in here. We could even almost take over Simon International soon if it continues like that. And yes, we can of course get our own shares there as well, right? So we can start the auction for getting these ones here. Now, starting the auction will cost me 30 influence, and these shares will be super expensive. I know we're getting 23,000 on the balance out of one of them, but I'm predicting around 5 to 6 million of purchasing costs that we need to get here. So I rather not do this right now. I rather want to take over another company. I think this is more fun. And there they're launching in all their glory, a dual launch. Synchronized perfectly, very nice. A bit like Armageddon. And in this case, we're now topping 85 expertise that I can now use to, advance my attack. And that is, of course, now the Lei Sheng security infiltration. I really don't care about the security infiltration. I care about the workshop kit that we unlock with that. And I don't know why the game wants me to wait now 90 minutes on this, so 1.5 hours, just to unlock this workshop kit. Just let me build it for freaking sake, right? But now we need to wait a whole lot of time. Okay, but at least we got the workshop kit going now. That's the important thing. We continue with our Arctic climate stabilizer that we have over there, as I really want to finish this project as well. So for that, we need to now get this drone once again. So it's basically the same missions, you might have guessed it already, that we need to do. So yeah, now we need to follow the drone wherever it is leading us. And yeah, while we do that, we can also enjoy that beautiful landscape here. Now, some of you have been pointing out that, yeah, I can sell surplus. Of course, I didn't even bother up to this point because, yeah, as you can see, we're getting in on the limit again for my credit account. But, of course, if we have something like, luxury food, look at that. We got a surplus of 98 in Wildwater Bay, right, out of our nice consumption. We can, of course, get some to archive those. I can also sell them to the space station the other way around. And yeah, if I want to sell, let's say 80, we can get a 16,000 balance income. That's already deducting the maintenance cost of this trade route here, right? So this is actually really nice, of course, to get additional money in per minute. Bear in mind, I'm not entirely sure that we actually meet the production cost of this. So it's an okay way, but it's certainly not a feasible way. Like selling 8 microchips is only 1,300 on the balance, for example. How high can we go? We go androids. Okay, androids are quite valuable, of course. So if I sell around 30, bear in mind 30 is a lot in androids. That would be 27,000. All right, that is nice, I guess, but only if you really want to push for this. Now, my project continues the data retrieval. The robot was programmed to destroy itself after dropping the theft somewhere. will take us a look at computing power to reconstruct its database and see what it contains about this climate stabilizer. And yeah, there it is, 10 million credits. Basically, we reached the cap for now. And there we also finished the next mission. Next, we need to reconstruct the Jacobot's memory. And this regulator that we need for it is swimming just over there. Interestingly enough, by the way, while we wait on the next step, we can do some missions here that give me influence, right? So with that, we could speed up the process of purchasing shares and also influencing them, since we have the money for that. So why not? Let's take the drone and destroy the orbital watch chargers that we have down there. Easy peasy. And you know what? Let's actually initiate the auction on this one. 85 influence it costs me. And you know what? I don't think that I will need to influence this one in any way other than just taking it over. Gives me also some nice agricultural bonus there again. Probably will go to 3 million. It really depends on how he wants this. Holy cow, you kidding me? 4 million? Okay. 4 million, there you go. And with that, only 2 more shares are missing. I could actually initiate them right away without any cooldown. 6 million and a half. We could do it. I would like to get another mission though before that, right? So something that probably gives me more influence. There's none though. At least not here. But you know what? Let's actually start the auction. I mean, I don't really care. We should have the money for this. Holy cow, this goes way higher than before. This is something that might break us. 4 million. 5 million. That wasn't so great, honestly. Okay, but only 1 share remains. And with that, we get the dominance in agriculture. You are about to establish yourself as the agricultural industry leader and hold your dominance for 30 minutes, right? And we are at 77% right now. So we are also not allowed to lose any shares in this sector now. Unlimited branded modules for agricultural facilities we get with that. Also sounds pretty nice. There's no limit on these modules anymore. Of course, that just leads to more space consumption overall, but it's still a nice bonus. Right now though, I'm trying to sell my goods again because we need to increase my financial power. If there is an auction on my share right now, I could not fend it off, right? So that's important. Unfortunately, there are really not that many shares all the time. We can also collect our iridium once again, and we haven't been here in a while, by the way, so there's my major city right now in all its glory, with our beautiful corporate headquarters. And with delivering some titanium, we can finish stage 2. And unlock the turbulent weather with that.
And please remind Mr. Jorgensen not to be so careless in the future.
Which basically destroys all site that you have. An auction on my share, so we're gonna abandon this one right away. Let's actually go back to beautiful weather and continue with the last stage, which once again requires us to destroy these ships that are attacking it. And how many steps do we have? Only 5. That's convenient. Since the drone was destroyed attacking it, I need to send in my fleet, and they're taking care of this. Just glad that we can actually destroy them with my fleet. By the way, looking at the stock market, I can also see that we're very close to dominating the energy sector as well. Energy is a Lei Sheng, right? Yes, that's the energy benefit, so another share here would also greatly benefit us. This, once again, requires us though to have more financial power. Unfortunately, right now, it's not that easy to get some good deals going. Things are gonna be nasty now because we have so many shares. There's basically always an auction going on with my shares, so we either fend it off. I really want to keep my energy and my agricultural shares though, because we're very close to dominating both of these industries. Let's just check it out. We have 22 influence. I cannot initiate an auction without 40 influence, so I need to save up on the 40 influence. That means I need to really purchase this share here. If I want to keep my energy dominance, and they're not gonna make it easy, right? So I'm expecting, yeah, quite the price on this. There you go, 4 million. drops us again. The thing is, not like in Anno 1800 where you get the money back when you lose a share. In this game here, you actually need to spend the money again if you want to do the auction, right? If you want to keep that share. So that makes it a bit more difficult overall. Now, let's head back here because I'm thinking, yeah, 7 minutes, we still need to wait. Perhaps you can sell something. Ah, no. And there we have it. Abstergo Industries has established itself as the dominant corporation in the agricultural industry. You can now found new corporation in the agricultural industry mode, which includes all dominance gains from the start. So we can start the game again if you want to, and yeah, have a company that is right into this dominance mode. Give you a nice head start and stuff like that. Now we are delivering coolants to the project here, and I think this is opening up now one of the last ones here. Maintain an energy balance of 3000. Yeah, that is something that we should be able to do. Getting a bit over from the moon gives me 2700. I think I will still need though to first of all cancel my trade route. This one here, that was just for the mission. Energy transfer. Can I transfer from Wildwater Bay? Yeah, that's nice. You can actually also trade within. And I really just want to get the 3000 going. Walbrook Basin, really? That's over here. Crisis sector. We need to wait now anyway, right, for the energy balance to tick down. And then to finalize our project. Now, after having achieved agricultural leader, I really also want to get the energy cluster going. And for this, we still need to have a couple of more shares here. Who's the other highest one right now? The Ibarra it was, right? Ibarra. So let's take the share that she's got there and start the auction on that. Should be easy, right? We got 7 million. So we'll just see if we can actually get this one. There is no share value on this one, by the look of it. Of course, he's not giving it up so easily. Ah, come on. Doesn't need to be more expensive than that. Thank you very much. And with that, we're pushing a bit further. Still not quite there, it seems. For Seaman, we needed these men here. I think there's no... Yeah, we could also get the takeover share bonus then. We'll just see. There's just another one kicking in right away from my share. I need to cancel this one because I really want to spend more money. So we're now completely out of influence again. So I just hope that cancelling enough side missions gives me a mission again that actually gives me influence. Now, step 4 out of 5 is coming to an end. There it is. And this now gives me the last one. And we basically need to do what? Get the core stabilizer and tow it over. There it's coming. And this finalizes the project. And it's floating again. Yay!
You have made a substantial contribution towards maintaining Earth's climatic stability. We are not unthankful.
He's also thanking us, and we can also get the stormy weather now out of this. So, wait a second. There's rough weather, turbulent weather, and stormy weather that we can do. So it creates blizzards and stormy monsoons across the world. Now, that's super nice. I'd rather go though with calm weather. Now, to tackle the population that we still need, I do need to use some of my trade routes to the capacity that we have. So I think we still have some of these. Yep, there it is. Gravitational compensators. And, oh, it's not that many actually. We should produce more. Anything else? It needs more rejuvenators. Oh, we have a lot in green tide. So let's actually make this equal again. Can't hurt. Right, there you go, already pushing. Then we got the androids. Yes, I will definitely need a bunch more androids. Now, like us, the androids are something that we have in huge quantities. Oh, Cassian Industry, wait a second. That's the share where? Over there. Alright, I'm just gonna let this run out, I think. Right, so I'm reducing my influence here a bit. I think it's worth it to push the Seaman International. I really would like to get this. But for now, let's actually work then also on my million population. And that is over here. Where are my androids? My android factory? Is it not here? Am I crazy? Where are my androids? Ah, we had them on an island entirely, right? So that's that.
Finally, we can have peace of mind.
So let's push them. And oh, this one's full. This one we can still go for. We have the surplus.
And this should actually be enough to bring us over the edge here of 1 million. Those additional androids. There you go. 1 million in global population. Gives me also the Heir of the Anocrat achievement. And yeah, it continues to grow, of course, now. So this would be then the next levels that we can achieve. This is now the end game grind, more or less. We have achieved a major cooperation with that. So I'm actually pretty happy with the outcome, right? Getting all of this done. And 1 million is actually no small feat. Of course, you can push probably to 3 or 4 million if you really want to grind it out. But it's basically the same assets over and over. It wouldn't unlock you anything new. Got the influence. So I would also like to now get the last share of Seaman International going. Perhaps they actually will not allow it. I mean, we can go up to 10 million here. I dare them to go that high.
I'm certain you simply forgot to vote. There is still time to choose wisely.
That can only be beneficial for us.
There you go, and with that, Seaman International has lost its last original share, and he can no longer participate in auctions. And with that, we basically kicked him out, and we basically have now the takeover gain here too. We took over Seaman International as that, so that is one competitor less for the other shares now, right? So the more you have, of course, the easier it gets with that. And also now we get the 30% share benefit of agricultural, and then also 10% on top of that again. This should lead to a pretty hefty balance. Look at that in agricultural goods of any kind, right? I think water also counts for that. Yes. Of course, you know, the algae. So we have huge surpluses in that. Now look at that, 400 of vitamin drinks. So with all that surplus, I think also for food, where's my food? There's my food. We have a surplus now of 500. So with all that surplus, we could actually make a new megacity just for free, right? We just could stomp out something just for the fun of it, because we have now the, yeah, basically the production for all agricultural goods. Like my lunar lunch, we luxury food, we already sell that, right? But we get another 100 in surplus now out of that we can use. I think, yeah. Lunar lunch should also be huge now, and also the fish, of course, in the Arctic and stuff like that. So this makes things a bit easier, of course, for us, right? And this really allows you then to push more buildings. Unfortunately, no more ascension rights for the megacity itself, so we could go for more stock markets, of course, but I think that's that. I think this was a very successful playthrough. We basically achieved every mechanic the game has to offer, and also 1 million in population, industrial takeovers and stuff like that. So this was very fun. I really still love this game, and it's a very, very unique game. It's not the best Anno game out there, but it's definitely one of the best city builders on the market, and it's definitely one of a very, very enjoyable experience. So I highly recommend this game for you. You can also fiddle around with all the difficulty settings to make this challenge unique for you. And if you just want to relax, well, the game also offers that to just make an easy mode for you. Now, in that, I really enjoyed it. We also saw something completely new that I haven't achieved yet. So this since that was also nice to see. And onwards to new adventures, to new Anno adventures perhaps as well. Thanks for watching. Stay tuned.